ABC News. Good evening, I'm Susie Rains. Victoria's gaming regulator is to launch an independent investigation into damning allegations made against it by former inspectors. Roseanne Maloney has the details.
The Victorian Commission for Gambling and Liquor Regulation has announced the independent investigation in the wake of this week's ABC Four Corners program. 5 former casino inspectors told the program they were ignored by their bosses at the regulator when they raised issues like money laundering by organised crime groups at Crown. The revelations have prompted the Victorian opposition to call for a parliamentary inquiry into the watchdog, which is not being scrutinised by the Royal Commission into Crown's suitability to hold a gaming licence in Victoria. The Commission says the independent investigation will start immediately.
Prime Minister Scott Morrison has pleaded with Sydney-siders to abide by COVID-19 lockdown rules. Political reporter Melissa Clark.
With COVID cases being transmitted from household to household in parts of Sydney, Scott Morrison is urging people in lockdown areas not to visit family and friends.
Whether it's a party of footballers or just a simple family gathering.
The Prime Minister has also announced a slight easing of eligibility criteria for accessing the Commonwealth's COVID disaster payments and sent an extra 300,000 doses of both Pfizer and AstraZeneca vaccines to hotspot areas.
New South Wales Police are stepping up efforts to enforce COVID compliance in southwest Sydney. More than 100 extra officers will hit the streets from 7 a.m. tomorrow as part of a high visibility operation. It comes after 21 of today's 38 new cases were recorded in the area. Assistant Commissioner Tony Cook says police are working with community leaders to help get the stay-at-home message across.
Our multicultural liaison officers have been deployed for weeks now across the community, sending the message. We have paraphernalia in 56 languages distributed through communities to allow them to understand, to make sure that we all understand, to make sure that we know how to comply.
Health authorities have concluded the death of a 61-year-old West Australian woman in hospital last month was likely linked to the AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine. The woman received the vaccine in early June and was admitted to Royal Perth Hospital later that month, where she died of a blood disorder. The Therapeutic Goods Administration has investigated the woman's death, and a panel of experts has determined the vaccination is likely the cause. It based the conclusion on a lack of evidence for other causes, along with the time frame within which she died after taking the vaccine. The president of the Hawthorn RSL in Melbourne says the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is a step forward in the fight to give a voice to struggling veterans in Australia. The Prime Minister has announced the inquiry will be led by former New South Wales Deputy Police Commissioner Nick Caldis. Lucas Moon says the announcement is welcome news for the veteran community.
We can always do better, but this gives an opportunity to contribute, gives an opportunity to be heard, an opportunity to speak, and it gives the Australian people the opportunity to hear from their veterans in a Royal Commission.
Japan's government has declared a state of emergency for Tokyo to run throughout the Olympic Games. The declaration will ban restaurants from serving alcohol and run from July the 12th until August the 22nd. The decision will affect the number of spectators allowed at the Olympics, with officials set to discuss caps this evening. Tokyo recorded 896 new coronavirus infections today. British MPs want the government to take a stronger stance against China over the alleged human rights abuse of religious minorities in Xinjiang. The BBC's Carolyn Hawley reports.
The MPs say the crimes being committed against the Uyghurs are truly horrifying. They range from what the Foreign Affairs Committee calls industrial-scale forced labour to cultural erasure through forced sterilisations, separation of children from their families and destruction of religious sites. The MPs are calling for a wide range of actions, including a ban on imports of cotton and other products from Xinjiang. And they've joined the main opposition Labour Party in calling for consequences for China at the Winter Olympics in Beijing next year.
4 men have been charged over an alleged drive-by shooting in Melbourne's south-east. Police say a gun was fired from a stolen car into a home at Cranbourne West just before 1 o'clock this morning. The residents of the home were uninjured. 4 men, aged between 27 and 31, will face court tomorrow on a range of serious charges, including carjacking and threat to inflict serious injury. To the weather, mostly clear for Melbourne tonight and partly cloudy tomorrow and Saturday with tops of 14 degrees. Sunday partly cloudy and just slightly warmer at 15. Right now in Melbourne, it's just 7 degrees. ABC News.
Sea change or tree change? Across Australia, people are chasing their dream and moving to the country.
Oh, wow.
Join Helena, Christy and Craig as they seek out the bright sparks who've moved in or been there all along.
These aren't just rose petals.
Growing great ideas.
This is the tasting station.
In regional Australia.
These hills are alive with creativity.
Move into the country. Friday nights at 7:30 on ABC TV and streaming on iView.
ABC Sport. AFL.
Get set for the deafening roar. The pent-up emotion is about to flow.
Listen to the crowd roar.
AFL.
Fans are on their feet. Can't believe what they're about to see.
The 2021 AFL Premiership Season.
Grandstand AFL.
We've got a game on our hands here. This is really good, fierce stuff.
This is a fantastic game of football. Someone told me there was something wrong with our game. I can't see it today. Actually, it's a spectacular contest.
Dreamers, keep on dreaming.
Oh, the impossible angle.
Sinners, keep on sinning.
Don't go anywhere. The theatre of it all.
Winners, keep on winning.
And he dribbles one through and blows a kiss to the crowd.
Just a new day beginning.
Breaks the paint. Has a shot. Makes no mistake.
Sends it for home. A sublime strike.
Hard against the boundary. That's a classy finish.
That is sensational.
Can he slide it through for the finish? Yes, he can.
Wide angle on the paint of 50. May have just snuffed through an incredible goal. Tries the fend off. Got him. Takes him to ground. Back to that Nui. Second don't argue.
Go to your best players. Go to your match winners.
Plays on man down from behind. Holding the ball.
Perfect tackle. It might be a game saver.
Dreamers, keep on dreaming.
Ricochets to Martin. You know the rest. The razzle dazzle has arrived.
That is spectacular.
It's a new day, new day, new day beginning.
Otterfield kicks the goal. Welcome to the big time.
Oh, a great mark.
Outside of the boot, Eddie. Oh, he has kicked it. Makes no mistake. Goes back.
Straightens up towards goal and brings it back superbly. Here's that familiar roar. Double fist salute to the crowd. They might have a new fan favourite. He'll snap. He'll go. A ripper from Gripper. Snaps on the single snap and bounds it through.
Grandstand AFL.
The 2021 AFL Premiership Season.
Dribbles it through and ends the game.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
It's a main event worthy matchup this evening at the Adelaide Oval as Port Adelaide host Melbourne with a top 2 spot on the line. We would like to begin our coverage by acknowledging the Kaurna people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today, and pay our respects to their elders past and present. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today and listening on Grandstand AFL. It's Thursday night football to kick off round 17 and both sides are desperate to solidify their spot up top as doubts surround their premiership credentials. The Power's only win over a current top 8 side came against Sydney a fortnight ago, but after a season of injuries, their big names are returning for a late surge. Zach Butters back into the side tonight alongside Tom Cleary. Meanwhile, a loss to the Giants last week saw Melbourne lose top spot and leave them with 1 win from their past 3 games. Ben Brown to return for them tonight, his 5th game in the red and the blue, and out for them is Tom Sparrow. No late changes, so Sparrow is the medical sub for the Demons. Martin Frederick, the medical sub for the Power. Aaron Bryan's with you to call the action. Neil Cross to join us very shortly down in the Melbourne camp. But for now, it gives me a chance to introduce our experts. Firstly, Adelaide Premiership player Rod Jamieson. Welcome, Jamo.
Aaron, good evening. Thursday night football, Friday night, Saturday, Sunday. How good is that? So looking forward to this clash tonight. 2 great sides in good form and top 4. And the winner can probably solidify top 2 maybe. So big game.
Alongside Rod Jamieson is Carlton Premiership player Scott Camporelli. Welcome, Campo.
Thanks, Aaron. Jamo. I'm looking forward to this. Both teams have got a fair bit to play for, as you said. And, you know, from a Port perspective, everyone keeps banging on about that they can't beat a top 4 team. Well, they did that just recently, but and Melbourne are probably just having that little form dip at this time of the year, and they've been the best side all year up until probably the last month. So tonight's going to be a big challenge for them.
Melbourne's GM of football, Alan Richardson, to join us very shortly on Grandstand AFL, but we'll start our coverage in the Power camp. A special guest joining us on Grandstand AFL this evening. Orazio Fantasia, who's currently nursing an injured knee, can join us ahead of Bounce Down tonight. Welcome, Orazio.
Beautiful. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
So firstly, I guess a recent setback on your knee in the past couple of days. What's the latest on your recovery?
Yeah, it's obviously a bit frustrating. I felt like I was tracking quite well, and then just a little bit of a setback with some sort of scar tissue stuff around the side of my knee that was just pinching some of my soft tissue. And when I was running, I couldn't get into a full stride. So we saw a surgeon and just said, what's happening with this knee? How do I get back on the park quicker? And he told me to put a cortisone injection in there, and hopefully that will break up that scarring sort of stuff, and that'll get me back out in hopefully a couple of weeks.
And in terms of the return in a couple of weeks' time, hopefully it does feel like Port Adelaide is timing its run perfectly. A win tonight would be great, and then you're getting all these big names returning. One of them tonight is Zach Butters, who hasn't featured since round 4. Can you tell us a bit about how important he is to this side?
Yeah, he's obviously a star, and he's only, I think he's played around 30 games of footy. So for someone to have that sort of impact on this team is massive. It's not just his his beautiful ball use and what he can do around goals. It's also his pressure that I think people don't really see what he does. He cracks in at 100 miles an hour, and for a little fella, he's not afraid to chuck his body on the line. So, yeah, I'm sure he'll play a bit of forward tonight and a bit of midfield time, but he's super important for us.
All right, so Scott Camperelli here. Good luck. I'm fascinated. I'm probably a little biased, mate, in terms that, the midfield battle intrigues me, and that often ends with that team probably winning. And tonight, what a great opportunity. Lycett, Wines and Boak versus Big Max Gorn, Petrarca and Clayton Oliver. That's going to be a pivotal matchup through that middle of the ground tonight.
Oh, huge. And, you can add Harms in there as well for them. Like they're probably one of the premier mids in the comp, so we've definitely got it up against us tonight. But they're the challenges, as you said. If you win that, you're probably winning the game. So we know that's going to be important for us, and clearance really gets us going. But I think it's also in our forward line how we deal with Lever and May. They're obviously two elite intercept marks, and if they've got enough pressure on the ball, which they normally do, if we keep kicking it up the chimney, they'll pick them off all day. So. I think we've got a bit of a plan to try and move the ball a bit off the line and try, enter the footy how the Crows did against Melbourne not that long ago here at Adelaide Oval. So lowered their eyes really well and hit up on those big targets.
And you preempted my next question, and that's why you're a student of the game, mate. But that is a key, because if you have a look at Lever and May, if you do change the angles, and to be fair, we've watched a fair bit of Port as well, they probably be looking at the same thing on the flip side, because I've been a little critical this year. I know Aliir's been outstanding, but he probably plays very similar to Jake Lever in terms of if you can move the ball offline, he can get exposed.
Yeah, and I think that's what good teams rely on, is that pressure on the ball, and that's what we focus on as well. So, as you said, if we can put the pressure on the ball, hopefully they can kick it back to Aliir or Tommy or Klaus. So we've got those interceptors as well, but I think, we've spoken about it. If we can bring the ball to ground against those tall guys, we feel like we've got an advantage. We've got Rose and Butters coming in and Mott. So we feel like we've got a bit of zip on the ground. If we can just, create that contest and bring it to the floor, that's going to work in our favour.
Orazio, Rod Jamieson, Zach Butters, you spoke of a little guy. What about the big guy in Scott Lycett and how good he has been and how much you missed him through his time on the sidelines, but comes in and has a huge impact?
Yeah, and I think that shows the importance of a big dominant ruckman, and that's nothing against big Peter Laddams, but they're two different sort of players. I think Peter is more that running sort of, can use the ball and is a bit different than Big Scoot, a big strong man, and gets his big onion in the way and helps that way. So they're so important, a big ruckman, and obviously Melbourne's got a good one in Max, but I think Scoot can throw his weight around and he brings the pressure as well. He hunts on the ground level and chases and tackles. So he's also last week showed he's got a bit of candy in the kit bag as well. So maybe he can bring some of that out tonight too.
You spoke of his big onion. What about his big moustache? What is with that?
He loves the moustache and the mullet. I think he's got Lockie Jones growing the same thing, and it's a bit of a trend at the club at the moment.
A milestone game tonight for Stephen Motlop too. How have you seen him? You obviously from an opposition perspective for a number of years, but you've come into the club and now see what he can do from a wizardry point of view.
Yeah, I think it's probably what people don't see. I think obviously he's got some class and skill when he gets the ball, and he's a beautiful user. But if you watch sort of footy like we do and analyse every little thing, the way he runs and his running patterns and what he does to our offence and defence, he gets back and helps, and he opens the corridor for us to move the ball. So even those games where sometimes he might not have the most touches, he impacts so much. So he's crucial cog to our forward line and our ball movement really in general.
Orazio Fantasia, our guest on Grandstand AFL, ahead of bounce down here at the Adelaide Oval. Orazio, your first year at the Power coming from the Bombers, what have you enjoyed coming here compared to your time at Essendon?
Yeah, I've just loved being home, to be honest. I think being around my family again and, coming off after a big day of training and being able to go see my little cousins or going home and mum's got dinner cooked, that's also really, really nice. So just those little things and being back around my family has been awesome. But the way that the club has embraced myself, Aaliyah and the new draftees, just to let us come in and just be ourselves from day dot has been pretty special. And, you're always sort of nervous walking into a new environment. But to be able to just be ourselves and be a bit of a larrikin and enjoy myself, but also just get to work when it's necessary. It's been a really good first year. I would have liked to play some more footy, but hopefully we can get out there soon.
Bit of a left field one for you. Your time at the Bombers, you were there when John Worsfold was getting ready to hand over to Ben Rutten. The news throughout the week that Alistair Clarkson will be handing over to Sam Mitchell down the line. Did you find that process worked for the group, or was it confusing at times?
No, I think for us we were pretty clear. Woosha was still the coach, so although he was helping with Ben and they were always chatting, we knew who was talking and who we were listening to. So Woosha was the coach at that time, and then when he handed over to Ben was the one talking. So there was no real confusion there, and I'm sure they're going to be the same. Clarko's obviously a super coach. He's been around for a long time and done some pretty amazing things. So I'm sure the knowledge he can pass on to Sam will ultimately help him in the future.
Orazio, thanks for your time this evening, and hopefully you get back on the park soon.
Beautiful. Thank you, guys. Cheers.
That's Port Adelaide's Orazio Fantasia, who had been enjoying a very good year until the knee injury. And unfortunately, as he just touched on there, a bit of a minor setback and likely 2 to 3 weeks away before he can return. But it's just in time for finals, and hopefully that's how the season shapes up for Port Adelaide from here.
The cavalry's coming, isn't it? I mean, you talk about timing. Hasn't been ideal preparation for them, but once again, they're 11-4. I mean, they haven't beaten necessarily the top 4 teams, but they've been in some of those games. We spoke about it on Grandstand, Aaron, during the year. They've been in and around some of those games. They got belted a couple of times earlier in the year, but I think their form in the back half of the second half of this year has been really good, and they've really only got one more top 4 team, moving into the finals. So that's going to be a great preparation for them in terms of getting some game time into some of those guys moving back in before the final series.
Yeah, but look, Xavier Dersman's not that far away. He's going to have a run around the SNFL. Robbie Gray still a number of weeks away. Tom Cleary comes back into the lineup tonight, and then in time you've got Robbie Gray, who's going to come back in towards the end of the season. So they've got some quality players just starting to find their, some form or some run back to normal, and then bring Orazio in on that group too. The pressure is there for spots.
Aaron Bryans, Rod Jamieson, Scott Camporelli with you. The 4th member of our team tonight who's down on the boundary in the Melbourne camp is Neil Cross, who can join us for the first time this evening. Crossy.
Thanks, Aaron. Good to be here. And I can tell you it's a little bit different for the Melbourne club tonight because they've actually been able to fly in to a hotel yesterday and they spent the night and managed to come in to play this evening. So looking forward to that. Alan Richardson's with me, the assistant coach of the D's. And Alan, a bit different this time for your trips interstate this season. They've been confusing to follow exactly when they're going and when they're not.
Yeah, no, you're right. They've been a challenge, but the challenge has been one that the players have known about. They, across the competition, all playing groups are quite flexible now. They're understanding for the better good that you just got to adapt. You're right. This has been sort of back to norm to some extent. Obviously, Adelaide and Victoria are going pretty well from a COVID perspective, so we're allowed a little bit more freedom and a bit more positive flexibility, so it's pretty normal for us.
Bit of a challenge obviously tonight, but it's been a challenge over the last 6 weeks or so. You've split it 3 wins, 3 losses. What's been the difference from early in the season that you've identified?
Yeah, no, you're right. We've been a little bit inconsistent. We're not far off, but it doesn't take much in this competition. It's a very even competition. And whilst the teams we've beaten have lost to haven't been high on the ladder, they're still capable of really, really good footy when you allow them to be. So our defence has still been strong. We haven't been scored against even in the losses. Our contest has still been pretty good. Our pressure, our hunt's been off a bit. Our ability to move the ball and be aggressive with the ball's been off a bit. So that's the focus, and that's what we've identified, that we've become a little bit conservative with the ball. We've probably almost focused on too much, defence a little bit too much, and we need to become a bit more aggressive with the ball.
Let's go up to the box where we've got Aaron Bryans, Scott Camporelli and Rod Jamieson.
Richo Camper here, good luck tonight. I'm interested in the change of, I'm not sure change of philosophy, but you've been able to get the balance better, I guess, in 2021 around the contest versus your uncontested possession, which had probably been the Achilles heel before coming into this season.
Yeah, it started last year, Campo, with a focus on making sure that we got the numbers right where the footy was or where the opposition with the ball was, and just make sure we had really good shape around those contests. If you have a look, knowing that you coach midfield, you have a look at a midfield stoppage, you always got really good balance. We weren't getting that on the more dynamic contests, where the opposition have to kick on from defence, or we do, so about halfway through last year there was a real focus on that, and that's it's been a work in progress, but it's been really positive this year. And as I just said, I think that we've probably lost a little bit of our hunt in that we've been almost too mindful of shape, and our pressure's gone from being really high to just fallen away a little bit too much. So we want to get back to being aggressive in that shape that you're referring to.
Alan, Rod Jamieson, you talk about hunt. James Jordan, who hasn't played a lot of football for you, but he's the number one tackler in the team. It's sort of an innate ability for a young lad to just get at the football and want to defend really hard.
Yeah, it's often the case, isn't it? Newcombe for the Hawks is doing something similar, although I noticed he's gone out of the team, but he's come in and you sort of what you got to do if you want to stay in the team, and he, it was pretty clear that we needed that from him, that he's a terrific kid. He's really consistent with his energy and his effort, but he's incredibly disciplined. So if the coach asked him to go and stand on top of the goalpost because it'll be good for the team, he'd go and do it. He's one of those ultra team players. He's been really versatile for us. He's played inside. He's had a couple of run with roles. He's he's going to play a bit more on the wing tonight because it works for us. We really like the way JJ's going, and you're right, he's very aggressive in terms of hunting the opposition.
Richo, Aaron Bryans here. The inclusion of Ben Brown tonight, why was he selected ahead of Sam Wiedemann in terms of the form coming in?
No, we're really happy with Brownie's form. Last week he didn't play a lot of game time because straight after the game against the Giants, when we've kicked we kept them to 65, lost the game, we kicked 50-odd points. Scoring has dried up a little bit. Now, part of that is the ball movement that I referred to earlier. We've become a little bit too conservative, almost kicking the ball, allowing us to defend as opposed to opportunities to score a bit more. So we need to get a bit more attacking, and that'll help our forwards. But we just think that Brownie's form in the lead-up has been pretty strong for us. Sorry, I didn't finish what I was going to say. Last week's game, we only played him 50% of game time at the VFL, knowing that we're going to play on Thursday. So all that was a management issue. It didn't give him the best opportunity to shine because of the way we played him. But his previous week, he kicked 5 and played well. His practice matches prior to that, because the VFL competition wasn't going in Melbourne, he was playing some pretty good footy. So we're confident that his form's strong enough.
Alan, thanks for your time and best of luck this evening against the Power.
Good on you guys.
That's Melbourne's GM of football, Alan Richardson, joining us on Grandstand AFL ahead of Bounce Down, which is about 15 minutes away on Grandstand AFL. Your company is welcome tonight on the text line 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross with you alongside Scott Camporelli and Rod Jamieson. And worth noting as well, there's a couple of milestones coming into the contest tonight. So 200 games for Stephen Motlop, the former Cats player, coming over to Port Adelaide. 3 milestones for Melbourne players, 150 for Max Gawn, 100 for Ed Langdon and 50 for Charlie Spargo. It's the 6th time in history 4 separate players have milestones coming into a contest. So a big game for both sides tonight. A lot on the line and a top 2 spot for the winner. And as you touched on earlier, Jamo, the race for a top 4 spot is getting tighter and tighter, and it seems like there's probably 5 teams in it: the Western Bulldogs, Melbourne, Brisbane, Port Adelaide and Geelong. A win tonight definitely does wonders for the team that gets over the line.
Well, look, Melbourne was so good, weren't they, to start the season, in which would they get 11 wins, was it, before they then lost. But you have a look what lies ahead for them after they played Port Adelaide tonight. They've got Hawthorn, Gold Coast, then Western Bulldogs, West Coast away, Adelaide at home, and then Geelong for the last game. So, you know, respectfully, they've probably got 3 really tough games in amongst all of that. And so if they're going to finish in the top 4, they will earn it and well deserve it. As Port Adelaide probably don't have as strong a finish to the season in terms of their opposition, but look, they're just out of it. You know, if they lose tonight, it'll make it a bit tougher for them. But look, the last 3 years have gone Port Adelaide's way. Prior to that, you have to go back to 2017 when Melbourne beat Port Adelaide last time. So it's been Port Adelaide's way recent time.
Yeah, and I think, to be fair, Melbourne are a different... I mean, yeah, history plays a part in it, but they're a different team this year. They're better drilled. They haven't had as many injuries. They've had continuity. They would have had... You know, they've obviously got greater belief in the game plan that Goody's tried to implement, and they've got players in form, most importantly. I mean, that list hasn't changed, or the team tonight. There's not a lot of changes from last year, to be fair, but they've got guys in better form, you know. Tom McDonald, like last year, he could hardly get a game last year, Tom McDonald. Now, you know, early in the year, they're talking about him as an All-Australian, you know, type forward. So, you know, it's a bit about mentality. 2, it's about confidence. 3, it's, you know, the game plan, and they've tweaked a few things, obviously, you know, defensively. And we heard Richo talk about their shape around the ball, which was a bit of Achilles heel for them. But, you know, that's probably the thing that's dropped away the last couple of weeks, is just their pressure from the first half of the year.
So in terms of Melbourne fans who are concerned about the fact that they might be capitulating once again, you don't have those concerns, Campo?
I don't think so. You know, it's a tough game to be up for 23 weeks and then prepare yourself for finals. There's always going to be a form dip, you know. And to be fair, they as I said, they've been the best team in the competition up till probably the bye period, and then they've just had a bit of a drop off. So the benefit they have got is they haven't got a lot of injuries. They've still got some players, you know, Wiedemann versus Brown. They've still got some selections there that, you know, there's still pressure for spots. They're not sort of rotating players through injury. So I think they're still in a really good position. They've obviously embraced what Goody's implemented this year. They obviously had a reset at the end of the year with their pre-season, and you hear, you know, vocally they realised they had to be better as a group and buy into some of the things that Goody wanted to buy in, and they're getting rewards for that.
Tom McDonald you spoke about, and the form he's in. You go to Stephen May, last year it was probably questionable around his approach and how we came in, and so you've got, you know, a key post up forward, a key post up back, plus the other form. I think Michael Hibbert's been great. Ed Langdon again, 100 games tonight, coming across from Fremantle outside, and we spoke to Alan Richardson too about, well, he referred to him as JJ in James Jordan and what he's brought in his 15 games, you know, to be able to be as strong at the football as he is. So you could go through line by line, and then Petrarca's just playing out of his skin. So they're impressive.
Rod Jamieson, Scott Camporelli, your experts here at the Adelaide Oval as Port Adelaide host Melbourne to kick-start round 17. The Power about to make their way out onto the Oval. Banners are back here as well at the venue and up to 100% capacity. I don't think we'll see a full house tonight, but hopefully upwards of 40,000 in would be great to see for this contest, with the top 2 spot on the line. No late changes for either side. So the medical subs for Port Adelaide, Martin Frederick; for Melbourne, Tom Sparrow. So Ben Brown returning for the Demons, Zach Butters, Tom Cleary back in for the Power. There's been some team news for the rest of the games throughout the round. So tomorrow night, Essendon up against Adelaide. Martin Gleeson in for the Bombers. Dyson Heppel out injured. For the Adelaide Crows, Elliot Himmelberg, Lockie Murphy in for Luke Brown and Taylor Walker. So Brown out with an Achilles, Walker with a chest issue, which came from that collision with Daniel Rich last week. The Saturday games for the Lions, Lockie Neal returns for them up against St Kilda, who welcome back Zach Jones. Jack Higgins is out for the Saints with an injury. Carlton bring back Zach Williams after suspension. for Geelong, a game at the MCG there. Asava Radaglia, Sean Higgins in for the Cats. Jeremy Cameron, Joel Selwood out for them. Hawthorn will welcome back Denver Granger Barris as well. Fremantle will bring back in Bailey Banfield. We'll get through some of the other teams very shortly, but here at the Adelaide Oval, it is the Power hosting Melbourne in about 10 minutes' time. Bounce down very close on Grandstand AFL. The text line, if you'd like to get in touch, 0437 774 774.
What do you think makes someone an Australian of the Year?
It's people who show courage, sacrifice and kindness.
Now's the time to reflect
on your community
and who you admire.
Now's the time to respect
by nominating and acknowledging them.
Now's the time to celebrate
their story, their contribution and their generosity.
I'm Hamish McDonald, and I'd love you to nominate an inspirational Australian who you think is worthy at australianoftheyear.org.au.
ABC Sport.
AFL. Grandstand AFL.
Right boot from the top angle. Oh, yes.
What a high quality game this is. Tremendous.
It's so good to watch.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
It's a new day, beginning.
Gibbons runs onto it, gathers Hardy, it's the boundary time.
Oh, no! That is a great goal.
Paddles it to his own advantage, bangs it up into the top deck.
Kick it inside forward 50. Massive void!
What a mark! That's his trademark.
Snap from the pocket, splits the middle.
This game is going up a gear.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season.
He started it, he finishes it.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
A warm welcome to our listeners in WA and the Northern Territory to Thursday night football on Grandstand AFL. A top 2 spot on the line as Port Adelaide host Melbourne. No late changes, so Zach Butters and Tom Cleary back for the Power. Meanwhile, Ben Brown will play his 5th game for the Demons. The medical subs, Martin Frederick for Port Adelaide, Tom Sparrow for Melbourne. Aaron Bryans with you alongside Neil Cross. The text line, if you'd like to get in touch, 0437 774 774. We're about 8 minutes away from bounce down here at the Adelaide Oval. So to give us the preview of it all, your experts for this evening, Carlton Premiership player Scott Camporelli and Adelaide Premiership player Rod Jamieson.
Yeah, well, both teams, Jamo, are really strong in that contested possession phase. So if we break it down to the 3 phases, they're both really strong in that part of the ground. The thing that traditionally Melbourne have been really good with Max Gawn as a dominant ruckman is their centre bounce work. They ranked 16th from centre bounce clearance, which surprised me when I went back and had a look at the stats because they are a dominant duo. Now, it's not all about the number, it's actually the score, but what they do is they score very well from that source, Jamo. So if we talk about field position, we understand that particularly from a centre bounce point of view, the game today with the 6-6-6 rule makes a massive difference in terms of field position. So that's where teams can play the game in their front half. They can lock it in and they set up the ground behind the ball really well. So that's going to be a pivotal battle tonight.
The first 1 to 9 rounds are number 5, so they've dropped away a little bit in that area too, and which again is a little surprising with the quality of midfield that they have in there, and they're on top of their game in Petrarca and Oliver, and Viney's playing a bit more football too. So we know how good Ollie Wines has been, Travis Boak, and I know we spoke earlier about history. You go back to last year's game, Boak, Eamon, Wines, they were the 3 key players in the midfield for Port Adelaide that won them the game, and they were able to win by their biggest margin of 51 points. Now, tonight, that's why I think we're looking forward to the game as to where these teams are right at this free minute. You're right, I don't think they're in the same position as what they were last year, and I think what I love about, I like Melbourne's defence. I'm intrigued as to how, they'll take care in terms of their height with Charlie Dixon. Lever, what will he do? Georgiades is pretty dangerous, whether he's going to allow him that space and to get off him and be that man to be that third man up. He's the intercept player for them and by a streak in this Melbourne team, as Alir is for Port Adelaide.
So the past 3 weeks for Melbourne, they've gone under 70 points. So they used to be one of the best scoring teams in the league. At the moment, they're 15th per score inside 50. The addition of Ben Brown, how drastically does that change their lineup?
Well, Ben Brown's the end result, really, of what happens goes inside forward 50. For me, looking at Melbourne a few times this year, I thought earlier in the year they moved the ball quicker offline and they were actually a bit more aggressive with how they move the ball. The last month, it's been a bit more that time in possession. Let's just own the ball, a bit more uncontested marks, let's own it. So what happens with that? It's 2 things. Yeah, you can keep the score and keep the ball off the opposition. That reduces. But what happens is teams slide back, so it's harder to score, hence why their scoring's dropped away. So if they've got to use Brown to their advantage tonight, they've got to move the ball a fair bit quicker to get it in there to give him an opportunity. But, you know, tonight, the Port's defence marries up pretty well in terms of Cleary and Jonas and Aaliyah, so they're not going to be too worried, Port, in terms of that. But obviously they've still had some firepower with Fritsch and McDonald up forward, and then you got Cozzy Pickett, who's just buzzing around in that forward line. So they've got enough firepower there. I just, you know, the Ben Brown inclusion probably just gives them a tall timber to kick to if they're in trouble, and they can get it in there knowing that they've got Cozzy Pickett at ground level.
And they've got Ed Langdon too, with that speed off the half-back line too. You just know that they've got that carry. Jaden Hunt also just carries the football. They've got speed, and they use it really well. So they can turn it from one end to the other pretty quickly, as can Port Adelaide. So I think that's why we're just trying to work our way through as to trying to find a chink in the armour of both sides. And it's going to be really difficult to find one tonight because, you know, as to currently where they sit second and fourth respectfully, and there's only a game or two that sets them apart, it's going to be a hot game, and you don't have to be off your game by that much.
You mentioned Ed Langdon there, Jamo, so he's playing his 100th game tonight. 4 players are hitting milestones in this contest. So Stephen Motlop reaches game 200. Max Gawn, the Melbourne skipper, 150. Langdon, as I touched on, raising the bat at 100. Charlie Spargo gets his 50 as well. So a couple of big milestones in this contest, and obviously a lot on the line with a top 2 spot for the winner. In terms of the power, we've touched on it a few times this year, Jamo and Campo, about the importance of Zach Butters, which is odd to say for a 20-year-old player in a team that's contending, but just how important is his inclusion tonight?
Well, it just adds depth to that midfield group. When he was out, and Dersma, they just looked a bit skinny in that second rotation of their midfield group. We spoke about it too, Aaron, you know, in Grandstand on the Saturday morning, that you look at the top 4 teams, they've got depth. There's the first wave rotation that we've all got their A-graders, but the better teams, Brisbane, Geelong, even Melbourne, they've actually got an extra group that come through underneath. Port, I just felt like they're a bit skinny because they had to then use Amon through the midfield because they lost Butters. So then they lost his run on the outside, and it's very difficult sometimes for players to go from outside to inside. They lose a bit of the flow of the game because they're in and around the contest. It's harder for them to read the ball on the outside. Then they lost Dersma as well, so he was another outside player, and they obviously used Farrell, and unfortunately he's gone down with an ACL, so they miss him as well. So they lost a little bit of their depth through there, and he's obviously a class finisher forward, Butters, but also gave him that balance of inside-outside. So to be fair, and we've said this during the year, to put it on to, you know, second or third year players is going to be a big ask for them, and I wouldn't be expecting a whole lot tonight from Butters, to be fair, other than to get through the game, get a bit of confidence, get his hand on the ball and get back into the flow of AFL footy, because he's missed a lot of footy, and generally it takes a couple of weeks for these guys with long-term injuries to get back into some form and get back into the continuity of the game, and he'll pick it up quick because he's a quality young player. But you see Paddy Dangerfield, similar, you know, he's a more experienced player but had a similar injury, and he's taken 2 or 3 weeks just to get himself up and going again.
I think Kyle Amon's the player too, when you've got such quality midfield. And when you do look at teams, you go, all right, Boak and Wines, you've got to stop. So he's that other player that can get a lot of football and uses it really well. And we've spoken a little bit about Melbourne. We haven't spoken about Angus Brayshaw either too, who's another sort of, and you don't want to rate him, but he's probably that third or fourth sort of quality mid outside player that gets a hold of, tacks well and uses the football pretty well.
I think they're the best wingman combination in the competition. Yeah. If you look through all the teams, and you know how important the wingers are these days, and it's not an easy position to play because you can get caught offside and those sort of things, but Brayshaw and Langdon, they're, for me, the best combination wings in the competition.
Rod Jamieson, Scott Camporelli, your experts this evening. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross with you. The text line, if you'd like to get in touch, 0437 774 774. Jill and Graham have done just that, and they messaged us last week in our game here at the Adelaide Oval to let us know they were down on the lower Ord River in Kununurra in WA. They're still there, so they've texted back in to let us know they're looking forward to listening to the game, and it should be a great contest. The fifth member of our commentary team tonight is Josh Money down on the boundary ahead of Bounce Down. Josh.
Thanks, Aaron. Really looking forward to this one. In game 150, Melbourne captain Max Gawn has won the toss for the visitors. They will kick towards the northern end of the ground in this first quarter. Pretty chilly and fresh night, but otherwise pretty good conditions for football. Not much of a breeze to speak of. And touch wood, the skies seem clear as well. Now, Port has probably named its tallest backline in recent memory, so probably no surprise to see the returning Tom Cleary start on the bench. He's alongside Miles Bergman, Sam Powell-Pepper, Sam Mays, not for the first time this year. Marty Frederick is the medical sub for the Power. The medical sub for Melbourne, Tom Sparrow. Starting on the bench for the D's, Charlie Spargo, Trent Rivers, Luke Jackson, James Harmson, a surprise guest as well. The coach, Simon Goodwin, is down here coaching from the bench in the first quarter.
So it's the fourth place, Port Adelaide hosting the second place, Melbourne. A top 2 spot on the line to kickstart round 17. Here at the Adelaide Oval, Neil Cross can kick us off.
Around about 35,000 in the house tonight. They're all pretty much Port Adelaide fans, and they're looking for their 4th win in a row against a Melbourne side that's struggled over the past 6 rounds. 3 wins, 3 losses. Out of the middle, it comes to Boat. Gets a hand pass out to Lysett. Lean it. He was taken away. Well, Viney looked like he got one high. Got a hand pass out. Loose ball again, finally came to Gawn. His kick was smothered. It was taken by Boak, who was taken by Brayshaw. Interesting disposal. Umpire thought it illegal. No, he's going to play it in the back instead. And it'll be Port Adelaide with the first clean possession out of the middle.
Petrarca in some trouble in the middle of the ground.
Boak heads up to the eastern side. Hits up Amon, who delivers it into the 50. Rising up, Georgiades couldn't clunk it. The fall of the ball, Dixon flicks a hand pass out. Wines coming through, can roll it towards goal. Minor score to the right-hand side. Port Adelaide kicking things off in the opening minute with that minor score.
William Drew's gone straight to Clayton Oliver.
So Salem brings it in to this broadcast side and kicks it out on the full. 60 from goal. Free kick will be taken by McKenzie, who's probably 60 out, only just out of his range. Inside forward, 50 he goes with his kick. And it's off hands. Was that high? No. It'll be Hibbert who clears the area for Melbourne. High just outside 50, ball to ground. Chasing onto it was McDonald. Paddled in front and then picked it up for Melbourne. Wide with the hand pass. He's found Langdon. And one of the milestone men goes forward to Hunt. He's quick. He's at half forward. He goes to Pickett just outside attacking 50.
So Pickett, 55 from goal. Thought about chipping it to the scoreboard pocket. Decides against it. Finally ends up going there. Leading up Petrarca. Takes it on the tight angle. 40 from goal on the right.
It's just good movement, wasn't two? And the run, we spoke about that. Outside, Langdon involved. Hunt involved. Keziah Pickett, who's just lively up forward, just time, composed. Petrarca, who not quite sure if it was a knock in the middle of the ground, but has recovered and worked his well forward, and Darcy Byrne-Jones couldn't go with him.
An All-Australian year so far for Christian Petrarca. 16 goals, 11. Starts outside the paint of 50, looking for Melbourne's first. Centres his kick from 45. It won't go across the goal line. Knocked to ground at the top of the goal square. Ben Brown soccers out of the air straight up towards the goal line and knocked through for a minor score. So 1 point apiece at the moment. 2.5 gone in the opening quarter on Grandstand AFL. Your experts Scott Camporelli and Rod Jamieson.
Nothing to offer this early in the quarter. So it'll be Leanett coming out from full back for Port Adelaide. He's a long kick, takes a few metres and then sends it towards the wing. It's off hands and inside the centre square. Drew paddling it forward, gets support from Marshall, who soccers it down to half forward. Picked up there by Hunt, who dropped it, then he picked it up again and kicked it back into the centre. Lysett touched it with his hand and then made a tackle on McDonald. So McDonald from Melbourne will surrender it to the umpire. It's inside the centre square towards this broadcast side.
Quick ball up. Lysett wins the tap down. He's looking out wide for Amon. He just paddles it towards Boat. Cut off by Petrarca, though. Kicks into the 50 for Melbourne. Aaliyah reads it best. Up against Ben Brown. Takes the intercept mark in defensive 50.
Shorty goes to Burton. Burton just on defensive 50. Right half back. He went short, very short. The umpire said that was the distance to Amon. So Amon still hasn't got it off half back yet. A left footer on this broadcast side. Down the line he goes. May gets to the front. Dixon knocks it away from him near the interchange gates. We'll get a throw in. We've travelled through nearly 4 minutes in the opening quarter. 1 point apiece.
Did you ever dye your hair, Campo, like Christian Salem?
No. There's still time for it. Scott Lycett down for the power. Didn't go far for him, though. James Jordan cuts it off. A hand pass to Clayton Oliver. The Demons now on the western wing through Viney. Heads up to left half forward. Not a great kick. Burton comes across in front of Brown and takes the intercept mark once again. So the power at right half back and been able to handle a few entries early in their back line. Down the wing they go. Dixon leading out unopposed. Takes the mark in front. Looking for options in the 50. Decides to flat kick or shank it. I don't think it was on purpose. Drew cut it off. It was wrapped up by Oliver illegally. Free kick to Willem Drew on the paint of 50. 45-degree angle to the right.
Charlie Dixon's got his left knee heavily strapped. Not sure if that had anything to do with how he kicked the football then. It certainly wasn't where it was intended to go.
So Willem Drew is currently ranked 3rd in the league for tackles, playing every game this season for the Power. Decides to pop it up towards the top of the goal square. Dixon in front position was disposed of by May. Brought to ground. Clearing kick comes for the Demons as far as Burton, though. Caught in a big tackle from Pickett. Drops the ball. Petrarca trying to gather it now under pressure from Drew. Flicks it out. Hunt's there. Gets a hand pass that's turned straight over. Free kick for holding the ball. Wasn't disposed of illegally in that hand pass. So, as a result, free kick to the Power inside their attacking 50. And Stephen Motlop, the 200 gamer, has a shot on goal, slight angle to the right.
Well, good pressure by Port early to keep the game in their front half. So they only got through on the other one on the basis that 3 Port players went up. But this will be a pull kick again, I would imagine.
Motlop on the paint, sends it long towards goal. It's starting left, not coming back. Another minor score. So the Power up by a point. They're 2 behinds to 1. Approaching the 6-minute mark of the opening quarter on Grandstand AFL.
It'll be May to bring the ball back in for the Demons. We cross over 6 minutes in the opening quarter. May plays on. Sends it long on this side of the ground. At the front of the pack was Neil Bullen. Hand passed it off to Jordan. Jordan went down to half forward. It's gone over Brown and Cleary, who contested there. And straight away there's a collision involving Brown, and coming to support was Jonas, and Brown went to ground, slow to get up. Ball goes over the boundary line. Crowd excited by that collision.
Kept himself open.
Got him right in the rib cage, yeah. Like just winded him.
Not a great start for Ben Brown's return to the side. Bit proppy as he gets to his feet. Tossed back in inside Melbourne's 50. Lycett paddles it down to Pal Pepper, who hands it off to Burns-Jones. Couldn't dispose of it cleanly. Coming through Viney, drops the ball in a tackle. Bergman can gather. Oliver brings him to ground on the paint of 50. Umpire waits and calls holding the ball. Not sure how much prior opportunity Bergman had there, but Clayton Oliver now has it on the paint of 50. 45-degree angle to the left, and Clayton Oliver certainly can kick a goal from here.
Some tackling machines in both sides, and they've hit it hard already. Kasai Pickett, a couple of tough tackles for a little bloke, but Oliver one side, Petrarca we know, Pal Pepper on the other side.
No stranger to hitting the scoreboard this season. Clayton Oliver comes in, runs around the man on the mark, sends it long and almost too much power in the end. Out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Port Adelaide in the right back pocket. They're up by a point.
Jared Leonard surveying his... he's actually decided to play on now eventually. I was looking and there was no man on the mark, and he just held it and looked around and decided to go down the line. Now it's off hands to Oliver, and then he got rid of it. The ball on the ground, picked up by Pal Pepper. He ripped it out of there. Oliver came in as well, got it to Jordan. Did the umpire call it a throw? Yes, he did. So it will be a free kick to Pal Pepper, right half back for the Power. No semblance of structure and movement at the moment from either side as we plough through the opening quarter. 8 minutes in, and it's Port by a point.
Pal Pepper down the western wing. Dixon takes a contested mark up against May. Doesn't waste any time. Spins around and heads to the right forward pocket. Marshall's leading out. Cutting it off, though, is Hibbard. Great intercept mark for the Demons in defensive 50. The text line already firing up. Demon supporters not happy. 6 hometown decisions in the first 4 minutes. Not even 50-50 at the moment.
Pickett off the pack. Goes down to half forward with his kick. McDonald makes the contest. Darcy Burns-Jones takes it, then gives it to Cleary and then to Leonard. Leonard hooks the ball back down towards centre wing. It's on the ground again. Dixon made the contest, then got it to Wines, who sent it wide to Pal Pepper. Puts on the bursts. gets around the ruckman and Gawn sends it inside 50. Ball comes to ground just when they thought they had it, Port Adelaide, and that will be high as a tackle made, yes. Tackle made on Jordan. Pal Pepper just hand went up high into the back of the head. Jordan now with a kick out of defensive 50.
The Power by a point, 2 behinds to 1. Out to Langdon in his 100th game. Down the line, Jonas just coming through, crunches the pack and knocks it out of play. Centre wing on the eastern side, rather. So approaching the 10-minute mark, we're yet to have a goal in this contest.
It'd be fair to say, Campo, both they haven't really been too composed going forward, isn't it? It's just sort of get it in deep.
Well, it's been straight line. No one's been able to, because both teams have clogged up the corridor, so it's been really straight line. But Connor Rosie had an easy mark there and dropped it.
Toss back in, Gawn down to Petrarca, hands it to Brayshaw, forward to Harms, who fumbles the ball and ends up soccering it over the boundary line. Power fans want a free kick, they won't get it. So a boundary throw in at right half forward for the Demons, down by a point. We're in the early stages of the opening quarter here at the Adelaide Oval, the start of round 17, Port Adelaide hosting Melbourne.
Power fans ever optimistic of forcing the umpire to signal a out of bounds without sufficient intent. As the ball comes back into play, Viney was caught. It'll be a free kick play on advantage. Butters picks it up, goes down the line with his kick, sail him over the back of the pack. Took it with one hand and then grasped it to the chest with his both hands. So now he's on the logo on centre wing, eastern side of the centre square. Called to play on. Decides just to put it long. Inside 50. Unopposed was Jackson. He came late. Just went around everybody and got the mark. So he'll go back and look 45-degree angle, only about 35 metres out.
Watched him pretty closely then, actually, too. He just gave himself. Trent McKenzie was the one that dropped off and found himself too far behind to even get in the contest.
Well, just no body work. We're watching behind the goals. Trent McKenzie's just like 3 metres off him. He's 200 centimetres and he's an undersized defender and just allowed him to run and jump at the ball.
Number 3 pick from 2 years ago. He's kicked 8-5 this season and he stabs at the ball and keeps it inside the right post. So the first goal of the night, it's been a long time coming. 11 minutes into the opening term, Melbourne take the lead, 1-1-7. Port Adelaide 2 behinds.
Well, it was a poor kick by Butters. He's come straight back in. First thing, turns the ball over with his first possession. So we talk about being a little rusty when he came back into the competition after a long-term injury. But once again, Gemma, we've seen this, a lot of times this year with Port Adelaide's defenders, as good as they are, and they've had a great year. You can't let a 200-centimetre, when you're an undersized defender, run and jump at the ball uncontested. Brett Montgomery would be pulling what left of his hair out in that coach's box.
Luke Jackson's gone into the ruck. Alir has gone with him. Just noticed that Max Gawn, the opposition, Port Adelaide, have been into Max when they're sort of deep in the defence.
Well, there's history there. Remember in that final a few years ago, they went after him and they physically got into him. Scotty Lysett when he was at West Coast.
Melbourne by 5. Alir wins the tap down to Bo. Cam pass to Drew. Kicks around the body under pressure into open space on the eastern side. The Demons have numbers. Langdon gathers it off the bounce. Hand pass over the top to Jackson. Out wide to Petrarca. He's heavily contested at the moment. Gets away from a couple. Kicks down the line. Drew reads it best, though. Beats Harms in the marking contest. Port Adelaide now at left half back, trailing by 5.
Well, Drew at half back had 3 of his players running into the centre square, but none of them was able to find space. And so he goes down the line, and May takes the intercept mark ahead of Dixon. And he goes inboard straight away, finds Oliver, but he's still outside that corridor marked by the square. He goes backwards slightly to Petty. He's at half back. He goes inside the centre square to Oliver again.
Melbourne are keen to do this. Port aren't.
Oliver chips it out towards the logo, western side. Christian Salem has it, rather. Runs around the man on the mark and pops it up to left half forward. A pack awaits there. McDonald just nudged out of it. Jonas at the back takes the mark for the Power and kicks it out wide to right half back to Burton. Hand pass over the top. All alone is Cleary coming through. Down the line, he'll go tight on the boundary line, keeps it in play. Hits up Marshall on the chest. A bit going on afterwards as well with Petty. He wouldn't let him up. Todd Marshall now just forward of the benches for the Power. Calling for someone to come to him. Eventually he does get a lead. And it's the backman, Jared Leonard, who takes it short of right half forward. Just sends it long into the 50. Dixon again disposed of by May early. And May will take the intercept mark. He's beaten him in a couple of contests so far. The Demons up by 5, 14 minutes gone.
He starts on his shoulder or just behind him and then works his way to the front of him each time. Dixon's taken one mark on the occasion, but certainly May's been the better in the last 2 or 3.
Melbourne able to go back inside 50 and get it out to the other side of the ground to Jordan. Now they go down the line. McDonald takes it on his chest. Logo on centre wing. Down to half forward. Brown with his first clean touch. He's still inside the centre square. Turns around, goes long and deep. One-on-one was Gawn. He brought it to ground. Neil Bullen was there at the feet of the players, and it goes towards the boundary line. Eventually, Burton picks it up and just carries it over as he's gently pushed by Neil Bullen. So it's out of bounds in that scoreboard pocket. 5-point lead for Melbourne in a very interesting opening quarter where both sides just feeling their way.
Great to have your company on Grandstand AFL. Toss back in. Gawn beats Alira in the ruck contest but couldn't tap it to anyone in particular. Oliver coming through, hands past it. A handballed it rather. Coming through, Pal Pepper cuts it off and there's a free kick in the contest that will go his way. Angus Brayshaw collected him. Free kick to the Power in defensive 50. Josh Money on the boundary.
Yeah, well, Angus Brayshaw, who you just mentioned, is back on the ground giving away free kicks, but he's sporting one of the biggest right eyebrows I've ever seen. He's taken a knock to the head, and that it's almost Quasimodo-esque. It's closed up over his right eye. So one to watch. He's taken a pretty big head knock, but it doesn't seem too bad.
So Port Adelaide coming out of defence with a couple of chips and a couple of marks, and then sprayed by Boat, intercepted by Salem on centre wing. And he goes inside forward 50 for the Demons, and Gawn leads up and takes it ahead of McKenzie, who frankly was outsized then, trying to come from behind and reach over to punch the ball.
I don't want to keep saying it, Neil. I'm just going to let it go. But if you're a Port supporter and you're watching this either at home it's just unacceptable. You're playing on a 200. Now he's playing on a ruckman. He's got to put some work into him early. And there was a slow. I can understand if it was in general play and he missed him, but that's a slow play.
Max Gawn in game number 150, a 4-time All-Australian, comes in and he kicked it from outside 50 across the goal face. No mark taken there. Hand pass hard to come by. Lena looked like he was high on Viney, fighting hard in the pocket. Ball still held in, and the umpire eventually will come in and say, I'll throw it up. It's in the left forward pocket for the Demons. They're attacking that northern goal, and they lead by 5 points on Grandstand AFL.
Aliyah into the ruck against McDonald this time. Aliyah wins it down but tapped it straight to Petrarca. Kicks centrally to Gawn. Mark wasn't paid. Shrugs a couple of tackles and dribbles it towards goal. It hits the right-hand goalpost through for a minor score. Melbourne 1-8 now, leading Port Adelaide 2 behind. 17 minutes gone in the opening quarter on Grandstand AFL. Fair bit of debate going on the text line about the free kick count. It is currently in Port Adelaide's favour, 4-2. But Mohammed says a lopsided free kick count does not mean the umpires are favouring one team or another. It just means one team has given away more free kicks.
Superb analysis.
Good valuation, that one.
Ball back into play. Now it's at half forward again for the Demons, but slippery little hand pass there from Boat. Got it back to Burton, down towards centre wing. Demons had the numbers. Georgiades, great spin away. Then he centres up. He's looking for Pal Pepper. He's going to be tracked down by Lever. He had support, did Lever. And eventually they hold it up. No, they don't. Ball's out. Now the troops arrive for Port Adelaide. It's in the contest. Amon taking it towards the boundary, tapped it away, and he was grabbed without the ball by Spargo. So Amon will take the free kick right on the 50, 45-degree angle. So he's got a lot of work to do off his left foot.
That passage of play into Port Adelaide's 50, Jake Lever just sat back all on his own about 30 metres, even though Pal Pepper was running into open space. It allowed the defender to get there.
Amon dodged around the man on the mark and then just popped it 20 from goal. Ball punched off the pack towards Jackson and Aliyah. Aliyah went in hard, is picked up by Oliver. Got the hand pass out wide towards the boundary. Jackson was there and it goes over the line. We'll get a throw in. It's still inside the attacking 50 of Port Adelaide.
It's Port Adelaide setup, Campo. Just getting sucked into the footy. Melbourne is setting up around it.
Oh, that's what happens if you get forward 50 dominance. They're structured up really well. Port's forwards are coming up to number off on some of Melbourne's midfielders because the Ports are in the stoppage. It's hard to get it out of your back 50.
It's the Demons by 6 inside Port Adelaide's attacking 50. Dixon tapped it down, went to Boat, got it back from Mays, trickled his kick through to Amon. Tight angle in the right forward pocket, sells some candy, spins around on his left and curls it through from 30. Great finish. Carl Amon gets his first and the first major for the Power. It took 19 minutes to get there. Scores a level once again. 1-2-8 apiece on Grandstand AFL.
Oh, what a brilliant piece of play, individual play. It was really it was great vision by Travis Boak. He knew that probably he didn't need to jack it forward, but he just saw a glimpse of Amon just ahead of the ball and just dribbled it through like a rugby kick, as if they're going to run onto it. But he went on his right, and typically left-footers, no right foot, and then rolled around on his left and snapped it over his shoulder. What a great finish.
And Christian Salem was there, so was Steve May, and Christian Salem being a left-footer too, you'd think you'd have some sort of indication he was always going to swing back, but geez, he's been classy the last couple of years. He's really been impressive.
Scott Camporelli there with a sledge, even though it was brilliant play for the fact that Amon doesn't have a right foot. I love that.
It's only to keep him upright.
I don't think most left footers do.
No, that's a lie. But anyway, ball back in the middle.
Are you a lefty?
I am. Anyway.
Oh, that hurt a personal note, didn't it?
Port Adelaide tracking the ball forward. Meanwhile, back to the match.
Yeah, there was more to it.
Demons clear defensively. On centre wing, it falls nicely for Houston.
wow.
He was given the ball and then gave it away in the hand pass. He was looking for his ruckman, but he missed Lysett. Now the Demons, couple of hand passes. Petrarca had it, lost it, threw it. Umpire said free kick, and it'll come back to Butters. Butters goes centrally straight away, and he finds Georgiades.
Looks further wide to the eastern side. Waiting there, Bergman right on the logo, true centre wing. Barrels it long into the 50 to the left forward pocket. Dixon against May. Neither could get a hand to the ball. The fall of the pack. Hunt comes through to mop it up for the Demons. Clears it out of the 50. 2-on-1 against Fritsch. Jonas comes through to knock it to ground. And it'll roll over the boundary line. There's a free kick coming back for a push in that contest. Neil Bullen to receive it for Melbourne. He was pushed in the back. So the Demons now at right half back. Scores level 1-2 apiece. Time on in the opening term.
Aaron last week, Richmond. Crossy this week, left foot. We're cracking it.
Bit sensitive in the front row.
Oh.
Burton with the intercept mark at half back immediately goes back to the top of the 50 looking for Amon, who spreads it wide to this side of the ground. Powell Pepper goes down the line straight away. Butters had to take it. Salem came late, said the umpire. It'll be 50. And then Powell Pepper has had it reversed with a lack of discipline. He just ran over Salem. Now a quick switch and a turnover. Petrarca has it at half forward for the Demons.
Powell Pepper standing the mark now and looks very disappointed with himself.
He knows it too, yeah. There wasn't much in it either way.
Petrarca just holds things up and finally is called to play on. Centres his kick into the 50. Trying to lead out is McDonald, who was held by two different players. Knocks it to ground. Bergman can gather for the Power. Hand pass to Drew, who runs it out of the 50. Inbound to Mays. Can kick up to right half forward. The delivery didn't favour the Power, and May can cut it off on the bounce. Kicks around the body. Hits up Petrarca. Back where we started, centre wing on the western side.
Well, but Melbourne's back six have been terrific. And they've outworked Port Adelaide's forward line, no doubt about that. So that's the reason why Port aren't having any progression inside 50, because Lever and May and their half-backs in Salem and even Hunt are getting back. They're outnumbering Port forwards. And you see here, even on this shifted play now, Melbourne's work rate to get to the outnumber versus Port, they're always behind.
So Petrarca's booming kick inside 50, marked by McKenzie. Port Adelaide are chipping it around at the back. They've come wide from Houston onto this side of the ground again. They've already been out the other. He found Burton, and Burton went short to Butters, who can go back again, and he does. Goes back to McKenzie. McKenzie goes to centre half back, and he finds Jonas. He wants to go, and now he goes to the eastern wing, or just backward of there is Leonard. He takes it. Leonard down the line he goes. Bergman with the mark. They're still on centre wing.
Kicks it up towards left half forward. Georgiades far from home, leading up, took the mark. He's collided heavy with Petty rather, but he's composed himself and popped back up. Long kick into the 50 by Georgiades. Dixon led a little bit too early, may have been nudged out of it. The fall of the ball, Mutlop just threw it towards Wines, who got boot to ball from 35. Ollie Wines converts, and the umpire says it's all clear. So Port Adelaide hit the front. the first time since the 6-minute mark of this opening quarter. 2-2-14 plays Melbourne's 1-2-8. 24 minutes gone on Grandstand AFL.
Well, it hasn't been through fluency for Port in terms of their goals. It's actually been 2 half chances. So we saw Amon, a brilliant piece of individual work there, but Ollie Wines once again. But I'll say it again, Jamo, even when they shifted ball, Port Adelaide tried to shift the ball. Melbourne's defensive back six and their wingers are rolling back behind the play and really outnumbering. And Port's midfielders and some of the forwards are just getting stuck between the arcs. They've got to even the game up to make it an even number contest. Jake Lever and Stephen May are just going to drop off and have a field day.
I just thought Melbourne, they were almost just playing with them, weren't they? They were just allowing the kicks were high from Port Adelaide. Another centre clearance to Melbourne.
Oliver. Beautiful tap by Gawn, sends it inside forward 50, off hands Wines, astray with a hand pass, Spargo picked it up, dribbled it towards goal for Melbourne. Fritsch with a slick hand pass, found McDonald, tried to give it outside to Pickett. It was clumsy, Spargo slid in, took it, was taken high, umpire saw that. It's in the left forward pocket, only some 20 metres out, a little bit of afters going on. Keziah Pickett does like to pick a fight. Now they've settled down.
Well, I don't mind it, actually, if he's having a crack. You want your small forwards to be strong defensively.
So Spargo lining up in the left forward pocket to slant it across his body, takes a couple of metres and then puts it through. It wasn't the most convincing of snaps, but it was effective. So the Demons hit back straight from the middle of the ground. Max Gawn, brilliant tap. Oliver took it forward and Spargo finished it off for the goal. It's 2-2-14 apiece after 25 minutes of the opening quarter. Grandstand AFL, your experts Rod Jamieson and Scott Camporelli.
Well, I mean, the scoreboard's level and everything else, Gemmo, on the stat sheet's pretty even. So inside 50s, 9-10, clearances 5 apiece, tackles around about the same, contested possession. Melbourne have just got their noses in front and they're both kicking around 70%. So the game is where it should be, I guess, from 2 top 4 teams. Both teams, has been a real arm wrestle in terms of fluency of forward 50 entries, but both teams have been able to kick just some half opportunity goals.
Charlie Spargo in his 50th game, 1 goal, but that's 9 now, 9-12, Aaron. So gets his shots on goal a little wayward.
In the middle, Lysa got the tap down, but Petrarca read it best. Kicks again into the 50 for Melbourne. Cleary's underneath it, knocks it to ground against McDonald. Burn-Jones coming through, is wrapped up in a tackle. Turned it over to Jackson, who hands it off to McDonald. Runs into the open goal. Melbourne hit the front. Tom McDonald with his first. And the D's now 3-2-20. Play Port Adelaide 2-2-14. 26 minutes gone in the opening quarter on Grandstand AFL. Your experts Scott Camporelli and Rod Jamieson.
Well, really crisp out of the centre bounce, weren't they there? I mean, that connection with Petrarca and Gawn was outstanding, but Darcy Burn-Jones did the right thing. He outnumbered back and got there, but just coughed it up, just handballed it essentially forward and straight into Jackson's arms.
Well, difference a couple of minutes makes. Mind you wouldn't tell from the crowd. How quiet is the crowd when the opposition scores at the Power? So back in the middle we are now. Matt's gone to go against Lycett. Umpire taking his time, settling himself for the bounce. Now it goes out. Favour's gone. He knocks it back to Oliver. Clean possession for Oliver. Left foot. Scrambles it down to half forward. It's bouncing towards the 50. Burn-Jones slipped as he picked it up. And the umpire said that was high on McDonald. And you can't blame McDonald in that situation. It was just an accident. Burn-Jones plays on. Not sure if he meant to go where he ended up. He was just blocked for a second. Went across the ground. Bergman with the mark.
Pops it short down the line to Butters. It's cut off though. Lever far from home brings it to ground. Now tries to soccer it off the deck, but it's coming back. Free kick for a hold. Hunter's brought down Jonas in the contest on that eastern side. So the Power with the free kick just forward of left half forward. And an update for our texters in the debate. Port Adelaide leading the free kick count 8-5 at the moment.
Just adding fuel to the fire.
Well, Patrick's chimed in from Dandenong saying, I'm surprised Demons fans are getting reception at Mount Buller. A bit harsh from Patrick. Down the line go the Power to a contest. Gawn tried to grab it, couldn't do so. Petty's brought down in a tackle, dropped the ball. Tied on the boundary line, Butters got away with it. A hand pass back to Bergman. And that'll do us for the opening quarter here at the Adelaide Oval. It is Melbourne who strike first in this top 4 clash. They're up by 6 points, 3-2-20 to 2-2-14. The goal scorers for both sides, all individual goal scorers. For the Demons, McDonald, Spargo and Jackson. For the Power, Amon and Wines. And I guess good news for Power fans, Zach Butters with 4 touches in his first game back since round 4. Ben Brown's been lively as well early in his 5th game in Demons colours. Melbourne up by 6 points at the quarter break on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL.
Conversations.
You go into a psychiatric hospital.
Spend an hour in the life of someone else.
Because you can no longer function.
Someone who's seen and done remarkable things.
Who are all these crazy people? And it takes a while to realise you're one of them. Just because people are not completely sane doesn't mean they can't help you.
Hear the latest conversations weekday mornings from 11 on ABC Radio and follow on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Butters picks it up, goes down the line with his kick, sail him over the back of the pack, took it with one hand and then grasped it to the chest. Decides just to put it long, inside 50, unopposed was Jackson. He came late, just went around everybody and got the mark. So he'll go back and look, 45-degree angle, only about 35 metres out. Number 3 picked from 2 years ago. He's kicked 8-5 this season and he stabs at the ball and keeps it inside the right post. So the first goal of the night has been a long time coming. 11 minutes into the opening term.
Dixon tapped it down, went to Boat, got it back from Mays, trickled his kick through to Amon. Tight angle in the right forward pocket, sells some candy, spins around on his left and curls it through from 30. Great finish. Carl Amon gets his first and the first major for the Power. Long kick into the 50 by Georgiades. Dixon led a little bit too early, may have been nudged out of it. The fall of the ball, Motlop just threw it towards Wines and got boot to ball from 35. Ollie Wines converts and the umpire says it's all clear. So Port Adelaide hit the front.
McDonald tried to give it outside to Pickett. It was clumsy. Spargo slid in, took it, was taken high. Umpire saw that. So Spargo lining up in the left forward pocket to slant it across his body. Takes a couple of metres and then puts it through.
Burn Jones coming through is wrapped up in a tackle. Turned it over to Jackson, who hands it off to McDonald. Runs into the open goal. Melbourne hit the front.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
After a slow start, the game is certainly livened up. It's Melbourne up by 6 points at quarter time in a top 4 clash against Port Adelaide. 3-2-20 plays 2-2-14. The winner to finish in the top 2. At least for the moment, we'll see how the rest of the round plays out in round 17 on Grandstand AFL. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross with you alongside Carlton Premiership player Scott Camporelli and Adelaide Crows Premiership player Rod Jamieson. The text line 0437 774 774 if you'd like to get in touch with us. Karen of Sunshine says, come on Port, and Karen's a good friend of ours on the Grandstand AFL text line, a regular messaging in across the weekend. And Michael's also messaged us to say the D's are virtually a one-man team with Max Gawn. If we can stop his dominance in the ruck, we will win from here. Do you agree with that, Campo, that a lot of Melbourne's players have started from Max Gawn?
No, not necessarily. I think he's important to their, particularly at centre bounce. I do agree with that. But for me, watching him live, Melbourne, the most important players is Lever and May. They're the most important players because their synergy between the two of them and the way they support each other in the air. But that also comes from the pressure up the field from the midfielders and particularly Melbourne wingers, Brayshaw and Langdon. These guys get back and support, which allows those guys to drop off. So they slide back really quickly. They end up taking a small Port forward, for example, Motlop and these sort of guys, and that allows Lever to then drop off and May. Now, the difference between May and Dixon is May's been able to beat him one-on-one. So he's had 2 contested marks for the quarter and really outpointed him, to be fair. So that's the difference. And obviously the midfield work and the running power and the forwards of Port Adelaide need to actually run harder and move the ball. Port Adelaide have had 35 marks for the quarter, but it's been sideways, backwards. There's been no fluency and no forward movement in terms of that. We spoke to Orazio before the game, and he said they were going to go perhaps a little bit quicker Melbourne haven't allowed that. They've covered the corridor really well and they've forced them skinny, and then they're getting outmarked down the line. So for a Port supporter, little worrying signs for me early in the game. But Melbourne supporters, they'd be really happy with that start.
Gawn's had 8 hit-outs to 3 in terms of licence. So, yes, he's had an influence, but he's not the main player to be sort of concerned about at the moment. Clayton Oliver, outstanding, 11 disposals. You'd almost at the end of a game if you were sort of maybe across a half forward or a half back. He's had 11. He's had 3 marks, 6 contested. Handball receives, 3 clearances, 1 tackle, 1 inside 50. So already he's the one having a massive impact and influence on the game. You look at Petrarca, and they're the first possession out of that sort of centre clearance and also stoppage clearances around the ground. So they're 2 players that everyone knows coming to the game. They're the players that you've got to somehow influence or negate, and you're not going to be able to do that for the entire game. Christian Salem playing really well. I like his composure. And Ken Hinkley to the other side, we saw it halfway through that quarter when he gave away that free on Butters, and then Salem came, he was standing the mark, and Pepper came in and knocked him over. He got a 50. He was having a shot on goal. So that would have been highlighted at quarter time, and we knew Sam Pepper knew at the time. Luke Jackson, another target. Kasea Pickett hasn't had that much of the football, but he's laid 3 tackles, and which is what you want from a small defence. But to Campo's point, the defence for Melbourne just really, really impressive, plus the midfield, and it's putting Port Adelaide's defence under enormous pressure.
So it's the Demons by 6. The second quarter underway at the Adelaide Oval. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross with you alongside Scott Camporelli and Rod Jamieson. In the middle, Gawn wins the tap down, looking for Oliver. Amon's right on him. Wines comes through and knocks it out wide to Houston. Hand pass back in band for the power to Amon. Coming through the centre circle, he'll pop it up into the 50. A bit too short for the leading out Marshall. Works favourably for Petty in defence for the Demons, who takes the sliding mark in defensive 50.
Petty slowish to get up and make up his mind before he went out to the eastern wing with his long kick. At the backs had Brayshaw. Coming through as Petrarca. They ran into each other, and in the end it's out on the full, and it must have come off a leg there near them by Port Adelaide player. So as a result, Petrarca taking the free kick right on centre wing, goes for Brown, nudged under the ball. Cleary took the mark defensively, quite simply, for Port Adelaide. Just a little strong there for Brown.
He was good before. It was cracked cheekbone, wasn't it, or broken jaw that he's been out for such a long time. He was playing some very good football prior to that.
Goes down the line to Dixon, who takes the pack mark. Dangerous kick centrally to Bergman, who holds his ground and takes it. Bergman plays on in the centre square. Kicks out to the western side. Hits up Jonas. He'll pop it in front of the benches to Lycett. So the Power down by 6 points with possession at the moment, centre wing. Lycett goes inbound to Amon. He's exactly right on the logo.
What they were doing, Aaron, in the first quarter, Port Adelaide.
So Amon up to the 50 now. Marshall in the contest brings it to ground. Motlop front and square, couldn't dispose of it cleanly. Goes through the pack to Oliver at the back, who just throws it on the boot for the Demons, back where it came from. McDonald couldn't take it, up against Amon. Coming to assist for the Power is Leonard, who taps it to the boundary line. McDonald keeps it in play, but turns it over. Hand passes straight back to the Power. Now winds down the line, looking for Boat. Couldn't take the mark cleanly against Hunt, but regathers a hand pass down the line to Power Pepper. He's wrapped up and taken over the boundary line to be tossed back in at left half forward. Josh Money on the boundary.
Yeah, Aaron, interesting observation from the first quarter and now start of this second. Jack Viney has been wearing Ollie Wines like a glove. We know he's having a career best year and been racking them up, and Jack Viney paying very close attention to him.
Wines had 43 possessions last week. So the ball off the ruck contest. Petrarca picks it up, shrugs off a tackle, just bombs a kick down to half forward. It found its way to Brown, who stayed down, and inside 50. It's a good kick for Fritsch, and late was Lear. Knocked it away from coming from front on, did very well. Hand passed off to Houston. They go out the other side, and there's a mark or free kick. Is it? It's a mark in the end. And it'll be taken by Hunt for Port Adelaide, or rather for Melbourne, and he drives it back inside the forward 50. It's into the left forward pocket. It bounces to Brown. He snaps across the body and right on the line. McKenzie, about 30 centimetres from the ball going over, knocks it through for the rush behind.
Super positioning by Jaden Hunt as a half back. He marked that ball. He got outside quickly of Motlop and didn't give him any space to run and lead into, and ended up marking the ball himself.
Ball in the hands of the cannon, Trent McKenzie, in the defensive goal square. Just eyes up which end of the ground he's going to barrel it to. Players on and opts for the eastern side. Packer waits there. Dixon tried to get towards the contest. It didn't matter. Wines stood his ground at the front. Takes it for the Power.
Interesting, Viney wasn't even looking at it then. I think he thought it was going over his head.
As did Charlie Dixon. Either way, the Power have possession. Wines just sends it long down that eastern side. This time Marshall leading up, spoiled from behind by Gaunt. Knocks it over the boundary line to be tossed back in. So Melbourne up by 7 points. 4 minutes gone in the second quarter on Grandstand AFL. On the text line, Dave in Hawthorn says, by far the most important and famous redhead is Jane from Hawthorn. That might be in relation to another program, I imagine.
The ball off the ruck contest was taken by Brayshaw. Put the ball on the boot. Aaliyah with the intercept mark.
Is he talking about Dermot Brereton?
Aaliyah goes inboard into the corridor to Amon. We'll get an answer on that in a minute. He handballs it straight off to Burn-Jones. He takes a bounce from centre-half forward, sends it to the goal square. Dixon over the back. It comes to ground. Dixon picks it up. Hand pass inside to Motlop. Motlop goes further back to Boak. Tries to centre it up. It's through Wine's hands and away came Neil Bullen. Well, he fumbled for Melbourne. Oliver was in there. Picked up brilliantly by Rosie. Outside of the foot for the goal. An absolute class act is Connor Rosie. And out of nothing, when clean hands were needed, he provided them. And Port Adelaide get back trial by a point. 3-2-20 plays Melbourne 3-3-21. 4 minutes into the second term.
That was good pressure by Port's forwards just to lock it in there. Bergman, he was on the first one. Then Oliver played for a free kick really at the end of the day, and Connor Rosie just swooped on it with one hand pickup and then laid it across his foot. What a great finish. So Port's 3 goals really have been Wines a hat kick forward, Amon a little bit of magic and turned his guy inside out, and then Rosie with a one-hand pickup. So they're finding a way, Port, at the moment.
Lesson to myself that if you see an AFL team name on the text line, it doesn't mean the text is intended for you. But there is one relevant here. Agent 846, who hasn't left their name, says Port seem to rely on individual brilliance through the middle to score. Hopefully the D's can force them wide. Well, at the moment, it is the Melbourne Demons by a point in the middle. The Power have possession. Boak out wide to Drew, who might be the famous redhead out there at the moment. Kicks down the line but turns it over. Sliding in Petty at centre-half back will take it for Melbourne.
Well, they've got a few, Melbourne, but I think to Campo's point, Port Adelaide's goals are really opportunist. They've had to work really hard.
Petty from half-back. Sends it wide, looking for Brown, trying to get around Ilea, and he was held, so Brown will take the free kick. Ben Brown looking, searching. A long way from home. Goes down to half forward. He went down to Spargo and across came Leonard across Spargo and punched it out. Left half forward, eastern side of the ground. Melbourne attacking the Riverbank stand into the Adelaide Oval.
And the Demons by a point, 3-3-21 to 3-2-20. Toss back in. Jackson in the ruck up against Lycett. Got away from him. In front position, the double tap down wasn't effective. Butters right there. Barrels it down the line but turns it over. Melbourne with the defensive mark through Petty, who quickly centres his kick. Hits up May. Looks for the switch out on the logo western side to Harms. Quickly plays on once again. Long towards the 50. Brown in a pack will rise. Ben Brown nearly clunked it. Falls for the Power's advantage. Burn-Jones picks it up. Hand pass out wide to Motlop. Down the line he'll go. There's a whistle off play.
Harms gave away the free on Motlop. Went downfield.
So the Power with possession through Rosie now. Runs away from the logo and heads towards the 50. This time Marshall's in a one-on-one. Back with the flight. Big crunch. Oh, lucky that Butters got up from that one. Ricochets out of the 50 to the Demons' advantage. Brayshaw hands it to Jackson. Heads up to left half forward to McDonald. Spins around, puts it in front of Petrarca in the 50, who marks in front of Aaliyah and runs into the open goal, dribbling it through for Melbourne's fourth. Great rebound play there from Melbourne. And they're back out to a 7-point advantage. 4-3-27. Plays 3-2-20. Christian Petrarca with his first. And it comes at the 8-minute mark of the second term on Grandstand AFL.
Well, Paddy was brilliant. He came off his man. He crunched that pack. Port Adelaide's key forwards are having a dirty night, to say the least. Jamo, they haven't been able to get their hands on the ball. They're getting beaten in one-on-one contests. And Harrison Petty, the way he attacked that, that was as good as a kick. He punched that ball 15 to 20 metres, cleared the initial pack of Port and Melbourne players, and then they were clean through the middle. Ground ball, quick handball, and then unfortunately Alir was in front of Petrarca, and he was never going to catch him once that ball got over the top. So really good rebound play by Melbourne.
There's been a lot of talk about Christian Petrarca, but his ability to keep his feet under pressure, 2 hands on the football, like he doesn't put it on one hand, get his balance, then pull away. It's 2 hands on the football, really strong through the thighs. He looks like he's almost going to fall over, but grabs his balance as the umpire's taken a bounce and he's going to restart again. But he's just so strong through there.
Jackson couldn't get around Lycett, who gave it to Wines, and then Wines' kick, well, he got it towards the centre wing. Now he receives a hand pass from the base of the pack from Boak, sends it to half forward. Lever comes through and marks with the intercept on his chest, hand passes it off, and the Demons will go wide to half forward and find Gawn sliding in for the mark.
Just short of right half forward, the skipper just calls for someone to lead out, pops it down the line to Brown, juggling it this time, he'll take it. 55 from home, tight angles to the right. Ben Brown still looking for his first of the evening, heads to the right forward pocket, a pack awaits there. Amon brings it to ground, there's a free kick in the contest for a high, and it's going the Power's way. Their skipper Tom Jonas to receive it in the left back pocket. So Port Adelaide down by 7 points with possession in defensive 50. It's 4-3-27 playing 3-2-20. 10 minutes gone in the second quarter on Grandstand AFL.
Tom Jonas, the skipper, third and the best and fairest for Port Adelaide last year, just drops it in short to the man who won the Club Champion Award in Darcy Byrne-Jones. Haven't gained much. They're still in that left back pocket. Byrne-Jones goes short, wasn't 15, said the umpire. Burton turns around. He goes short outside 50, wasn't great. Motlop couldn't volley it. Fritsch almost took it, now he does. Forward he goes with a hand pass to Pickett. He takes a couple of steps, he bangs it long, and he kicks a goal. Well, operating in a very small pocket then was Keziah Pickett with a great finish. Melbourne now with a game-high 13-point lead. 5-3-33, plays 3-2-20. 10 minutes in second term on Grandstand AFL at the Adelaide Oval. And your experts, Ron Jamieson, Scott Camporelli.
Well, they're making the ground really small, Melbourne. They're actually trying to make the ground small, and what I mean by that, Jamo, is they're not giving any corridor options. They're not allowing Port to switch the ball, so the ground's really small for Port. And when you try and bite off those little short 45 kicks, they've got to be on the money, and particularly out of the back half. As soon as you turn those over in those positions there, you're in massive trouble. But once again, we've seen the small forwards kick miraculous goals. I mean, he just accelerated out of that pack and knocked it over from about 45.
They're clean under pressure too, aren't they, too? Just putting enormous pressure on Port. They're clean when they win it back.
In the middle, Alir wins the tap down for the Power, but went straight to Viney. Hand pass back to Harms. His hand pass cut off by Butters. Drew gathers it from Port Adelaide to Mays. Coming through. Powell Pepper through the middle is run down by Petrarca. Holding the ball. Free kick to Melbourne. Great attempt to stop that flow of play. The Demons up by 13 points. 5-3-33 to 3-2-20. They've kicked the last two, and they're now out through the eastern side to Hibberd. Heads up to left half forward. Packer waits there. McKenzie comes across to bring it to ground, and Leanett just professionally fumbles it over the line for a boundary throw.
I just don't like what Port are doing structurally, Jamo. They're just allowing Melbourne an extra one behind the ball. Whether that from stoppage or general play, there's always an extra one back there. We can see already here there's one back, and that's Petty. He'll just drop off, which allows, either Lever or May or just to drop off and generate an extra one from to turn the ball over and then attack from.
From the right contest, Harms picked it up, was slung to ground, umpire called play on, it's gone to Brayshaw from Pickett. Brayshaw comes around on the right foot, pokes it inside. 25 from goal, Bergman with the intercept, defensive mark for Port Adelaide. Sends it out to the back pocket to Burton, out there on the eastern side.
So Burton clears the 50, out to right half back. Dixon a bit late to the contest, was caught behind Hunt and is forced to spoil it out of play. Boundary throw-in to come at right half back. On the text line 0437 774 774, Bill says Ben Brown needs to show something tonight, and I do agree. It's his 5th game for the year, omitted the past month from the side.
He's presenting well.
From the ruck contest, Powell Pepper gets a hand pass to Alir, then Drew the power through the eastern wing. Wines heads up to right half forward. May in front position. Dixon overhead, nearly took it. May just strips it away from him. Hand pass forward, finds Langdon. Spins around in game 100 and heads up to left half forward. Jackson got plenty of height and just tapped it towards the boundary line in the contest. Boundary throw-in to come. Left half forward for the Demons, currently up by 13 points. 14 gone in the second quarter on Grandstand AFL.
That's one of the many examples why the Melbourne defence is so good then. May does all the work. He pushes him. He gets in front. Lever just takes a chance. Come over. 2-on-1. Knocks it away.
Winds off Alia's tap. Hand pass it towards the boundary line. Paddling it there was Drew. Melbourne intercept. Harms with a hand pass was not fantastic. He tried to do it mid-air as he took the ball. Pal Pepper just knocked it over the line. So we get another throw in. It's just a right half back for Port Adelaide, attacking the scoreboard end of the Adelaide Oval and trailing by 13 points.
From the ruck contest, Pal Pepper in front position. Took it away, runs around and kicks down the eastern side. Dixon with one hand tried to take it. Lever coming across, knocks it out of play. The key ball winners so far, Ollie Wines has 13. Christian Petrarca with 12. Clayton Oliver the same for the Demons. And they're up by 13 points. 5-3-33 to 3-2-20.
Talk about using the football into the 50s. Surely Georgiades has got to be a target. Lower the eyes, run forward, lead up at it. Port Adelaide have struggled to do that tonight, but it then has to bring Lever, and he's got to follow him.
Here goes Melbourne. Neil Bullen received somewhat of a hospital hand pass, lost it. He received it from McDonald, and they were away there for a moment, Melbourne. Now they're fighting on hard. Ball inside the centre square. Neil Bullen gets it, just plonks it inside forward 50. Brown loses his man, gets back on the ball, but the ball rolls over the boundary line. The boos from the Port Adelaide crowd, they are parochial, aren't they? And there's a lot of them in tonight. There'd be 35,000 plus at the Adelaide Oval.
If I was Ken Hinkley, I'd take Georgiades, play him out of the goal square, take Lever right out of the equation and see if he can drag him back to the goal square, and then that gives Dixon an opportunity to take May one-on-one. That's the issue when Port are kicking forward. Georgiades is not engaging Lever enough to allow him a one-on-one contest.
From the ruck contest, Wines clears it to right half-back. Drew's kicked down the line straight to Stephen May, who was all alone centre wing, and the man on the mark who came to stand his ground, Connor Rosie, has given away a free kick for not following the stand rule. As a result, Stephen May will be marched to the 50.
Just while Campo was doing that too, Chad Corns, the runner for Port Adelaide, was out talking to both Charlie Dixon and Mitch Georgiades too. So there is some instructions they're either not following or they've now been asked to follow.
So Stephen May can kick goals, but hasn't done so far this year for the Demons. Man on the mark is 40 from goal. 45-degree angle to the left. Off the free kick, Stephen May comes in, kicks from 48, it's far right. No chance of coming back. A minus score for the Demons. They're now up by 14 points. 5-4-34 place, 3-2-20. 16 and a half gone in the second quarter. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross with you alongside Rod Jamieson and Scott Camporelli on Grandstand AFL. Trent McKenzie heads out to right half back for the Power and hits up Bergman.
Bergman plays on immediately, goes down the line, going back with the ball. May fumbled it, but he fumbled it in the direction of Hibbert. Hibbert gave it to Oliver, wide to May, near the boundary line. Down the line was perfect to the chest, and the lead-up of Bailey Fritsch, who marks it, had left half forward, takes his time and then sends it low and hard inside forward 50, out the back it falls. Petrarca's the man, and he kicks the goal. There was a dive in the goal square from Amon, but it was all in vain. Petrarca has his second of the evening, and they stretch that lead, Melbourne, to 20 points. 6-4-40 plays 3-2-20. The Demons with a handy lead after 17 minutes of the second term on Grandstand AFL.
He's in Brownlow medal form, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not doing a lot wrong at the moment, but he just read that off the hands. I mean, it was a pack contest. It was 3v3, and unfortunately Dan Houston was not on goal side. And to be fair, he had him covered, but once that ball went off hands and fell to his advantage, he took 2-3 steps. As you said, he accelerated through the ball and bounced one through.
So 3 straight goals to the Demons. They're now up by 20 points. 6-4-40 plays 3-2-20. Christian Petrarca in for a big night. 13 touches, 2 goals. Here's the reset in the middle. Lice it up against Gawn. Neither got a clean tap. They actually tapped it into each other. Ricochets out wide, favourably for Neil Bullen, who tried to get boot to ball, dropped it. No free kick, but the Power can clear it anyway. Todd Marshall up against Lever at right half forward, both chasing the ball close to the boundary line. Marshall knocks it into the 50. It's gathered though by Rivers. Now the Demons through Oliver, out wide to Lever, then May. Chain of hand passes to Langdon, who just barrels it around the body up towards centre wing. Houston in front position. Brown crunches him, knocks it to ground, picked up by Harms. He couldn't dispose of it. Pepper wrapping him up. Comes out to Neil Bullen. Brown trying to get low to ground, eventually gathers and kicks right into the back of Burton. Ricochets towards Rivers. The Demons again spiralling up to left half forward.
It's punched down forward. Cleary takes it. Keziah Pickett was in the area. Cleary got it towards half forward, and just a little slow was Boak. It came off hands and he was at half forward, and he was run down straight away by Langdon. Gave it inboard to Hunt.
That is unusual.
Hunt with a mark, and wide they go to Jordan. So they've switched play from out on the eastern side to this western side of the ground. Spargo now the recipient at half forward. Takes the mark inside 50. Carries the pack. And back there was Burton with a hand pass that maybe was well judged. He hand passed it towards Leanett, but it was also heading towards the line where Leanett eventually took it. So 25 around from the goal face, right forward pocket for the Demons.
Well, he looked up, Travis Boak. Sorry, Crossy. He looked up on the basis that he was looking for, but it was two Melbourne players in front of Charlie Dixon. Charlie Dixon didn't move, so that was the hesitation. And when you've got a high-pressure team like Melbourne, they're going to hunt you down. You only need a half a second and you're gone.
Free kick in the ruck contest. Scott Lysett held out of it by Luke Jackson, so the Power now in defensive 50. He'll kick out wide to Burton, who takes it just on the boundary line. Burton called to play on. Awful kick around the body down the line. Somehow hit up the only open man in Carl Amon, just short of the benches. Amon in career best form, averaging 23 touches. Pops it up towards the logo. Wasn't a great kick for Lysett, who's crunched by Neil Bullen. Spills to Oliver. Hand pass to Rivers. The Demons now through Neil Bullen. Wrapped up in a tackle from Boak, who ran him down. They'll take the advantage. Lysett to Pepper. Flat kick down the line to Rosie. 60 from goal. He hands it off. Finds Mays. Then Pepper. Tight angle on the left. 45 from goal. Runs around from Gawn. Tries to curl it around on the right. Bergman rises. Can't bring it to ground. Lever there at the fore of the ball. Hands it to Salem. Kicks around the body and hits up Gawn in defensive 50. He'll take the mark for Melbourne, up by 20 points. Josh Money on the boundary.
Spare a thought for James Harms, who just came to the Melbourne bench for about 30 seconds. They decided Ollie Wines was going to have a rest. Jack Varney tagging Ollie Wines, so he replaced James Harms on the bench, who had about 20-second breather.
So off the pack, near centre wing, it was taken by Jonas after Gawn had put the ball down the ground. Jonas sent it back from whence it came, and it bounced away from Gawn and over the boundary line just inside attacking 50 for Port Adelaide. Josh Money, looked to be a bit of confusion down there on the interchange as well for Port Adelaide.
Alex Neil-Bullen was the Melbourne player, just wrong option, held onto the football too long, tried to kick. Travis Boak was the one to be able to win the football back for Port Adelaide with the tackle.
From the ruck contest, Oliver cleared it out of the 50, bounced favourably for Petty, centres his kick to centre half forward. Fritsch coming across. It was a 2-on-1 and he still won the contest. Dribbles it from 45, bouncing home. Bailey Fritsch has gotten away from two of the best Power defenders and curled it around for his first. Melbourne with 4 straight goals in the second quarter, and as a result, they're up by 26 points. Time on in the second term. It's 7-4-46, playing 3-2-20 on Grandstand AFL.
Well, they're just losing contests all over the ground now, Port Adelaide. They lost it here through the middle of the ground. Mackenzie didn't attack the ball and it skidded through and then went forward, and it was essentially 2v1, but Bailey Fritsch just too tall, too smart, too clever. Say what you like. He just beat him one-on-one, and Crossy was quick to turn around and say that he is a left footer, and he nailed it on his right. You know, every time a blind squirrel can find a nut sometimes too. You know, so. But great finish, well done.
Just Tom Cleary there, just as a defender, worst case scenario, wasn't it too? Found himself behind, decided to try and take a mark. Just get your hand to it, fist it forward in the betterment of the team.
Gawn clears the ball from the middle, having tapped it to Oliver, and then back to Gawn now. Neil Bullen takes the ball on the ground, somehow smuggled it with the hand pass to Petrarca, hit the wrong side of the ball on the snap across his body and sends it out on the full in the right forward pocket for the Demons, who are well and truly on top right now.
Well, he knew straight away as soon as he kicked it. He had Charlie Spargo just in front of him with the handball, would have run straight on goal and apologised straight away.
Cleary plays on and heads down the line. Off the contest, Harms is wrapped up, dropped the ball, rolls over the boundary line to be tossed back in, right half forward for the Demons, up by 26. On the text line, Jezza from Karam Downs has texted in to say the Demons' pressure is way up on previous weeks. If we can lock the ball enough forward half, we'll run this one out. Go Demons. That's from Jezza on 0437 774 774.
I wonder if it makes a difference that they haven't been sitting around like other sides who've travelled to Adelaide this season. They actually got on a plane last night and came over. So off the ruck contest, it's a free kick against the Demons. Harms dived on the ball. Boak dived on him. Now he plays on the former Port Adelaide captain. Down the line he goes. Mays in a tangle with Dixon, and it's over the boundary line away from both of them in the end. It's just ahead of centre wing for Port Adelaide, and they are struggling to get the ball forward with any fluency.
Full credit to Melbourne. They're playing Port beautifully. They're not allowing him to change angles of the game at all.
Toss back in. Lysett wins it down looking for Drew. Oliver was right on him immediately and then brings down Amon as well. This time the free kick going the Power way for a hold. Amon did drop it in the tackle but was slung down afterwards.
Spoke to Orazio Fantasia. He said they looked at the tape how Adelaide beat Melbourne here.
Amon plays on, heads into the 50 to a contest. Marshall nearly brings it down, falls to Viney. Hand pass out to the boundary line looking for Langdon, who did enough to knock it over the line. Boundary throw-in to come inside Port Adelaide's attacking 50. They're down by 26 points. Their experts, Scott Camporelli and Rod Jamieson.
Will be flung back into play. Gorner goes with Dixon. Poke had his hands on the ball briefly. Now Motlop gets up with it. Hand pass was smothered. Fell to Hunt. Cleared the area for Melbourne. Back towards centre wing. Lysett takes it off the pack and then sends it back inside forward 50 for Port Adelaide. It fell to Powell Pepper. Handball to Motlop. Handball to Marshall. Kick was smothered. Hibbard with the pressure. Through they come again. Melbourne in numbers. Eventually falls to Oliver. Clears the area. Out towards centre wing. Back with a flight when McDonald took a one-hander. Hit the ground. Ran. Hand pass forward to Petrarca. Looks across the ground. Says, I'll go for the one-on-one contest, and it was won by Aaliyah. Umpire says that'll be 50 as well. Bailey Fritsch just said, well, I'm beaten, but I'm going to hold him up.
Well,
and he
interested
gave
to
away
see
50.
where he touched it, across in that marking contest on the replay. Oh, kind of. Hard to judge, but
it was a good 50 to give away in any case.
True.
Tom McDonald, how good's he been tonight too? That meat diet is outstanding, Aaron. You need to find out what that is.
What are you saying, Jamo? Am I not muscly enough?
You said you wanted to rip up.
It's not required in grandstand commentary. Port Adelaide have it centre wing on the western side through Dan Houston. Comes around and kicks towards the left forward pocket. Gawn was actually in best position but couldn't reach the ball. Bounces over the boundary line to be tossed in inside Port Adelaide's attacking 50. Still down by 26 points. So the Demons had a run of 4 unanswered goals in this second quarter after the Power kicked the first through Connor Rosie. So the Demons led by 6 at quarter time, now up by 26 heading towards the major break.
Gawn goes with Dixon again. Gawn knocks it down, picked up by Motlop. Runs outside, attacking 50. Then looks back into the pocket. He goes looking for Dixon. Got one hand to it. Eventually pulled it in, but in the meantime, he'd gone across the boundary. Throw in.
We talk constantly about that last kick inside 50. Port Adelaide are trying to go around the defence of Melbourne. They are so well set up, and we've spoken about it a lot in this first half. They are bombing away and hoping, or they're going exceptionally wide, and there's another indication of how poor they're entering their 50.
Lysett wins the tap down. No one could rove it quite cleanly, and it's held up 40 from the Power goal. A couple of Demons players diming on top of Stephen Motlop, who's in his 200th game tonight. All up to come. 45-degree angle left of centre, 40 from goal for the Power. Gawn wins it down straight to Stephen Motlop, who had a fumble. Brayshaw can clear it, but only as far as McKenzie. The cannon short of left half forward for the Power. Fans want him to move it. He does. Short kick Hits up Boak, 55 from home. Won't have the distance, and he's looking for option. Hands it off to the runner in McKenzie. Loads up on that long left boot towards home. Started right, it's coming back. Trent McKenzie. A massive barrel for his first major of the season. And keeps Port Adelaide in this contest. They're down by 20. 7-4-46 Melbourne, playing the power 4-2-26. 28 and a half gone in the second term on Grandstand AFL.
Well, it's the poor defensive work by Melbourne just to allow that to happen, but out of their 4 goals, it's probably the only one, Campo, where you think, oh, he's actually going to have a shot on goal here. The other 3 have come by a bit of luck.
But there's no method, though, Jamo. Like, there's no fluency in the way Port are moving their ball inside 50. It's all hard, contested, half chances. There's been no fluency at all. So, yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful finish. I mean, he's kicked that from 60 metres, really, to get it over the line, and he nailed it. But poor by Jackson, just a little bit of lack of concentration there.
So the margin remains, though, in favour of Melbourne at 20 points. As McKenzie just kicked Port Adelaide into gear. In the middle, Gawn tries to take it, punches it forward. Wines has it. He's got a couple hanging off him. One of them was Pickett, stripped into the ball. It came out from Drew. Hand pass quickly to Boat. Clearance for Port Adelaide. Petty with the mark inside 50 in a one-on-one contest against Marshall. He goes wide with a kick straight away to Salem. He's at left half back.
They've smashed Port's forwards.
Yep.
Petty, Mays and Lever have not allowed Georgiades, Marshall or Dixon to mark anything.
Salem heads down the eastern wing. Offhand, Spargo front and square, wrapped up in the Powell Pepper tackle. Got it to Harms. He's slung around. Brought to ground pretty heavily and a bit ginger as a result as the ball goes over the boundary line. He's popped back up now, James Harms, just looking at his eye. Seems to be all right, though. Boundary throwing to come on the eastern side. It's the Demons by 20. Gawn in front position, wins it down. Looking for Oliver. He got away from Drew. Gathers unopposed centre wing. Hand pass over the top to Spargo. Gets boot to ball under pressure towards the 50. Pickett comes across and juggles it against Aaliyah. Brought down in the tackle as well. No 50-metre penalty, even though the Demons had one against them a while ago. There it is. So the late tackle from Tom Jonas after Pickett took the mark results in a 50-metre penalty against the Power. They'll be marched to the goal square, and Keziah Pickett will surely kick his second.
Clayton Oliver he's a gut runner, isn't he? Like, he gets it and he really puts his head down and goes, whether he gets it back again or in the chain of it, but frees it up.
Pickett comes in, top of the goal square. He's got 2. Points to the crowd as well. Not many of them pleased with that result. But he is an Adelaide boy at heart, the Woodville West Torrens product. Melbourne back to a 26-point lead. 8-4-52 plays 4-2-26. Just over a minute left in the second quarter on Grandstand AFL. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross with you. Your experts, Scott Camporelli and Rod Jamison.
Well, they deserve to be in front, Melbourne. They've dominated the quarter. +4 in contested possession. They're winning clearance from that source and inside 50s as well. They've kicked 5 goals too from 14 entries. Way too easy. On the flip side, we spoke about Melbourne's defence. 12 inside 50s for Port for 2 goals. So well done, Melbourne's defence.
And someone texted earlier, Crossy, around Max Gawn's influence in the middle of the ground. 15-5 hit-outs in this quarter. So, yes, he's had an influence, and I'm sure Ken Hinkley will be having a crack at Scott Lycett. He's really got to put in as Max Gawn wins the tap and a kick.
Off the left foot, it's slid out towards centre wing. Bergman fought hard for Port Adelaide, got the hand pass forward. It went the Wines and then leaned inside 50, and Marshall with the mark. Just got rid of his man Lever. A little bit of a shove there and took the mark. 35 from goal. Not much of an angle to speak of.
Well, I'd be taking that edit, Gemmo, and showing the Port Adelaide players at half-time. Why? Because the ball movement was quick. It was one-on-one. I know it was out of centre bounce situation, but they've got to have that same mentality. Marshall then got Lever, even though they haven't been great one-on-one, but got him there one-on-one just through speed of ball.
Marshall to give Port a badly needed boost, leading into the half, and he sprays it out to the left, and Gawn joyously rises up and smashes it through for the minor score. It's a 25-point game closing in on half-time on Grandstand AFL.
I don't think Jake would want to see that either again. I don't think it was overly hard under the football, Campo.
I saw you do a couple of those.
May add a defensive 50 to a pack. It's off hands and over the boundary line to be tossed back in. Scott Camporelli, Rod Jamison, your experts this evening.
He's not missing anybody either again.
Actually, no, I'll take that back. You never stood in front. You were always back shoulder.
Plenty of barbs in the commentary box this evening. Toss back in, Lycett in front position, taps it down.
Get to the pointy end, Darren.
Straight to Boak, who kicks into the 50, a bit short for Dixon. Ricocheted off May, who brought Dixon to ground, was slung in the process. Free kick going the way of Port Adelaide. Charlie Dixon to receive it. He's been quiet tonight. Has a chance to kick his first. 35 from goal, 45-degree angle to the right.
I think he hung on to him just too long, didn't it? You'd think he just...
Well, I think looking at the replay, Mays thought that he still had the ball in his hands because he even went to try and re-grip it just to make sure that he had the ball. So he was a little unlucky that it came out in the tackle. But Port, understatement, need this one just to go in just with a little bit more confidence.
Weight of the world on Charlie Dixon's shoulders. Comes in, kicks from 45. Charlie Dixon just sneaks it through on the left. And on the stroke of half-time, he keeps Port Adelaide in the hunt. It's a 19-point advantage to Melbourne. 8-4-52, plays 5-3-33. Charlie Dixon with his first of the evening. Port Adelaide's fifth. And as a result, as I touched on, a 19-point lead to Melbourne heading into the half-time break. It's 8-4-52 rather for Melbourne, playing at 5-3-33. The goal scorers at half-time for the Demons, 2 to Petrarca and Pickett, singles to Jackson, Spargo, McDonald and Fritsch. Meanwhile, for the Power, all individual goal scorers, McKenzie, Amon, Wines, Rosie and Dixon. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross with you alongside Scott Camporelli and Rod Jamison. It's been great to have your company this evening on the text line for the start of round 17. The number 0437 774 774. Muzz messaged in to say, I love listening to the ABC call via the app while watching the TV. It's always great to try and sync them up, and certainly we love to provide some sort of a product if you're watching visually and also need a call as well. Also on the text line, unfortunately for Power fans, Michael has already thrown in the towel. He says, no wonder we're called flat track bullies. We play against top 8 sides and we go to water. So Michael's given up, unfortunately, even though it's a 19-point game.
Hang in there.
And something you don't see often on the text line, we've been sent a meme, a Key and Peel meme of the sweating. And essentially David's trying to say from Reservoir that the D's supporters at the moment are a bit nervous, but they're still up and about. And I know that their season has been a fruitful one so far, but the last few weeks I could imagine have raised some concerns, and hopefully tonight they're starting to answer some of those. Scott Camporelli, Rod Jamison, what have you made of the Demons' performance so far tonight?
I've been super impressed with the Demons, to be quite honest, all over the ground. They look really structured up well behind the ball. They've dominated probably through the midfield, through just not necessarily clearances, wins, probably more from centre bounce. They've been able to get better field position than what Port have. But Melbourne's defenders have taken Port's forwards to the cleaners, to be quite honest. They've hardly touched the ball. Georgiades only had 3. Marshall's only had 4 possessions. Connor Rosie's only had 4. He's the only one that's really kicked a goal. And Charlie Dixon hasn't really had any influence on the game. He's only had 7 possessions, 3 marks. But certainly Mays has had his measure pretty much one-on-one for most of the game. And I just feel like Melbourne's midfield they're on top. Clayton Oliver's had 20 possessions to half-time. Petrarca's had 15 and kicked 2. They've been really dominant through the middle of the ground. Versus Boak's had 16, but Ollie Wines has had Jack Viney all over him, so he's had no real influence. He's only kicking at 38%. So in terms of the influence on the game, Melbourne's midfield with Gawn, in terms of the hit-outs, not necessarily getting clean possession from there, but certainly getting ascendancy from that source.
The centre clearance stuff in the first quarter, Melbourne were on top. Port Adelaide were able to halve it then. In terms of clearances, it's 18 apiece. Centre clearances, it's 7, and stoppage, it's 11 apiece too. So they were able to get back in top of that area. But you touched on where they're winning and where they are winning really well. But just the cleanliness of Melbourne. Petrarca is the standout. Oliver is the standout too. I love what Tom McDonald is doing. Christian Salem is doing. Brayshaw's just getting his work done too. The tackling, Brayshaw, he leads. Well, Viney leads the way with 5. He's probably dropped away in recent time, hasn't he? He's had a fair bit of injury. He's a hard nut. He's copped a couple of concussions along the way. But, see, when you put it all together with the rest of the midfield, they are really hard and tough too. And just the forward line, you have a look at sort of how they're performing at the moment from a Melbourne perspective. They really are sharing it around. And albeit, Fritsch hasn't really done too much tonight. He's kicked the 1 goal in that quarter. Right foot, McDonald with the 1. They've got 6 goal scorers and sort of the spread. Someone texted earlier, Aaron, around Ben Brown being able to stand up and present. Probably dropped away in the second part of that second quarter. He was okay early, presented and getting into the contest after copping a hard one early in the first quarter too. But just in all areas of the ground, they're defensively so strong, Melbourne. Port Adelaide have to change the way that they transition or move their football out of defence. If they continue to play like that in the second half, they are no chance of winning this game.
So Jimbo's followed up that text asking, is the Brown-McDonald forward line the first functional green-blue coalition in Australia? We're jumping into political terms there, but in terms of the chemistry with what you're seeing with Ben Brown, Tom McDonald as well. Sam Wiedemann's not in the side right now, but is it working for them?
Oh, look, it's a little too early, I think, to go say, yeah, that's going to be a dangerous duo. But what that provides is it ties up a key defender for Port Adelaide, which obviously with Aliir, Tom Jonas and Cleary, and then you throw in McKenzie, they work pretty well for most of the year, to be fair. So what it does is just doesn't allow those guys to mark the ball. So whether he gets 10 marks or 3 marks, long as the Port defenders don't have an influence. So you can see that at the other end of the ground where Lever and Mays are having an influence because Dixon and Marshall and Georgiades aren't having any influence. So in terms of that, Brown's not necessarily braining him in terms of his influence on the game, but what he's doing is playing his role as a key forward, not allowing Port defenders to mark the ball and taking away Port's one of their real strengths in turnover score out of their back half. So they've only kicked the 3 goals, Port, from turnover, and Melbourne have kicked 6. So really clear numbers as to why the game is lopsided.
Good, he's probably playing too with form as to which player's doing it better and or through injury. I mean, Sam Wiedemann's only played the 5 games and Ben Brown's in his 5th tonight too. So it's a hard one. Oh, look, Kasiah Pickett for me is looking really dangerous up there, and he's kicked the 1 goal at the moment, so he's kicked 2 in that quarter, but he's tackling really hard. Like whether he, traditionally just dropping back in the square and open it up and bring it forward. I think Tom McDonald comes right up the ground to the wing. He's done really well. He's mobile, and again, I know I joke with it, but he is better prepared. Stephen May is better prepared. So look, again, the maturity of the group, but I think Tom McDonald's having a tremendous season. Heading
into the round, Pickett was ranked 4th in total tackles inside 50. So clearly he's getting it done once again tonight and averaging 3 tackles for the year so far, but already I think heading towards that mark, if not passing it. He's got 5 for the evening, so I will certainly keep an eye on that. The text line 0437 774 774 if you'd like to get in touch with us. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross with you alongside Scott Camperelli and Rod Jamieson. At halftime, it is Melbourne up by 19 points over Port Adelaide to start round 17. The teams have dropped for the remainder of the round. We'll run through some of the big names coming back shortly. I will also give you an update on the NRL. But for now, on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital, it's time to take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. New South Wales Police are stepping up efforts to enforce COVID compliance in southwest Sydney. More than 100 extra officers will hit the streets from 7 tomorrow morning as part of a high visibility operation. It comes after 21 of today's 38 cases were recorded in the area. Assistant Commissioner Tony Cook says police are working with community leaders to help get the stay-at-home message across.
Our multicultural liaison officers have been deployed for weeks now across the community, sending the message. We have paraphernalia in 56 languages distributed through communities to allow them to understand, to make sure that we all understand, to make sure that we know how to comply.
Authorities say there's no risk to the community from 2 mine workers who've tested positive while in quarantine in Darwin. The NT Health Department says the two men are close contacts of another case linked to the gold mine outbreak that sparked last week's lockdowns in Darwin and Alice Springs. They say the workers have not been in the community while infectious. It brings the total number of cases linked to the Tanami mine outbreak to 19. The French government is advising people not to travel to Spain or Portugal for their summer holidays because of climbing cases in those countries. Parts of Portugal have brought back nighttime curfews due to rising infections of the Delta variant. Earlier this week, the French health minister issued a warning of a looming fourth wave of cases due to the Delta variant, responsible for around 40% of new cases in France. Grieving families are hoping a long-awaited royal commission will uncover failings inside Defence that have led to hundreds of military personnel taking their own lives. Here's Defence correspondent Andrew Green.
Over the next 2 years, every aspect of military life will be thoroughly examined by an inquiry headed by former New South Wales Deputy Police Commissioner Nick Caldis. Karen Bird, whose veteran son Jesse Bird took his own life, says she hopes answers are finally uncovered which will prevent further deaths.
It is really bittersweet today.
Former Queensland Supreme Court Justice James Douglas QC and psychiatrist Dr Peggy Brown will also be appointed Royal Commissioners following approval from the Governor-General.
The Assistant Minister for Women has dismissed former Liberal MP Julia Banks' accusations that she was inappropriately touched by a Cabinet Minister and subjected to menacing and controlling behaviour by the Prime Minister. Ms Banks quit the Liberal Party after a coup against Malcolm Turnbull. She's published a memoir detailing allegations of harassment and sexism in federal Parliament. Senator Amanda Stoker's told Sky her former colleague has been taking cheap shots.
It's a cheap headline. That doesn't mean we don't all need to pull together and work hard to build as good a culture as we possibly can. But I certainly haven't seen in my personal experience the matters of which she complains.
The financial impacts of COVID could see more than 130 full-time equivalent jobs axed at the University of Adelaide. Imogen Hain has the details.
The university's Vice-Chancellor Peter Hoy told staff today the university is currently projecting a $22 million loss in 2022. He said the university is looking at cost-cutting options, including merging faculties and rationalising underperforming courses. According to Vice-Chancellor Hoy, the university hopes to make around $30 million in savings and $20 million in new revenue. No decisions have been made yet, and sessions will be held this month and in August to discuss the issues with staff further. The changes are likely to happen around mid-September if they go ahead.
Overseas, New York City has held a parade to honour its first responders for their efforts on the front lines of the coronavirus pandemic. The city was at the centre of the initial outbreak. More than 30,000 residents have died. Despite intense heat, thousands cheered as doctors, nurses, police and teachers took part in a ticker tape parade in Lower Manhattan. The Mayor, Bill de Blasio, says the people being celebrated had made history in New York City's toughest hour.
Thank you to the nurses. Thank you to the doctors. Thank you to the technicians. Everybody who make the hospitals work in this crisis. You are our heroes. Thank you.
Maroons forward Jai Arrow has been axed from the Queensland State of Origin team for Game 3 of the series over a COVID biosecurity breach. The 25-year-old took an unregistered person into the squad's hotel at their Gold Coast camp. Arrow has also been fined $35,000 and ordered into 2 weeks home quarantine. The NRL says that there's no risk to the community or the rest of the Queensland State of Origin team. That's the latest ABC News.
For the latest sports results and stories from around the globe and at home, check out ABC Sport on our social pages. Just search ABC Sport wherever you scroll. Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app. Join Yumi Steins as she delves into taboo topics in Ladies We Need to Talk.
If I straightened my hair, I was fitting in, and if I didn't, then I was suddenly sort of a Black Panther or something.
Or immerse yourself in the life of someone else in conversations with Richard Feidler and Sarah Konoski.
I remember hearing this tremendous roar, and then the boat was literally picked up and thrown upside down.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Both tries to centre it up. It's through Wine's hands and away came Neil Bullen. Well, he fumbled for Melbourne. Oliver was in there, picked up brilliantly by Rosie. Outside on a foot for the goal.
Brayshaw hands it to Jackson. Heads up to left half forward to McDonald. Spins around, puts it in front of Petrarca in the 50, who marks in front of Aaliyah and runs into the open goal, dribbling it through for Melbourne's fourth.
Fritsch almost took it, now he does. Forward he goes with a hand pass to Pickett. He takes a couple of steps, he bangs it long, and he kicks a goal. Fritsch at left half forward, takes his time and then sends it low and hard inside forward 50, out the back at full. Petrarca's the man and he kicks the goal. A dive in the goal square from Amon, but it was all in vain.
Oliver cleared it out of the 50, bounced favourably for Petty, centres his kick to centre half forward. Fritsch coming across, it was a 2-on-1 and he still won the contest. Dribbles it from 45, bouncing home. Bailey Fritsch has gotten away from two of the best power defenders and curled it around for his first. Melbourne with 4 straight goals in the second quarter. Boak, 55 from home, won't have the distance and he's looking for option. Hands it off to the runner in McKenzie. Loads up on that long left boot towards home. Started right, coming back. Trent McKenzie. A massive barrel for his first major of the season. Spargo gets boot to ball under pressure towards the 50. Pickett comes across and juggles it against Aaliyah. Brought down in the tackle as well. So the late tackle from Tom Jonas after Pickett took the mark results in a 50-metre penalty against the Power. Pickett comes in, top of the goal square. He's got 2. Bo kicks into the 50, a bit short for Dixon. Ricocheted off May, who brought Dixon to ground, was slung in the process. Free kick going the way of Port Adelaide. Charlie Dixon to receive it. Comes in, kicks from 45. Charlie Dixon just sneaks it through on the left. And on the stroke of half-time, he keeps Port Adelaide in the hunt.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
It was a dominant second term for the Demons, getting it out towards a 26-point margin. But in the end, Port Adelaide, with a few late ones, reduce it to 19 points. Melbourne 8-4-52, playing Port Adelaide 5-3-33 at the major break. We'll wait and see what's to come in the second half of this contest to start round 17. A top 2 spot on the line for the winner. And for Port Adelaide, they'll be desperate to beat another top 8 team. So far, the only current side they've beaten is Sydney. Meanwhile, Melbourne, winning one of their past 3 games with losses to the Giants and Collingwood, will be desperate to get back in form as well. Plenty of games to come, spread out all the way until Monday as part of round 17. Kick-starting tomorrow with the Bombers hosting Adelaide at Docklands. In terms of the injury and team news there, the Bombers will welcome back Martin Gleeson for the injured Dyson Heppel, who's suffered a thumb injury and as a result had to have some surgery. They're hopeful it's only a 1-weeker, but we'll wait and see from the Bomber camp. Meanwhile, for the Crows, a couple of big outs for them. Taylor Walker is out with an injury from that collision with Daniel Rich, so it isn't the neck strain that he originally suffered. It's some chest soreness, but he's still out of the side for tomorrow. Luke Brown with an Achilles injury as well. So Elliot Himmelberg, Lockie Murphy in for the Crows. Saturday, we'll have 3 games spread out across Grandstand AFL. Firstly, the Lions hosting St Kilda at Carrara. The Lions welcoming Lockie Neal and James Madden back to the team. The outs for them, Jared Berry and Reece Matheson. For the Saints, Zach Jones comes back. Jack Higgins is out with back soreness. Carlton play Geelong in the middle game on Saturday at the MCG. Zach Williams returns from suspension for the Blues. Tom Williamson has been omitted. The Cats playing a little bit of funny ball here with the Blues in a game they probably expect to win. Joel Selwood's been managed. Luke Dalhouse has been managed. Quinton Narkle has been omitted. Jeremy Cameron out with his hamstring injury. Asava Radaglia, Mark O'Connor, Sean Higgins, the ins. And the last game on the Saturday, Hawthorn up against Fremantle in Tasmania. The Hawks bring back Denver Granger Barris, their first-round draft pick from last year, Emerson Jerker and Tyler Brockman. The outs, Damon Greaves, Jai Newcomb, Oliver Hanrahan and Tim O'Brien. For Fremantle, Bailey Banfield comes in for Brett Bewley. And then the extended teams for Sunday and Monday. So the Giants up against Gold Coast. GWS have named Jesse Hogan, Matt DeBoer in their side. Jack Buckley out with the ACL injury. The Suns have named Hugh Greenwood on return. Josh Corbett is out with an injury for them. Richmond play Collingwood at the MCG. The Tigers naming plenty of potential ins, including Daniel Rioli, Matthew Parker, the mid-season draft pick. Sydney Stack, Toby Nankervis has been named as well. The outs, though, big names for them. Basher Hooley, Shane Edwards and Callum Coleman-Jones all injured. For the Pies, they've named Will Kelly, Oliver Henry and Callum Brown. The outs currently confirmed for them, Caleb Poulter and Josh Dacos. Jamara Ugle-Hagan, the number 1 pick from last year, will debut for the Western Bulldogs as well up against Sydney. Their outs so far confirmed: Aaron Norton, Patrick Lipinski, Toby McLean. The Swans, no confirmed outs so far, but Callum Sinclair has been named. The Eagles up against North Melbourne on Monday. Andrew Gaff has been named to return for West Coast. Jack Redden and Alex Witherden out with injuries. North Melbourne has named Tom Campbell, with Eddie Ford, their medical sub, currently the only out. Here at the Adelaide Oval, though, it is Port Adelaide hosting Melbourne, the Demons, with a 19-point advantage at half-time. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross with you alongside Scott Camporelli and Rod Jamieson. Gents, what are you expecting in the second half?
Well, I'm probably expecting a little bit more quicker ball movement from Port Adelaide to see whether they can put Melbourne defenders under pressure. That's what I'd love to see. Whether that happens or not, I'm not too sure. And I'd love to see Port either anchor Marshall or whoever gets Lever to try and take him back to the goal square and ask him a question. Do you really want to defend me one-on-one, or are Port just going to allow these guys just to intercept mark? Mays has had 3 intercept marks, so has Petty. And I just feel like the midfield battle, it's in Melbourne's favour at the moment.
Just here at the game watching, you feel like Melbourne are in total control, and the margin, I think, is what's keeping Port Adelaide in the game. And everyone at the back of the box just said, how hard is Port Adelaide trying to move? Well, how difficult it is for them to move the football. So I think we all agree that if they can move it better, they'll be well and truly in it.
Well, we were briefly underway in the second half, but the bounce wasn't a good one. So we'll go again with a throw-up. And Gawn takes it down, but straight to Wines. He breaks away for Port Adelaide inside 50. Wide he goes for Marshall. They work it towards the boundary line to Petty for Melbourne. Gave it off to May, cleared the area only briefly. It's going to come back again. Wines, oh no, his hand pass was intercepted. Harms and Viney working, and Viney pulled out in a tackle just as he kicked. And so it's out of bounds, right half forward. Amon will take the free kick for Port Adelaide.
The Power with the early spark in the second half. The text line, if you'd like to get in touch, 0437 774 774. Amon swings around, kicks around the man on the mark to a contest. Petty knocks it to ground in front of Harms, who'll carry it over the boundary line to be tossed in. 30 from the Power goal. Rod from Hobart on the text line says, Port Adelaide need to change their strategy going forward. How about the Port forwards move up higher and create more space in the forward line?
Well,
if they win it.
Well, they actually tried that, but what happens is they get caught up the ground and they can't reset, which plays into Melbourne's hands. So Lever and Mays and Petty are just too smart. They just allow Dixon and these guys to run into density, and then Melbourne's pressure through the midfield allows them to jack it forward and they mark it. So I'm probably the other way. Take them a bit deeper.
Ball back into play, and it falls eventually to Salem off the right foot. Another left footer kicking with his right foot. Clears it out from defence. Port Adelaide will come again. Burn-Jones slipped a hand pass wide for Butters. Got through 2 tackles. He gave it then by a hand to lean it inside 50 again. Georgiades was up, and then came down with the ball. What a mark from the young man. Just the lift Port needed.
He has got the knee on the shoulder and on top of Max Gawn's head as an indication as to how high he got on that occasion. That is an outstanding mark.
That was his reputation as a junior. And he got up, first hands on the ball, and then on the way down, kept the eyes on the ball and pulled it to his chest. So he starts his run in from outside the boundary line in the right forward pocket. Starts the ball to the right, and it stays there for the minor score. So the kick, as often happens, isn't up to the spectacular mark. Minor score, which leaves Melbourne with an 18-point lead still.
Christian Salem has it in the defensive goal square, decides to play on and heads to left half back. Petty, or McDonald rather, with a good rise in the pack, takes the mark against Butters. Wastes little time, heads up the western side. Alira in a one-on-one with Brown. It beats both of them. Coming to gather it is Burton, who just runs over the line. No real pressure on him, but boundary throw-in to come. Left half forward for the Demons, as Crossy touched on, up by 18 points.
Just see, Butters is running to Gawn. He's gone to ground. He's late to the contest.
As a result, Lysett won the tap down of a few chain of handballs. It rolls towards the benches, trying to gather it as Drew, and Harms will escort him over for the boundary throw in short of centre wing.
Lysett's dropped Gawn too. He's got off the knees, and Burton's come over to say something. Petrarca's come in now on Eamon, so starting to heat up.
Umpire's got to watch that. Like Gawn's been hit by Lysett 20 metres off the ball. Anyway, here's Oliver working on the ball. Gave it to Viney, who gave it to Brayshaw, and then off the left foot, a delicate towards the boundary pass. Harms with the mark, left half forward for the Demons. Inside forward 50, Aaliyah best position, got in front of Brown. Now he takes off. Hand pass forward. Got it to just inside the square to Butters, then to Wines, then to Lysett, and then to Motlop. He dropped it in the tackle. Umpire said play on.
Drew heads out towards right half forward. Mays just keeps it in play. The bounce favours him. Hand pass over the top to the open Wines, who can arch the back. Centre is kicked to the top of the goal square. Georgiades caught behind Petty, who spoiled it towards the right back pocket. Langdon tries to clear the defensive 50 outside of the boot, and it's out on the full. Free kick to the Power. Man on the mark will stand about 70 from goal. Left-hand side, Jonas to receive it.
Jonas drops it in short for a pass, and coming out Georgiades again in front of the eyes, in front of Langdon. Pulled it down. Strong hands. He's basically in the same position but in the opposite pocket to where he kicked the point before.
I like the fact just before that, after Langdon kicked it out, but that was quicker by Port. You could see they had extra numbers ahead of the ball. Even Aaliyah, I mean, he was brazen in terms of what he did, but I like the fact that he actually wanted to try and ask a question of Melbourne defenders. And for mine, Jamo, up here, Scott Lysett, I reckon, just put it away. It's not affecting Max Gawn one bit. In fact, it's probably hindering him.
35-metre kick for Georgiades. Oh, that was better. Good finish from the left forward pocket. Port get one back. Port Adelaide 6-4-40. Melbourne 8-4-52. A 12-point game at the 5-minute mark of the third term on Grandstand AFL.
Now Oliver's gone over to Lysett. They're having a chat. Chad Corns has run out to Lysett. Everyone's having a chat to him, even the umpires. It's busy in the middle of the ground. But you're right, Campo, the way that Port Adelaide have moved the football in the early part of this third quarter is extremely different to what anything they did in the first half.
We've got to try and win the game.
Yeah.
And that's the thing with Port. They've got to try and win the game. And that's their mode. They like playing quick. Having coached against them, when they're at your most dangerous and you're sitting in the coaches' boxes, when they play on, they play with speed. They ask you a question. They have got good running power, but once again, Melbourne have been able to slow that up. But purely based on how they've kicked the ball around, they've made them kick the game skinny.
Scott Camporelli, Rod Jamieson, your experts. 2-goal game in favour of Melbourne. Third term. Gawn taps it down. Went through the hands of Wines. Gawn had a fresh area, and Lysett can gather for the Power. Just throws it on the outside of his boot. Skyward towards left half forward. Bounces in front of Salem. He can gather. Hand pass to Langdon. Looked a hand pass over the top to Salem. Just sat up too long, and he's tackled over the boundary line to be tossed back in left half forward for the Power.
Start to hear the first time tonight that we've heard that chant come through the Power.
Do you want to close the window?
Port Adelaide crowd getting up and about.
Is your head getting cold?
Ball throwing back in and throw back in. An umpire off the play has spotted a free kick. It will go to Gawn. That will infuriate the Power supporters. No,
Oliver,
it hasn't gone
holding.
to Gawn. It's gone to Oliver. He only had 20 possessions in the first half. You don't want to give him any more. He's gone 9 games this season with 30-plus possessions.
Gave it to Langdon, who pierced it short to Petrarca. The crowd thought it might not have been 15. Forward of centre wing. Petrarca heads into the 50 for the Demons. In a pack in the scoreboard pocket. It's knocked to ground. Jonas is wrapped up by Brown. Ball up to come. 30 from the Demons' goal.
I do like the fact that either Jared Schofield, the midfield coach, has said, nah, we've seen enough of Oliver running around by himself, and Willem Jew's just got to take control of him from now on.
Lysett wins the tap down. Bergman gets a hand pass away under pressure. Houston coming through, couldn't gather, but Aaliyah could. Around the body, he goes out of the 50 in a marking contest. Mays beats Salem. Takes the mark for Port Adelaide on the eastern side. So Sam Mays, contract year for the 27-year-old. Left half back decides to head down the eastern wing. Packer waits, Lever at the back, Dixon rising early. It might not have been a realistic attempt, and regardless, the mark will be taken by Lever. He's at right half back for the Demons.
His easiest intercept mark all year, chest mark.
There's the second one.
Wasn't the greatest of kicks. Cleary came to meet it, took the intercept mark for Port Adelaide. Inboard he went to Houston. They move it quickly to this side of the ground. The broadcast side to aim on, then down to half forward with his kick, finds Drew in front of Oliver. So he's making Oliver work. Drew with the mark though now has no real options, sideways or forwards, so he's forced to kick it long and high. Gawn back there, and he's at the front of the pack. It comes to the front. Motlop takes it, hand passes it off to the kick of Pal Pepper. He barreled it inside 50. There was holding there. It's play on advantage to Melbourne, and they'll break through Salem.
A 1-2 with Langdon, but it didn't return cleanly to Salem. Does enough to paddle it back to Langdon. He knocks it further wide to Spargo. Gathers inside the boundary line. A hand pass forward for the Demons intended for McDonald, who's carried over the line by Cleary. Boundary throw in to come eastern side.
It's just better pressure all round by Port Adelaide, isn't it, too? It's not as easy for Melbourne to get it out of the defence. They're getting it in there more often. It's only been, I think, twice inside 50 for Melbourne in this quarter.
And 6 to Port.
Demons by 12 points after they led by 19 at half-time. From the ruck contest, Port Adelaide just forcing the ball forward. Mays had it briefly. Hibbard for Melbourne with a hand pass for Harms, and then Salem taken away from the ball by Dixon towards the boundary line, and it came off Dixon's shin out on the full.
He's having a dirty night, isn't he?
Oh, well, he was a bit... Connor Rosie tapped it back into his leg and then went out on the full.
So Langdon with the free kick in game 100 heads down the line. Brayshaw gets up on top of Lysett, can't take it. Spills to Neil Bourne though. Hand pass wide to Harms, then to the logo to Viney. Melbourne moving forward on the eastern side. Puts it in front of Brown. He's got McKenzie on his tail. Gets away from him, centres his kick and hits Spargo. 40 from goal, 45-degree angle to the right.
Geez, it was an aggressive kick back into the corridor. It was at Langdon that kicked it back into Brayshaw, who almost took a screamer, but they're not prepared to go straight down the line. Melbourne pulled that back into the corridor on a slow play.
So Charlie Spargo, the 21-year-old, in his 50th game. He's kicked 8 goals, 12 for the year, but certainly been a prominent feature up forward. Starts outside the 50. Kicks from about 48, doesn't have the distance. Lysett tries to paddle it through, it doesn't go over the line. On the second attempt, he finally pushes it over on the left-hand side for a minor score. So the Demons now up by 13 points, 8-5-53 to 6-4-40. 11 and a half gone in the third term on Grandstand AFL.
Tom Jonas, the skipper of Port Adelaide, stands at the top of the goal square and then shapes as if to say, well, where am I going? And then finally plays on. Comes to this broadcast side, and Max Gawn, centre of the pack, takes a big mark for Melbourne. So Gawn to send his side back inside forward 50. High and long he goes. And coming across the pack was Jonas as McDonald rose up. And Jonas with a big punch sends it over the boundary line, 25 around from the goal face. That Melbourne is attacking at that northern end of the Adelaide Oval on Grandstand AFL.
Aaron Bryans and Neil Crotts with you alongside Scott Camperelli and Rod Jamieson. The text line 0437 774 774. Lysett in front position but couldn't get a clean tap away. Boak just tunnels it through his legs to Wines. Hand pass intended for Drew, didn't work well. Neil Bullen gathers, shrugs 2 tackles. Hand pass to Jordan. Dribbling kick for Melbourne of Fritsch, who's caught high, not paid. Called for the duck. Petrarca flicks it out. McDonald, or Jordan rather, has to wrap up. Aim on. Ball's just held in, 25 from goal, slightly left of centre. Ball up to come inside Melbourne's attacking 50.
Stiff.
Good call.
They were stiff, Melbourne, then.
Good call. Play on. Or holding the ball, one or the other.
It's not high?
Nah, he ducked.
Melbourne get the ball just outside attacking 50. That's a free kick. Butters into the back of Hunt. So it'll be a free kick to Melbourne.
Hunt's got all of this, Crossy.
So they did clear it out of that ruck contest closer to goal, Port Adelaide. But Jordan now, or rather
Jaden
Hunt, will take the free kick. So I don't think he's got 50 metres plus in his leg. And the man on the mark, Butters, is standing on the 50 arc. 45-degree angle, maybe a little more severe.
He kicked an enormous screw punt last year. He's only kicked 1 goal for the year this year.
Well, it was memorable. Here he goes with a drop punt, and he's got distance, but in doing so, he's hooked it for the minor score. So another point for Melbourne, extends their lead to 14 at the 13.5-minute mark of this third term on Grandstand AFL.
Screw punt or torpedo?
Either or. We're catering for all states and territories around Australia.
Speaking of, Leonard just gets it long out of defensive 50. Mays a hand pass to Wines, who gets put to ball under pressure. It trickles to right half forward. Hunt gathers as Butters was held off the ball. Comes to Petty, who kicks all the way back to the defensive goal square to Stephen May as the Demons try to settle things in their defensive 50. May heads out to the right back pocket, finds Langdon, who again has kicked it out on the full. Free kick to the Power.
That is lazy.
60 from goal. Carl Amon has it. Tightest of angles on the left. Amon assesses his options. Comes in. Decides to centre his kick across the goal face. It goes. In front position, Mays couldn't take it. Coming across Hibbert, and May knocked it through for the minor score. So back to a 13-point lead to the Demons. 8-6-54. The Power 6-5-41. They've got the only major of the third term through Mitch Georgiades. We've gone 15 minutes in the third on Grandstand AFL.
May brings it in short to Salem, who takes the mark 25 from goal and just waits and waits. Nobody comes to stand the mark. Plays on now. Goes for Gawn on centre wing, middle of the pack. Ball falls over the back. Jonas there. He went back to Burn-Jones. Inboard he went with a kick, missed his target. Melbourne swooping. They've got numbers. Viney away to Salem. Oh, he didn't see the Port Adelaide player there. And Amon intercepted, gave it to Rosie. Blind turn, hand pass away to Motlop. Then he receives it back from Boken from 45 metres on the quick punt. Sends it out on the full by a long way.
Really poor Motlop in your 200th game. I mean, he's got to be stronger over the ball in that situation there. That could have gone down the other end again really quickly. He tried to play for a free kick, just absorb the physical pressure and pick the ball up.
May clears it out of defensive 50, but intercepting it is Butters. He's been definitely all around the ground tonight on his return from syndesmosis. This will be disposal number 10, and he's a bit proppy as well as he gets up as well.
Yeah, he landed awkward then, didn't he? It was an easy chest mark.
Butters decides to just centre his kick into the 50. It's a flat one, and Aaliyah coming out, juggles it and takes it. Aaliyah flipped forward, has a chance to kick his first goal in Power colours.
Too easy. Way too easy.
Certainly hit the scoreboard as a Swan, but has been playing entirely as a backman to start his career at Port Adelaide. Aaliyah.
Well, he drifted forward, Aaron, with Lysette going off the ground into the ruck by the looks of it.
Starts outside the 50. Man on the marks, 35 from goal. It's far left. Might stay in the field of play on the goal line. It's off a few hands. Petty gets it to Lever, who kicks under pressure to Salem. Didn't have the 15 in the left back pocket. He clears defensive 50 to Pickett, who just takes it inside the boundary line. Keziah Pickett has it left half back for Melbourne. Fans thought it was out of play. From our viewpoint, it looked like it was just in. Down the line he goes to centre wing, off hands to Gawn, who got boots of ball outside the boundary line. Interesting to see what they'll call this. Boundary throw-in. Meanwhile, let's go down to Josh Money. Zach Butters has just come off.
He's just come off, Aaron, and he's absolutely screamed into the air and slapped the bench, initially waving the trainers away after that awkward fall, but it has come down on that ankle. Looks very, very dicey for Zach Butters at the moment on his first game back.
Ball back into play. Petrarca over it. Standing up was Oliver as well. Oliver's got it. He's surrounded by a couple of Port players. Aaliyah at the front and from behind Drew, who's his tag, it looks like, in this second half. Call it a draw. Umpire throws it in the air. Jackson from behind knocks it down. Boak was there. It's taken away by Melbourne eventually. Jordan inboard to Petrarca. Gave it back to Jordan. Left foot inside 50. Or Pickett worked hard. Got a hand to the ball. It's on the ground now. Looked like Brown pulled it in. Burton standing there. Pickett involved as well. They crowd around. There's a half a dozen players trying to get their hands on the ball. And still it won't come out. What does the umpire think now? He says Give it to me. So we'll ball it up inside attacking 50 for Melbourne.
They're up by 13 points at the moment. Late stages of the third. Gawn taps it down looking for Oliver. Got a hand pass away whilst being tackled by two. Jordan's kick is smothered, but it ricochets back into the 50 for Melbourne. Petrarca gathers cleanly, hand passes to his skipper. Gawn curling it around. Minor score to the left. Back to a 14-point advantage for the Demons, who are yet to kick a goal in this third term. They're 8-7-55 playing Port Adelaide 6-5-41. Approaching time on in the third.
Two behinds to Max Gawn. One in the first, one in the third. And do you have a pie or a sausage roll at half-time, Aaron?
Both.
What about the diet you were talking about?
Well, it's forgotten for now.
You said meats. I got on the meats.
Jonas brought it in, got it to Houston. Houston goes to centre wing. And May brought it down for Melbourne. Ball bobbling around, eventually found its way to Dixon. He sent it down to half forward, coming and meeting it. Georgiades got away from the tackle of Petty. Hunt put him under pressure, and so he turned it over Georgiades by kicking it to the man who dropped off him, and Lever spreads it wide straight away to the eastern side of the ground. They've got numbers, Melbourne.
Switch is certainly on. Kicked short to Salem. Now pops it over the top to Langdon. They can run through centre wing on the eastern side. No pressure on Langdon. He'll take a couple of bounces. Centre his kick up towards right half forward. Brown takes the mark. 55 from goal. Pops it up over the top. McDonald leading out. Can clunk it right in front of the scoreboard. Tightest of angles, 30 from goal.
No pressure on the ball, Port Adelaide. They've been pretty good, Jamo, to be fair, for the first 14 minutes of the quarter, hence why they've been in the game, but they've just gone coast to coast here, Melbourne, with no pressure on the ball.
So Tom McDonald, it'll take a fair bit of skill to get it from this angle. We'll start basically on the LED advertising board. Comes in, heads towards goal. Tom McDonald starts it right. Can't bring it back enough. Minor score to the Demons. Now up by 15 points. The game high lead was 26 midway through the second, but Melbourne now 8-8-56 playing Port Adelaide 6-5-41. 21 gone in the third.
It's been quiet of goals. One to Port and none to Melbourne in this third quarter.
Jared Leonard brings it in, plays on, sends it long. All over the back. Drew found it, hand passed it up into the centre. He goes to Boak. He's running, and so is Mays ahead of him. And then Mays wide with a hand pass to Bergman. Back through the corridor came the hand pass to Amon, and from 55 goes to the goal face. Coast to coast, Port Adelaide, and Georgiades takes the mark. 10 metres out, 45-degree angle.
Just watched Ed Langdon then run through the middle of the ground. He actually had no one. The ball went over the top, missed the target. He went back. Everyone else was manned up. He should have come forward and put the pressure on the ball. And then he did when Amon kicked it in, but it was well too late.
Mitch Georgiades settles himself, kicking for his second of the night. Kick one at the 5-minute mark of this quarter. In he comes to bring Port Adelaide even closer. He slams it through. Port Adelaide well in the contest. 7-5-47. They trail now by 9 points. Melbourne 8-8-56. Important goal, his second of the night. Mitch Georgiades. Let's go down to the boundary. Josh Money.
Looks to be the right knee that's troubling Jack Butters and the Port Adelaide doctors. He's gone down to the rooms and Marty Frederick, the medical sub, warming up. He did have nerve damage in his knee, Butters, but that was actually on his right knee. So that was on his left knee, I should say, this time on his right. So potentially a new injury. Marty Frederick, as I said, warming up.
The end result of the hard work Port Adelaide are doing in this third quarter, 12-7 inside 50s, everything else in terms of disposals, marks, contested, kick longs, tackling, handball received. Well, look at the tackles, Melbourne 18-8 in this quarter alone, but the rest is pretty much even.
Rod Jamieson, Scott Camporelli, your experts. Great to have your company on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. It's the D's by 9. Viney gets a boot away from the middle towards Petrarca. Hand passes forward to Neil Bullen. Flat kick into the 50. Hits up McDonald. Piercing pass. Tom McDonald takes it. 45 from goal, straight in front.
Well, it was a nice little deft touch from Jackson out of that centre bounce contest, but beautiful kick inside forward 50. We saw Eamon on the other end with Georgiades, and we see that one there.
Tom McDonald looking for Melbourne's first goal of the third quarter. Starts inside the centre square, loads up from 46. Goal umpire does not have to move. 2 for Tom McDonald. Back to a 15-point margin. Melbourne 9-8-62 playing Port Adelaide 7-5-47. 24 minutes gone in the third on Grandstand AFL.
Just can't do anything as a defender when you move the football. We spoke about it all night as to how quickly and then precisely when you're just running out as a key forward, your eyes light up, and you still got to be able to clunk them at that speed. And Tom McDonald, again, we spoke at half-time and how good the season he has, the nick that he's in. He's on that meat diet, Aaron. It is a unique diet. It truly is, though, isn't it? Like, I'm genuinely serious. His diet is all meat.
Lions in the jungle, they just eat meat, don't they?
Oh, yeah. Lean, fast.
Bit like Aaron.
Ever seen a rabbit stretch?
No.
In the middle, Gawn with the stretch and the knockout. It came to Oliver eventually. He went to Viney by hand across the body, goes down to half forward. Harms bravely back, couldn't take the mark. He's following up on the ground, and there was a high tackle. He'll receive the free kick, Boak the offender. And because Boak's ordered to stand, he's away on the right foot, inside 50. It opens up McDonald again. Gee, they got around him. Burton got around him with the knockaway. It came to Langdon from Jordan, though, and it's across the goal face. Rivers, in fact, might have been with a hand pass, but it was certainly available there for another kick at goal. It's a minor score, and the margin is 16 in favour of Melbourne. They've had opportunities in this quarter. They've kicked 5 behinds and 1 goal.
The difference there too, McDonald actually tried to take it on his chest. Burton got his hands to it as opposed to the one previously, just hands out in front.
Leanett clears it out of the 50. Marshall off the pack, just threw it on the boot, turns it straight over. Rivers has it, back edge of the centre square for the Demons. He's called to play on. Decides to send it long to left half forward. Gawn was leading out. Lycett got around him and spoils it towards the boundary line. Harms wants to keep it in play but can't. He's knocked over to be tossed back in. Left half forward for the Demons. Josh Money on the boundary.
Zach Butters has emerged from the room with his right knee strapped. He's just tried running up and down the boundary, just tried to change directions then and basically gave a shake of the head to the doctors. It looks like it's day done for Zach Butters in his first game in 3 months.
Out of the ruck contest, Gawn takes it, sends it inside forward 50, and in the tackle, ball hand passed over the line, somewhat deliberately by Cleary. The umpire said that's okay. No, he didn't. He said, in fact, that wasn't sufficient intent to keep the ball in, and so McDonald will take the free kick. Man on the mark, 45 from goal. McDonald starts on the fence line for this kick. Comes inboard, crosses the line, ball smothered by Houston. Picked up by Fritsch, gave it to McDonald, kept the ball in, crossed the body, and he's going to go! Oh, they're going to hit the roof, the Port Adelaide fans, because McDonald was so clever to keep that ball in, and it is on. There's a bit of push and shove between the players. Surprisingly, Travis Boak in the middle of it with Tom McDonald. And, boy, that was a very important goal. 10-9-69 Melbourne, 7-5-47 Port Adelaide. We had an angle on that. Boys, what did you think? Was it still
let's go
in
to the
play?
answer.
Well, to be fair, he kept the ball's got to be completely over the line. So from the angle from here where we're sitting in the commentary box, plus the TV, the ball wasn't completely out. So Port fans can complain all they like, but that's the rules, and a great finish by Tom McDonald.
Unusual too for Travis Boak to get in the middle of it. He mightn't have got much sleep last night. I don't know. I didn't see anything after. Did Aaron crossing? No. Interesting.
Oh, he just went up and bumped him after.
Was it?
Yeah, McDonald didn't really appreciate that, so he went back at him.
He's got a big smile on his face.
The Demons by 22 in the middle. Drew head over the ball, can't gather under pressure from Oliver. Amon, a big collision with Neil Bullen. Both just wrap up Viney. Ball up to come in the centre square. On the text line, Alf in Tennant Creek says, "Go Melbourne, and I'm tipping the Cats against the Blues on Saturday." Certainly would be a favourable one, Alf. Lycett, the hand pass back for the Power to Houston. Now at right half back, Houston can head down the western side. Pops it up in front of Powell Pepper. Takes it just inside the boundary line. Powell Pepper, short of right half forward. Heads towards the 50. Straight up to the sky. Georgiades, Marshall and Dixon all flew it. Beat all of them. Hibbert at the back. Hand pass to Petrarca. Kick along the ground is cut off by Amon. Hand pass back to Petrarca. Melbourne out of the 50 once again. Brown taps it down centre wing, looking for Brayshaw. Couldn't gather. Aaliyah comes through. He's wrapped up. Houston, gets the hand pass out. Petrarca cuts it off and knocks it over the boundary line to be tossed back in. Short of right half forward for Port Adelaide. Currently down by 22 points.
Si Pickett's had 7 disposals for the game, but he's had 7 tackles and another one there on Aaliyah.
Ball back into play. Gawn has the better of the ruck contest. Stands up, takes the ball away. Hand passes it in the tackle. Crowd wanted holding the ball. Drew picks it up for Melbourne. Gets it down towards half forward. Powell Pepper did okay going in over the ball, though he's been hit and he was just holding his arm briefly. Salem cleared the ball, but Drew's taken the mark between centre wing and half forward for Port Adelaide on this broadcast side.
Willem Drew heads towards the 50. Packer waits, coming across Hibbert, nearly took the intercept mark, spills to Oliver. Hand pass over the top for Melbourne. Lever with the double slap down back to Hibbert. Hand pass was a bit long for Brayshaw, did well to get it. Gave it to Viney, then Salem is caught by Lycett. Could have been high. It will be high, yes. Free kick to the Demons. That's what happens when a ruckman tackles a small defender. Christian Salem at centre half back will receive it for the Demons. They're 10-9-69 playing Port Adelaide, 7-5-47 late stages of the third.
Salem from half back looks for Brown, middle of the pack. Ball comes to the ground. Aaliyah tries to follow it up. It gets to Gawn from Harms with a hand pass. Partly smothered was a kick. Now it's on the boundary line. Powell Pepper turned away from one tackle, turned into another, then had to release a hand pass over the boundary line. Crowd just getting warmed up, let me tell you. It's a hot contest and they're not happy with some of the decisions, but Port Adelaide fans never happy with the decisions that go against them.
24-9 tackles Melbourne this quarter.
Rod Jamison, Scott Camporelli are experts. There's a free kick in the ruck contest and it's going Port Adelaide's way. Clayton Oliver was getting away with the ball there and has to pass it back to Scott Lycett. So Lycett will hand it off to the runner on the outside in Houston. No, it'll be called back. It's coming all the way back because the actual free kick was going to Willem Drew.
Yeah, the umpire off the play about 50 metres away saw a holding.
So Drew now for the Power heads up the western side. At right half forward, Marshall coming across, nearly took out Dixon, who stood his ground, takes the contested mark, spins around, flat kick into the 50, hit Georgiades, who dropped a chest mark on his knees, applies a tackle and holds the ball up 45 from goal. Right forward pocket, the Power down by 22.
Charlie's kick just had to land it, which he did. Great kick out in front. Georgiades just dropped an absolute sitter.
Dixon takes the ball out of the ruck contest, screws it around into the pocket, and it goes out on the full, right on three-quarter time. Port Adelaide they came hard in that third term, but they only managed 2 goals, 2 in the end. And a 19-point lead at half-time for Melbourne is now a 22-point lead at three-quarter time. Melbourne 10-9-69, Port Adelaide 7-5-47.
Crowd can do all they want, but Port Adelaide lead the free kick count 17-16. They're down by 22 points heading into the final quarter. The goal scorers at three-quarter time for the Demons, 3 to McDonald, 2 to Petrarca and Pickett, singles to Jackson, Spargo and Fritsch. Meanwhile, for the Power, 2 to Georgiades, singles to McKenzie, Amon, Wines, Rosie and Dixon. We'll get an update very shortly with Josh Money on the boundary about Zach Butters and whether or not he'll still be in this game with a knee concern. The text line, if you'd like to get in touch, 0437 774 774. But for now, on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital, this is Grandstand AFL.
Conversations.
You go into a psychiatric hospital.
Spend an hour in the life of someone else.
Because you can no longer function.
Someone who's seen and done remarkable things.
Who are all these crazy people? And it takes a while to realise you're one of them. Just because people are not completely sane doesn't mean they can't help you.
Hear the latest conversations weekday mornings from 11 on ABC Radio and follow on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Vern Jones slipped a hand pass wide for Butters, got through 2 tackles. He gave it then by hand to lean it inside 50 again. Georgiades was up, and then came down with the ball. What a mark from the young man. Just the lift Port needed.
He has got the knee on the shoulder and on top of Max Gawn's head, and that is an outstanding mark. Butters has run into Gawn, he's gone to ground, he's late to the contest. Lysette's dropped Gawn too, he's got off the knees, and Burton's come over to say something. Petrarca's come in now on Eamon, so it's starting to heat up.
Jonas drops it in short for a pass, and coming out Georgiades again in front of the eyes, in front of Langdon, pulled it down, strong hands. 35-metre kick for Georgiades. Oh, that was better. Good finish from the left forward pocket. Port get one back.
May clears it out of defensive 50, but intercepting it is Butters. He's been definitely all around the ground tonight on his return from syndesmosis. This will be disposal number 10, and he's a bit proppy as well as he gets up.
Yeah, he landed awkward then, didn't he? It was an easy chest mark.
Aim on and from 55 goes to the goal face. Coast to coast, Port Adelaide, and Georgiades takes the mark. 10 metres out, 45-degree angle. In he comes to bring Port Adelaide even closer. He slams it through. Port Adelaide well in the contest.
Zach Butters has emerged from the room with his right knee strapped. He's just tried running up and down the boundary, just tried to change directions then, and basically gave a shake of the head to the doctors. It looks like it's day done for Zach Butters in his first game in 3 months.
Picked up by Fritsch, gave it to McDonald, kept the ball in, crossed the body, and he's got to go! Oh, they're going to hit the roof, the Port Adelaide fans, because McDonald was so clever to keep that ball in, and it is on. There's a bit of push and shove between the players.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
After a shock loss to the Giants last week, it looks like Melbourne will be headed back to top spot on the AFL ladder. They lead by 22 points over Port Adelaide heading into the final quarter. 10-9-69 plays 7-5-47. Melbourne well and truly on top of the game for the majority of the evening, but the Power just keep edging back that margin. We'll wait and see what they can do in this final term. The text line, if you'd like to get in touch, 0437 774 774. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross with you alongside Carlton Premiership player Scott Camporelli and Adelaide Crows Premiership player Rod Jamieson. The 5th member of our commentary team downstairs can provide an update on Zach Butters, and it's Josh Money down there.
Aaron, Zach Butters has been subbed out of the game with a knee injury. It's the inside of his right knee. He's got the jacket on and ice on that knee. He's been consoled by Tom Rockcliffe, who's had his fair share of knee problems this year. A big blow for him. Marty Frederick, the medical sub, is stripped and ready to come into the game. But Zach Butters out. It's a new injury. He obviously had surgery on his left ankle and then surgery on his left knee after having nerve damage, so he's had a big 3 months. New injury this time, unfortunately. A big blow for Port and potentially its premiership hopes.
His first game since round 4, ending prematurely, unfortunately, for Zach Butters. So Martin Frederick into the game, as Josh Money just mentioned. On the text line, fair bit of debate about Tom McDonald's third goal, where he kept the ball in play. It was a line ball call, and Michael says, you blokes need to go to the optometrist. It was out of bounds. Certainly it will be one that will be debated, I imagine, across the weekend. But for now, it is Melbourne with the 22-point advantage. Scott Camporelli, Rod Jamieson, is there any way that Port Adelaide can get back into this?
Ironically, we're both wearing glasses.
Maybe we need to go and get a better prescription.
I think was it Michael? I think he might be one-eyed, though.
Yeah, good call, Crossy. Well, to be fair, the only way Port are going to win this is their efficiency going forward. So they dominated that quarter in terms of inside 50s, 15 for the quarter, but only returned 2 goals too. That's not going to get it done. And Melbourne's back 6 have held up all night. And on the flip side, they've got to be able to stop Melbourne's penetration of theirs inside 50. They had 10 inside 50s for 7 scoring shots. So one end of the ground's scoring easy, and the other end is finding it quite difficult. But I thought the midfield battle evened up. Willem Drew did a really good job on Clayton Oliver, held him to 5 for that quarter. And Travis Boken picked up his level through there. Ollie Wines getting tagged by Jack Viney and had no influence on the game, to be fair. So this midfield battle is going to be really important, but for Port to win, they've got to be really efficient going inside forward 50.
Well, their first half of that third quarter too, you saw a real change. They had more inside 50s. they had all the play. To your point, they just couldn't get it done on the scoreboard.
The Demons by 22. Gawn and Lycett in the middle. Neither took a jump at it. Gawn brings it down towards Drew for the power. He was caught in a tackle, couldn't dispose of it cleanly. Wines soccers off the deck. Just forward is cut off by Jordan, who has a couple of fumbles. Motlop comes to wrap him up. In game 200, a ball up to come in the centre square in the Powers half, currently down by 22.
We spoke to Alan Richardson pre-game. James Jordan, he was very glowing of his approach and attack at the footy.
Speaking of attack at the footy, Wines and Viney, you won't get harder men than those two at the footy. And Viney tackled Wines. Game Wines 9 times this season with 30-plus possessions. Out of the contest, it's come to Drew. Drew on 50, inside 50 with the kick, was wide, looking for Alia, who stayed forward after kicking or getting an opportunity to kick a goal late in that third quarter.
If you're breaking a line and running through 50, 48, you have absolute autonomy to have a shot at goal.
So tossed in the scoreboard pocket. Inside 50 for the power. Dixon gets around, Gawn and wins it down, tries to rove his own ball, but he's cut off by Langdon, who just barrels it out of the 50 to centre wing on the eastern side, and it works for Brown. Ben Brown, who's goalless on return to the team so far this evening, has it just behind centre wing, called to play on. Decides to continue the trajectory, heads up to left half forward. It beats the pack at the fall of the ball. Burne-Jones is there to mop it up. Tries to get around Pickett and drops it. No free kick in the tackle. Frederick does the same. This time the Demons mop it up. Langdon, hand pass forward to Spargo. Gets it off to Pickett. Runs through 30. Back to Langdon. On the right, he heads towards home. Ed Langdon has missed. Minor score to the right. 23 points the lead to the Demons. 10-10-70. Plays Port Adelaide 7-5-48. And that's a game, well, it's nearly a game high margin. Melbourne up by 26 midway through the second, now by 23.
McKenzie plays on, stops, props, and sends it wide for Amon. So Amon in the left back pocket on this broadcast side of the ground. Now he plays on, Pickett comes at him, but he won't get there. Amon down the line he goes with his kick. Ball comes off hands in the direction of Brayshaw. Picked it up, slipped the hand, pass away to Hunt. Hunt off the left foot, goes high, inside forward 50, hoping, and which had hands on it, but lost it. Picked up by Leanett in the tackle, turns it over, Langdon forward, hand pass. McDonald decides to centre up. Jordan stands under it. Late came Wines, knocked it away. Ball on the ground, big collision. It's come back to Spargo, and then Petrarca, and then inboard to Viney. Another smother across the boot. Port Adelaide will get away.
On the rebound through the centre square, Boakes wrapped up in a tackle from Petrarca, just manages to nudge it to Mays. He's caught by a couple. Ball up to come in the centre square.
An outstanding passage of play. Both sides, just the defence to be able to work it out for Port Adelaide. Willem Drew was the player that put the smother on.
Tossed up, Lycett got a fist to it, ricochets to Wines, threw a boot at it but missed. Burne-Jones wrapped up by a couple, spills out towards Langdon, runs to the eastern side, kicks around the body, backing back. Leanett was trying to provide some assistance. It doesn't matter because Cleary reads it best. That right half back for the power, he'll centre his kick to the defensive edge. Finds Wines, hand pass over the top to Frederick, runs across the centre square line into the 50. It's a short ball that's bouncing in front of Dixon. Wrapped up Petty and stripped the ball in the process. Flicked a hand pass as he fell to ground to Georgiades. Ball ricochets out of the 50. The Demons can mop it up. Hibberd gathers. Kicks on the right down the line. In front of the benches. Good rise from McDonald. Beats McKenzie. Takes it true centre wing and wastes little time with the hand pass.
Gets a 1-2 back. McDonald using Jordan down to half forward. Falls over the back of the pack. Surely Viney was taken low. No, said the umpire. Hand pass finds Burne-Jones. Pickett hits him hard. Got the hand pass away though. He got it forward to Amon. He goes down the line with his kick. Hibberd comes and takes a chest mark. Used his right foot before the left footer and is now going to go back from this and probably use his natural foot now.
Turn around crossing.
He does. Straight back down the line he goes. Gawn, middle of the pack, brings it to the front. Oliver was there. Hand pass was interesting. Got it to Viney. He's another left footer who uses his right foot inside forward 50. They go Melbourne.
McKenzie cut it off and sent it back where it came from, but Gawn reads it best. The Melbourne skipper takes the mark. Right half forward for the Demons. Currently up by 23.
It's giving you a bit of a lesson tonight.
Well, that's why you don't do all the bravado, because it hasn't helped one bit.
Gawn heads in, and McDonald in the middle of the pack rises and takes it. Tom McDonald, one of the Demons' best tonight so far, looking for his 4th goal. Tight angle on the right in the right forward pocket.
That's his 8th mark for the night.
Yeah.
3 contested.
That diet is just doing wonders, Aaron.
For those just joining us, Tom McDonald on an all-meat diet this year, and certainly would be in career best form.
Is that fact?
Fact.
McDonald comes in, kicks from 30. It's a flat kick heading left, and it's hit the left-hand goalpost. Minor score to the Demons, up by 24 now. 10-11-71 plays 7-5-47. 6 minutes gone in the final quarter on Grandstand AFL.
You look forward to an eye fillet for breakfast.
So Port Adelaide bringing the ball in quickly. They get it towards Wines on centre wing, outside with a hand pass to Cleary. Cleary takes his time, chips it to half forward. Boak running inside 50. Now he goes low and hard, and diving and taking the mark, Connor Rosie. But he's 45 from goal and on the boundary.
Had a dirty night, Connor. He's had 5 possessions, kicked an early goal at the start of the game, has not had any influence on the game.
Plays on now across the body, into the forward pocket and beyond for the minor score. Ball dived as he kicked it across the body. And so that, with that minor score, reduces the margin 23 points. Port Adelaide trailing the Demons, who bring the ball in through May. He looks for Brayshaw on the 50 and finds him. So he's taken the mark there on defensive 50 for Melbourne.
Angus Brayshaw heads wide. Out for Salem, nearly cut off by Motlop, who was not facing the ball. Didn't matter. Salem reading it best. Been a good season so far for Christian Salem. 5-year extension earlier on in the year. Heads down the line. A pack awaits. Fritsch, who's been quiet in the front, knocked it down to Spargo. Got around a few tacklers. Kicks forward to Langdon. Short of left half forward. He plays on. Runs around the man on the mark and sends it into the 50. Jackson in front position. It was too high for him. Spills to Jordan, though. Hand pass over the top. Petrarca's alone in the goal square, and he's kicked his 3rd. Melbourne finding plenty of answers, and Christian Petrarca is everywhere tonight. 24 touches, 3 goals. The Demons out to a 29-point game-high lead. 11-11-77 plays 7-6-48. 8 minutes gone in the final quarter on Grandstand AFL.
Well, Langdon just spat forward out of that contest on the wing, and Houston was just dawdling behind him. But it was Bergman on this side wing, Jamo. I was watching it with James Jordan, and Bergman went into support in the aerial contest, made no contact with the ball. It spelled a Jordan, and Petrarca, who was front and square, really turned and got an easy goal over the back. But losing contests and not halving him and bringing the ball to the front really kills you in the modern day game. So you can see it on replay. Comes across, misses the mark. Jordan's front and square, and then his opponent, which was Boak, had to try and press the game, but had no influence.
29-point margin in favour of Melbourne on Thursday night football here at the Adelaide Oval. In the middle, Port Adelaide had it briefly, but now it's taken away at half-back by Melbourne. Aaliyah late, almost made the tackle. Melbourne got the ball to centre wing. Now it's with Viney in the middle of the ground. He's forced through the loose ball to make a tackle on Houston, and we'll get a ball up basically just on the eastern side of the centre square.
Tossed up, Lycett in front position. Jackson wins it down from behind, though. Straight to Neil Bullen. Gets around a couple. Flat kick. Cut off by a hand of Burn-Jones. Burton overruns it. Brayshaw gets a hand pass out to Spargo. Now Petrarca for the Demons to Gawn. Sets it up. High kick into the 50. Oliver coming across. Only had eyes for the football as he darted across the goal face and takes it. 30 from goal, slight angle to the right.
Just been clean again. Just around the contest.
Well, 18 to 9, Jamo, to back up your contest in contested possession. And they've out-tackled them as well. So, Melbourne, that is. So, not only are they winning it their share, but they're also putting pressure on Port Adelaide as well.
So Clayton Oliver already has 26 touches tonight. He's hoping his 27th may be the goal that ices the game.
To go with 10 clearances.
Oliver starts outside the paint of 50. Man on the mark, 30 from goal. Comes in. Leans back from 40 on the right. It's starting right. It just didn't sneak back. Another minor score for the Demons. 11-12-78 now. Port Adelaide 7-6-48. 10.5 gone in the fourth quarter. It's the Demons now up by 30.
They kicked 5 behinds in the third quarter and kicked 3 already in this last. The margin should be a lot bigger.
Leonard brings the ball in for Port Adelaide, and they'll get a free kick from the contest. Hunt holding on to Marshall for Port, so it'll be Marshall to take the free kick at left half back. He drops it in short straight away. He got it to Leonard, who was pressured from Jordan from behind. Then he goes and bites off the kick inside at 45. Melbourne are able to turn it around, possibly. It's in a contest now. Through came Wines. Released the hand pass out to Leonard. Then he gave it forward to Amon, who was almost run down by Hunt. He kicks the ball inside forward 50. Big collision there. A couple of Port players down. And it comes off hands, and Melbourne with the mark. Eventually May gave it to Jordan. And the damage behind play remains with
Rosie and Dixon.
Dixon staying on one knee at the moment as Jordan kicks down the line.
Head to centre wing on the western side. Off hands, it'll roll towards the boundary, and Clayton Oliver will carry it over. So Rosie was in front position and looked like he probably would have clunked it. Dixon's come across and they've almost collided chests. And Dixon's come off worse for wearing it, but they're both still out on the ground at the moment. Just a spell of bad luck for the Power tonight. Down by 30 points. Zach Butters has been subbed out of the game with a knee injury on his return in his first game since round 4. Toss back in. Lysett has a couple of fumbles off the ruck tap. Petrarca gets it away from him to Jackson. Then Jordan kicks around the body, out of bounds on the full. Free kick to the Power in front of the benches where Josh Money is.
Official or early prognosis, I should say, from Port Adelaide is a jarred knee for Zach Butters. So hopefully not as bad as first thought.
They'll certainly need all of their best elite players heading into the finals, considering they haven't been able to beat a top-tier side yet. Kick towards the 50 for the Power. Off hands, it ricochets to Lever. Hand pass out wide. Hits up Jordan. Flat kick to Petrarca at right half back. The Demons just slowing play down. 12.5 gone in the final quarter. They're up by 30.
Petrarca, just a word to a couple of Port supporters over on the benches there, and then kicked down the line and came off hands. Leonard came across the front of the pack, immediately tackled by Pickett, and Jackson forced the ball up on the logo on centre wing.
9 tackles to Pickett.
Ball down to Jordan, tried in the one motion to hand pass it, wasn't effective, and Harms picked it up and was immediately grabbed by a couple of Port players. So we'll get another ball up. A little bit of a stalemate on centre wing at the moment. Melbourne 11-12-78, Port 7-6-48.
On the reset, Gawn got a fist to it, but went to Wines. Hand pass back towards Leonard. Alir comes to crunch the pack off the kick. Drew just slaps it forward, works for Pau Pepper, tries to get around Hibbert, who caught him. Great tackle. Holding the ball, Melbourne free kick. Sam Pau Pepper looks very sore. He's clutching at his ankle in that tackle.
His ribs, I think.
He's had a slow night. He's been caught, I think, 3 times.
Definitely
ankle, yeah.
So up on his feet, Sam Pau Pepper, but looks very sore as Hibbert goes towards the scoreboard pocket in defensive 50. Finds May, he'll chip it short to Petty, closer towards centre half back. On the text line, Michael's got back to us. He says, great call tonight. However, I'm going to bed as an unhappy Port supporter. Ken Hinkley has to go. Alistair Clarkson should come in.
Well, he's not leaving Melbourne to the end of next year.
According to the Hawks,
Hawthorn,
at least.
Sorry. Melbourne is in where he lives.
May down the line with his kick, and it was Jonas, the skipper of Port Adelaide, came across, knocked the ball into the crowd, 10 rows back. Well done to the gentleman who caught it. Are you allowed to catch it these days in the crowd?
Full capacity tonight, so you think we're all right.
So ball thrown back into play. Alir against Gawn. You'd think that it'd only go one way, and Gawn took it out of the ruck contest. Eventually gave the hand pass away to Harms, who had to get a 1-2 to get it back. And then off he went to Salem. One step off the back foot, down the line. Brown outmarked by McKenzie for Port Adelaide. Inboard looking for Alir. Kick wasn't fantastic. But it might work out in the end for Port Adelaide.
Houston gets it back to Rosie, caught in a tackle, dropped it. Locked and Gather, though, heads into the 50, looking for Pau Pepper, who gets rid of his opponent. Rivers was with him the whole time. But Pau Pepper, at the last second, gets front position, takes it on the chest, sliding in. He has it 35 from goal, 45-degree angle to the left.
Well, he has been a reasonable goal kicker the last few weeks. We've watched their games, so backing from here, Gemmo?
7-5 this year, yes. Trent McKenzie lucky to get away with that centre kick in the middle of the ground.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were going to say about the free kick.
No.
Pau Pepper comes in, kicks from 45. It's starting right, flat as well. On the goal line, it's knocked over anyway. Minor score through the right-hand side. Port Adelaide reduced the deficit to 29, 11-12-78, plays 7-7-49. 16 minutes gone in the final quarter on Grandstand AFL. Tomorrow, the Bombers host Adelaide to continue round 17. Our coverage starting on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Demons have worked the ball from defence out, and the ball crossing the boundary out there just between half back and centre wing, and that gives us a chance back down to Josh Money on the boundary.
It's all happening on the Port Adelaide bench, Crossy. Unfortunately, not in a good way for the Power. Ryan Burden's got some issues with his groin. We know he's had a shocking run with injury. Just talking to the doctors now, but doesn't look too comfy.
Yeah, history with soft tissue injuries, so off the ruck contest down the line. Salem with a quick kick found Petrarca, who's been brilliant tonight, and in fact for most of the season for Melbourne.
Just a right footer, Crossy too, driver.
Disposal number 29 heads up to left half forward. McKenzie was there but couldn't take it off the bounce. Pickett gathers instead, bursts away from 50. That's a massive goal from Keziah Pickett. Loads up for his third, and that should do it. 35 points the lead to Melbourne. 17 minutes gone in the final quarter. 12-12-84 to Port Adelaide. 7-7-49. Melbourne finding answers. So many of their big names standing up. Petrarca with 29, Oliver with 27. Keziah Pickett now has 3 goals on Grandstand AFL.
You couldn't ask for any more for a small forward when you want him to get hold of the football, be in the right spot at the right time, and then defend when you don't have it. He has had a decent sort of a night. He's only had the 9 disposals. He's had 5 contested. He's had 9 tackles, 2 inside 50s, and kicked 3 goals. And he's just his speed to get to the contest, and players. When the Port Adelaide defence have wanted to come out of their back line, he's been able to get to them and put the pressure on or shut them down.
Melbourne hasn't won here at the Adelaide Oval since 2016. They're going to win tonight. It's just a matter of the margin as Port Adelaide take the ball forward from centre. Dixon got the hand pass off to Mays, sprayed the kick on the snap, out on the full, and in the left back pocket it'll be Petty to take the free kick for Melbourne.
On the text line, Muzz says Georgiades kicking a behind after a screamer sums up Port's night. And M from Melbourne says, hi team, loving the call. Hands off Michael, Clarko is ours at the Pies. Out of the 50 go the Demons. The 4 of the ball, Petrarca gets it to Oliver, then Salem chips it over the top to Brayshaw, left half back. He'll take the mark on the eastern side. The Demons kicking to the southern end to conclude this contest. Chips it inbound, hits up Salem once again, and he'll go further short down the lines of Petrarca. Just behind centre wing on that eastern side. Petrarca now disposal number 31 to go alongside 3 goals. Heads up to left half forward. Packer waits there. Brown just beat him. Spills towards Fritsch, who's also been quiet. Hand pass forward to Neil Bullen. Keeps it in play. Fredericks right on him. Manages to tap it towards Clury. He's wrapped up in a tackle. 45 from goal. Tight angle to the left. Will get a ball up inside. Melbourne's attacking 50, and they're up by 35.
Jordan James, another tackle. Melbourne tonight. It's been a real strength of theirs. 67 to 52 tackles.
Pickett tried to run through the pack, found it hard going that time. Oh, he's bobbed up again and tried. Finally, it's come to Jordan, slipped the hand pass out. Neil Bullen sends it forward for Melbourne at top of the goal square. Fritsch was there, picked up by Jonas for Port Adelaide. Hand pass off to Eamon. Off his left foot, he gets it out towards Boak. They're running now through Burn Jones. Oh, he didn't have too many options. Gave it back to Eamon eventually. Shocking kick under Not much pressure. Could have done better than that. Melbourne sent it back inside forward 50. Jordan's pass was good. Fritsch was on the lead, took the mark. 35 out.
Well, I'm not sure what to say there, Gemma, other than what was he trying to achieve there? I mean, it was just the perceived pressure, but Darcy Byrne-Jones just handballed the ball and panicked, and then that panic then got transferred onto Amon. So I'm not sure why he didn't kick a drop punt ahead of the ball. It was even numbers ahead of the ball, and he kicked it sideways.
Georgiadis was probably 10 or 15 metres to the left because Lever was just standing off.
Fritsch hasn't had a career night, but he kicks it goal, and hasn't been his night away for the minus score. So that margin, a new game high now, 36 points in favour of Melbourne. So they've done the job on Port Adelaide tonight, and still the questions remain about Port Adelaide's ability to handle sides in the top 8.
Tom McDonald had 24 coming in tonight. He's kicked 3 to 27. Bailey Fritsch still leads the goal kickers for Melbourne with 31.
Bergman heads up the eastern side. Dixon clunks a contested mark. Wastes little time. Pops it up towards centre half forward. Amon trying to keep Lever out of it. Didn't work. Intercept mark to the Demons at centre half back. There's still 5 minutes left in this final quarter, and Port fans are flooding to the exits. Crowd figure 30,908 as the Demons head back to the eastern side. Knocked to ground, spills to Frederick. Hand pass forward for the power. 1-2, Boak with Wines. Kicks it into the 50. Doesn't work well. The Demons defenders converge and almost spoil each other. Rivers dives onto the ball. He's wrapped up in a tackle. Somehow gets a hand pass out. Hibberd was pushed down by Georgiades. No free kick. Still in the scoreboard pocket. May can pick it up. He gets boot to ball. Doesn't travel too far. And finally the ball is carried over the line by Travis Boak to be tossed back in. Also on the text line, Henry in Melbourne says, how far away is Tom Rockcliffe? Could he return this year? It's very unlikely. Deep vein thrombosis.
I heard him today actually on the radio. He's got to have 3 months off, I think, from physical contact with the medication he's on.
Blood thinners. Great things. So the ball off the ruck contest eventually found its way to Brayshaw's hands in the tackle. Forced a hand pass. Goes over the boundary line.
That sort of stuff when you end up shaving, Cross, you look like Norman Gunston if you flick yourself.
Goes on and on and on. Quickly down to Josh Money.
Coming up 11 minutes on the bench for Ryan Burden. It doesn't look like he's going to take any further part in this game with that groin problem.
And Zach Butters already subbed out of the game with a knee injury that Josh Money believes could be a jarred knee. Zach Butters on return in his first game since round 4 after a syndesmosis issue.
Christian Petrarca just rubbing his left shoulder. He's now just grabbed a possession, but...
Hand pass to Oliver. Melbourne clear the pack at left half back. Bouncing ball in front of McKenzie, who's happy to see it over the boundary line to be tossed back in. So Petrarca with 32 touches, 3 goals, the best for the Power. Ollie Wines also with 32 and a major for him. But it is the Demons by 36 points at the moment. Toss back in on that eastern side. Lycett in front position, taps it down. Looking for Boak, has to tackle Harms and ends up pushing him back over the boundary line to be tossed back in once again.
Given a bit of advice by a few of the spectators out there leaning over the fence. Was Harms given the advice? Big night for Melbourne. Spargo in his 50th, Gawn in his 150th, and Ed Langdon in his 100th, and they'll celebrate that in style. And here's the 200 gamer in Motlop for Port Adelaide, who kicks long inside forward 50, but intercept mark taken by Petty for the Demons. Plays on this side of the ground. Hibbert available. Takes it, and he'll back up and just take his time. Melbourne just grinding it out now. They're just happy to have possession and control.
So a couple of years there, Hibbert was their key defender. Now he's their 3rd or 4th stringer, and the club have traded in or drafted in very well.
Down the line, Jackson crunched the pack. Fritsch was there, a hand pass back to Jackson. Then McDonald is escorted over the boundary line in front of the benches to be tossed back in. Rare moment on the text line where we might have the chance to help people make some friends. There's a couple of listeners in Quobba Station in WA. So firstly, Matt and 40 saying enjoying the commentary, listening around the campfire. We've also been texted in from a couple of locals there as well. I'll just find the other text and let you know very shortly. It's Chris and Jackie who've texted in as well at the same area. So see if you can get in touch, because there's not too much going on here. Clayton Oliver gets the clearance from the pack. It's a free off the ball. for a hold. It's going the way of Port Adelaide. Aaliyah to receive it up against Tom McDonald. So the Power down by 36 points. Aaliyah has it at left half back. We'll be with you all the way through in the post game until 11 p.m. Eastern. We'll head into the rooms and hopefully speak to a Melbourne Demons player as well. Down the line went Aaliyah, off hands, it spills to Oliver, has a couple of fumbles, flicks the hand pass out, gets it towards Jordan, then down the line they go. Kick was just in the field of play. Boundary throw-in to come on the pain of 50. He'll be tossed back in with the Demons up 12-13, 85 to 7-49.
I think it was great outdoors, John Candy, the 96er, that he gave him the meat sweats.
Random facts from Rod Jamieson, our expert on Grandstand AFL. Meanwhile,
it's getting late for
back at the gate. Well, yeah. We won't have any problems with traffic, though. Port Adelaide fans are out of here in big time.
He's switched off. He's going to the snow.
So, Max Gawn got the free kick in the ruck contest.
How ironic.
And
for the Melbourne fans.
Gawn has the ball 55 out. And now he's finally called a play on after Lycett pleaded with the umpire, saying he's running off his line. It's gone over the pack, as it turns out, in the right forward pocket. Bounced over the line. We'll get another ruck contest down there. Gawn says, no, you can have it, young Jackson. I think that's who'll go up for Melbourne. Or maybe it'll be Tom McDonald. Ball to come back into play.
McDonald in against Lycett. Lycett with front position, taps it straight to Aaliyah, who fumbled. Lycett regathers. Hand pass wasn't a clean one. Viney trying to pick it up for the Demons. Now Boak has to apply a tackle. Wraps up Jordan. Right forward pocket. Ball ups to come, about 40 from goal. And the crowd certainly silenced now. Neither ruck getting a clean tap this time. McDonald flicks the hand pass out to Petrarca. Centering kick towards goal. It's curving in the air. Through for a minor score on the right-hand side for the Demons. Now a 37-point lead. Oh, actually, sorry, that's a minor score. Yeah, that is a minor score for the Demons. Champion Data's added one for the Power for some reason, but we'll fix that up. 37-point lead for Melbourne.
Port Adelaide getting the ball back towards centre wing. Jordan picks up the possession. Back with a hand pass. He goes to Salem. Further back, 40 metres back to May at half back goes Salem. And May further back to Lever inside defensive 50. I think the defenders were getting cold, so they've just decided to kick the ball around. Petty now has it. And he goes back to Lever. They're just racking up the stats back there. Lever in turn taking the mark, gave it to May. So they've gone from the right back pocket into the middle and then out the other side and then back again. May down the line.
Under 30 seconds, Crossy. They're just holding onto the footy.
And off hands goes the ball. It's over the line. It's technically at left half forward for Port Adelaide, but not through their doing. Has it found its way there?
Owen is showing no empathy for Port Adelaide on the text line from Bruce Rocky. Says, I used to think that Brisbane fans were the most illiterate bogans of the AFL. However, I think the ignorance about the rules has elevated the Port fans to a new high. Harsh from Owen there. From the ruck contest, Boak flicks a hand pass out to Wines, then to Amon, curls around in the square, pops it up into the 50 for Port Adelaide. Early rise from Georgiades. Dixon claims to have plunked it and will be paid the mark. He stood his ground at the fall of the ball as Georgiades came over the top. Charlie Dixon will get a consolation prize after the siren to conclude this contest. Dixon starts from 45, man on the mark, 30 from goal, comes in, leans back and puts it through. A win for Melbourne at the Adelaide Oval by 31 points. 12-14, 86 to 8-7, 55. Melbourne banished their mental demons and they'll return to the top of the table. The D's overcoming the Power in Adelaide by 31.
It's a grand old flag, it's a high-flying flag. It's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Should old acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on the red and the blue.
Demons led for the majority of the evening. The Power last held a lead at the 24-minute mark of the opening quarter, but the D's led by 6 at quarter time, by 19 at the major break, 22 at three-quarter time, and ultimately winners by 31. Their 13th victory of the year will move them back to the top of the table with a percentage of 129. Melbourne looks set for a top 2 finish, and they're back on the winners list after a loss to the Giants.
It's a grand old flag, it's a high-flying flag, it's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Should old acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on the red and the blue.
An important victory for Melbourne, who'd only won one of their past 3 games with losses to Collingwood and the Giants. They get some form back heading into the back end of the year. They sit in top spot, Melbourne, with games to come against Hawthorn, Gold Coast, the Western Bulldogs, West Coast, Adelaide and Geelong. You'd think they're favoured for a top 2 finish. The goal scorers at full time for the Demons, 3 to McDonald, Pickett and Petrarca, who also added 33 disposals to his name. Alongside that, individual goal scorers for the Demons, Jackson, Spargo and Fritsch. Meanwhile, for the Power, 2 to Georgiades and Dixon, singles to Mackenzie, Amon, Wines and Rosie. We'll be with you till 11 p.m. Eastern. We'll have Josh Money down in the rooms to get the song and hopefully an interview as well, as Melbourne make their way around the Adelaide Oval to celebrate with the few Demons fans in attendance. It's a big win in the context of their season. Meanwhile, for Port Adelaide, the doubts get bigger and bigger. The only top 8 side they've beaten is Sydney. And they now have yet another loss to a big-name contender. And their run home, whilst favourable, still has the likes of the Giants and the Western Bulldogs to come.
Well, technically, when they beat Richmond, they were in the top 8, Aaron.
Not anymore, though.
Don't play your Tigers, mate.
Their only win against Sydney so far in terms of the current top 8 teams. So they haven't been able to beat another top 4 side. And as I just mentioned, the run home looks favourable that they can still finish in the top 4. St Kilda, Collingwood, Adelaide and Carlton, some of the teams they play. But there's going to be some mental demons there. The fact that they can't seem to get over a line against the best.
Yeah, well, it's reared its ugly head again for the Port Power team. They lost contested possession again. That's their Achilles heel. They got belted in ground ball, so they lost that by 17, which is a really important stat in the modern day game. That means that you're hunting the ball at ground level, winning your share. Inside 50s they won, but their method was poor tonight, Port. They weren't efficient at all going inside forward 50. 48 inside 50s for 15 scoring shots. That's twofold. That's how well Melbourne defended throughout the whole ground, and we knew that going in, that they're the best defensive team in the competition, most frugal team in the competition, not allowing teams to score. And on the flip side, Port's defence, 45 inside 50s for Melbourne for 26 scoring shots. So they were able to score easier, no doubt about that. And Port's goals, to be fair, were really hard-fought goals. There was 4 or 5 of them were just half chances. There wasn't any real method going in there.
Just curious, in terms of champion data, when Melbourne took that ball back in that last couple of minutes and took it back into the forward 50, did that count for Port Adelaide?
No. Are you being facetious?
Just thought I'd ask.
No, your team has to kick the ball inside there, Neil.
Scott Camporelli, Rod Jamieson, your experts. If you'd like to get in touch with us in the post-game, 0437 774 774. Melbourne winners by 31 points. We don't get to say this often. Let's head into the winners' rooms on Grandstand AFL.
Good to be back in the rooms, and gee, the Melbourne players are certainly up and about, probably after their first real dip in form for the season. 2 losses in their 3 games coming into this, but back on top of the ladder and back strengthening its premiership credentials with a big top 4 scalp here on the road at Adelaide Oval. Here's the song. Plenty of oomph in that team song. We'll be back shortly. We're going to have a chat with cricket Salem after a big night for the D's.
That sounded amazing. I don't know if it's just because it's one of the rare times we get to go into the rooms because everything has seemed to settle itself down a little bit, at least in South Australia. But, gee, it was nice to hear all of that energy and that atmosphere downstairs.
Yeah, well, I mean, AFL games are hard to win, but when you're playing against a potential finals campaigner, you come into state, they wanted to win. They've obviously haven't had a great month of footy in terms of win-loss, so they wanted to bounce back. They were probably predicted to win against last week against GWS. Didn't, I guess, play their best footy, but they bounced back tonight. I thought they were really sharp. They were really sharp around the contest. Their prime movers got hold of the through the middle of the ground. Petrarca was outstanding with 33 possessions and kicked 3 goals. Oliver was great. He had 20 to half-time. Willem Drew did a reasonable job on him after that, but the damage was done. He had 21 contested possessions and 11 clearances, so in terms of the flow of the game, and Christian Salem was outstanding again. He just uses the ball so well through the middle of the ground. Ed Langdon worked his way into the game, I thought, but particularly that second half was great. But for me, it was May and Lever and Petty. They were outstanding against Port. 3 tools tonight.
And a couple of others, I thought. James Jordan worked his way into the game. He's tackling, or he's the number 1 tackler for Melbourne. He had 4 tonight, but handball receives, he had 10 and 9 contested, 21 disposals. Look, James Harms in that third quarter too. He had, 6 tackles. Charlie Spargo in his 50th actually had a reasonable night in the end. And I thought Angus Brayshaw, who had 16, he had 10 contested, he had 5 handball receives, 5 tackles, 3 clearances. So just that middle tier of tonight's performance performed really well, and we've already spoken about some real clear standouts.
On the text line, Greg from North Melbourne says you can put a line through the power, they cannot win the flag. Michael sent us a couple of texts as well, so we stayed up after giving up on the power quite early on. He said there's a power outage in South Australia, never tear us apart. Well, the Demons tore us apart tonight, so it's a rough weekend coming up for Michael, unfortunately. Dave from Morpheville's also messaged in to say, hi Aaron, I've long argued on the side of Ken Hinkley, but I think after this season Port Adelaide should let him go. Tonight in front of the home crowd they had a point to prove and they failed miserably. Well, unfortunately or fortunately for Ken Hinkley, he's in the middle of a 2-year deal, so he's got one more season regardless, unless the power pay him out, which is very rare in today's day and age. So I'm not sure if Ken's the issue right now at the power, but they're certainly undermanned as well. Zach Butters' injury on return didn't help, but they're just not competing against the best right now. Do you see a clear factor, Campo, in all of the losses they've suffered here?
Well, the clear factor's been their contested possession. That's been the thing in all their games, is how they've been able to, I guess, swing the momentum and get control of that. But and when we say contested possession, that's all over the ground. A lot of people think contested possession is just through the midfield. It's, contested marks ahead of the ball, which we saw Lever and May and Petty do. So that's against their forwards. It's contested marks against their defenders through in their back half of the ground. And obviously a lot of focus is ground balls and clearances and those sort of things through the middle of the ground, which, once again, I just thought, their depth got shown up tonight. Wines had 33 possessions, but to be fair, he had no influence on the game. He didn't have any. There was no fluency in his game. He kicked it at 36%. Carl Amon did a couple of decent things through there, but he's not a genuine midfielder. Travis Boak tries his heart out every week, and Willem Drew he's more of a pressure tackler and did a reasonable job on Oliver after half-time. And Powell Pepper's not in great form at the moment. He looks like he's down on a bit of confidence. And there was a few other guys that didn't really stand up tonight. To be fair, I don't think Port had a winner on the ground, and that's not being overly critical. But I didn't feel like that there was anyone that showed, other than perhaps Travis Boak. To be fair, I thought he tried his guts out all night tonight, but the rest of them too far off their best performances.
If you're a long-time follower of the game, everyone talks about, go through the middle of the ground. Most teams now want to go wide, but then come in during play. As a coach, recently out of the game, does it matter where you go inside 50? Or do you... It just seems Port Adelaide, whether that's the defence of Melbourne tonight, but I haven't seen Port Adelaide they either hit Dixon all the time, or they go so wide. So maybe we'll come back to that.
We'll get that answer very shortly, but we can head into the Demons' rooms in a moment. Josh Money's standing by with Christian Salem. A big night for him, 26 touches alongside 2 tackles and 8 marks. So a big night for Christian Salem alongside Clayton Oliver with 31 touches and Christian Petrarca with 33. Down to Josh Money.
It was a big night for Christian Salem, and it seems like a lot of energy in here. You just gave a big woo as you came out. How important was that after what's been your first real dip in form this season as a club to come and produce a big performance here?
Yeah, obviously it was massive. Last week wasn't the way we planned, and coming off a short break was probably the best thing for us. It's a good chance for us to get away and really lock in to get back to our best footy.
Scoring had been a bit of a problem. We heard pre-game that you were going to have a bit more dare and a bit more courage. How were you able to execute that? What does that look like?
For us, it was just getting back to forward half footy. We know we were letting the ball out a bit too easy against GWS, and the more repeat entries we could get, the more pressure we'll put under the defenders for the other team. So it tends to work well, and we just played a bit smarter compared to the previous weekend.
3 milestones for 3 boys tonight. So was that an extra impetus? How much did that mean to get it done for those 3 guys?
Yeah, 3 is actually a lot in one game. Spargs and Langers, what they bring to the club has been phenomenal. They probably don't get the external recognition as much as other boys, but they've been great. And obviously, you don't have to say much about Gorney with 150, but whenever milestones come up, we do tend to lift and want to make the boys proud, and we managed to get the win today.
Another big night for you. The boys in the commentary box were praising your ball use. What's been the catalyst for you this year, having a career best season?
I guess just it helps on the whole team, shifting the ball a bit better and playing a bit more attacking. A lot of my stuff is coming off the back of defence. Whatever the numbers are, most of that is coming off defensive positioning. So, I'm not going around kick chasing or whatever it is. I'll just work hard defensively and get reward off that.
I'll let the commentary team praise you a bit more.
Christian, Scott Camperelli, congratulations on the win and your performance and your year in general. But we speak a lot about, I guess, Petrarca and Oliver and yourself and Langdon and these guys through the midfield, Angus Brayshaw. But I thought you really set it up tonight with, and I know they get a fair bit of plaudits as well. I just thought Lever, May and Petty tonight were outstanding against Port's 3 tools.
Yeah, they were great. And they're aggressive with their positioning too. And, for people that don't see behind the goals, they allow time for the forwards to put on pressure because the opposition will look up and they sort of see those 3 boys, and obviously they buy a bit of time for some forward half pressure. So they've been great.
And you did touch on your forward half turnover game. You ended up having 15 for the game, or 22 in that part of the ground, including stoppages. We kicked 2 goals, 6. So not a great return in terms of scoreboard pressure, but I guess getting those 2 goals, 6 is an improvement on last week.
Yeah, for sure. We weren't, to be honest, pretty far off. It was just a little tweak in a few things, and we were able to, get back to our best. But, obviously there's still areas to work on. I think we were pretty inaccurate again this week. So, that's some signs that we've got to improve on that as well.
Yeah, Christian, Rod Jamieson, we spoke to Alan Richardson about that. So if you go back the last 3 weeks, you had 2 losses, 1 win, and there was a bye in there, and he spoke about the importance of goal kicking tonight, holding the football, using it well, but scoring. He kicked 12 goal 14, so you still got ahead of the 7, 9 and 9 in the previous 3 games.
Yeah, it's a big part of footy. You can get as many chances as you want, but if you're not scoring, it makes it pretty hard to win games. So it is something we want to work on, and we are continuing to work on. The boys work very hard, with Greg Stafford, our forwards coach, and I'm sure they'll probably turn a corner soon.
And we spoke about the defence tonight. It was just clear, outstanding, the way that all back 6 or 7 or probably even more just be able to work together and set it up from back there as well as negate.
Yeah, we're building great cohesion as a defensive group, and the trust that we have in each other is growing each week, and it's just allowing all of us to play to our strengths. And we all bring different stuff, but it's been great playing with those boys.
Christian, Neil Cross here. Obviously the uncertainty of COVID, that it's presented some challenges in the last year, but not the least I would have thought is the idea of travelling over and back in the same day. Now, you haven't had to do that. You managed to get over here yesterday and stay in the hotel, and I would assume that you'll go back tomorrow sometime. So has that made a difference in terms of your mental preparation, that you know where you are, the timing is much better for you?
We don't look too much into it. Obviously, with the hub last year, we had a lot of same-day travel, and we had a great fitness team and high-performance team around us, just to allow us to prepare the best we can, whether it's same-day travel or the day before. So we only found out a few days ago that we're going up the day before, but for us, it doesn't really matter. We'll have the same prep, and they'll try and match it as best they can. And I guess it is what it is. You never know what COVID's going to throw up these days.
Well, yeah, anything can change at a moment's notice. In terms of your performance tonight, did you get a feeling early that those three tall defenders in particular were going to dominate, and that was just going to open up the play for players like yourself to take the ball down the ground?
I guess the first sort of half we were dumping a lot of kicks. We weren't shifting the ball too much, and it's credit to Port Adelaide. That was off the back of their pressure, and Maisie, Petty, and Jakey Lever were winning the ball back pretty strongly. And I think the second half we had a bit more calmness with the ball, and like you said, we were able to shift the ball and open up space for each other to work through.
Christian Salem is our guest on Grandstand AFL. Melbourne defeating Port Adelaide by 31 points. Christian, it's Aaron Bryans here. Wanted to talk about your year personally. A 5-year extension in April alongside the likes of Petrarca, Oliver, Gawn. Is there some sort of, cohesion with the senior players within this group that obviously you're ready to commit to this club long term, and you're obviously feeling like the club is at a good space to continue to push for finals in the future years to come?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been from day one. Growing a sustainable football club that not only just rises for 1 year and drops off. We want to be there every single year, and a lot of the boys are committed. We're in for the long haul, and we are on the right track, and things are progressing well, but by no means we've achieved anything yet. So it's important to us to keep the foot on the pedal and finding ways to improve.
And where you sit at the moment, tonight you're currently in top spot. You might be knocked out of it by the weekend's end, but you'll still be in the top two. How do you feel you shape up against the likes of the Western Bulldogs, Brisbane and Geelong?
To be honest, we'll take any challenges as it comes. We've had some good performance against them early, and I think we do play the Bulldogs again in a few weeks. So for us, we've got Hawthorn it is next Saturday. So that's what we'll wrap our head around and prepare for that the best we can.
Two more from me, Christian. Kasai Pickett, he's improving in 2 years, 9 tackles tonight and 3 goals.
Yeah, sometimes you just sit back and enjoy the show with him. He's a great young footballer. The talent speaks for yourself, but the stuff he does without the ball, the pressure, harassing, and actually setting other boys up has been a big improvement to his game. And he's had a few quiet weeks, and for him, he's gone a bit internal. But to see him come out today and get back to his best was really encouraging. Rest,
recovery, enormously important, as is the diet. Tell us about Tom McDonald's diet.
He's a rare unit when it comes to diet. I haven't looked too much into it, but he loves his meat. So if you actually have him on Instagram, every sort of 1 or 2 days he's posting something about a new grill or barbecue that he's got, and he's cooking something up. So I don't have too much insight. But
it's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I'm not sure what our dietitian thinks about it, but it's Tommy. As long as he's playing well and juking him, he can do whatever he wants.
Oh, well performed tonight. All the best for the remainder of the year. It was an outstanding performance by your football club.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Christian Salem, joining us on Grandstand AFL in the postgame. You've rattled me there, Jamo, with your meat talk once again. We're going to have to get into the diet side of the AFL very soon. Great win for the Melbourne Demons, 31-point victors over Port Adelaide. So as I touched on before, in top spot tonight, the Western Bulldogs play Sydney on Sunday to see if they can take back that position. Port Adelaide, meanwhile, find themselves outside of the top 4. An interesting run to come for them, a couple of winnable games for sure, but obviously the doubts will remain about where they sit in the scheme of things. St Kilda, Collingwood up next for the Power. For Melbourne, they've got Hawthorn and Gold Coast, so quite a comfortable run for them as well. Campo Jamo, you've now seen Melbourne live twice this year, so the close loss to Adelaide and now tonight a 31-point win over the Power. Where do you see them fitting in the scheme of things against those Brisbane, Geelong and Western Bulldogs sides?
Oh, they're right up there, no doubt about that. I mean, the way they play, if you look at what the ingredients are to play finals footy and go deep into finals and win premierships, based on contested possession, they tick that box. They've got a lot of players that play in that space, and they have done for a while. They've now got the balance of their offence, trying to move the ball. You heard Christian say it there, when they shift off the line, and now they've got some focal points forward. Tom McDonald's back to his very best form. Ben Brown, obviously, he comes into consideration, but they've got, Pickett, who's dangerous forward as well, and they've also got a guy called Petrarca who goes from midfield forward, a bit like the Dustin Martin role that we've seen in the modern day game, who's dangerous. Anytime you've got a midfielder that can go forward and kick 2 or 3 goals a game, it just adds to that firepower forward, and defensively, that back six, as you heard, is starting to gel together really well. Now, the challenge will be, can Melbourne keep the pressure up the ground? I didn't think Port were great tonight, but the challenge will be, can they or will they get exposed, May and Lever, with teams that are able to shift the ball a bit quicker and catch them out one-on-one? And that's what I didn't think Port did well tonight. I thought they got beaten by something that they should have known.
I think we saw Brisbane last week against Adelaide. The defence of Brisbane was pretty classy. So maybe in terms of the forward of what Melbourne can provide, but again, like from what I've seen of Melbourne all year and the 6 games that they've got remaining, you talk about there's arguments forward. You just cruise in and smash sides and go through. You don't want the break. You continue to play football, but they're going to be around the mark. They're going to go in seriously hardened up against some pretty good opposition, as well as a couple of, respectfully, that aren't in the top 4 at the moment. But I can't see them not missing the top 4 and a serious threat later in the year.
Who's the favourite now? 6 weeks out from the finals.
I think the top 4 that, prior to Melbourne, Western Bulldogs, Brisbane and Geelong, I think that's where it's going to come from this year.
Yeah, but who's the favourite now? Put your name out there.
He's still worrying about his eye fillet.
No, every day though.
It's actually really tough, Crossy. I mean, it's a great question, but because they've all got little things. I'm sort of racking through my brain now. Like Brisbane, if they get 2 home finals, they're gonna. I think they'll make the grand final. I think they've got enough in terms of what they've done. They would have matured after the last 12 months, particularly about what happened. If you look at the Bulldogs are a great team. They've got a great midfield. They look potent forward. Their back six just worries me a little bit going into there. Melbourne, I think, have probably got more attributes moving forward, and then you've got to throw in Geelong as well, who are an experienced, hardened, finals campaigned footy club that know how to win finals. So they've all got little bits in there that you're sitting there go, but as for the favourite, I couldn't give you a clear answer at the moment, Crossy, to be quite honest, because it is still a little bit up and down, and it'll probably be who's the healthiest at that time of the year as well, making sure they've got their best players available.
I'll say Melbourne, for the purpose of the exercise. I think they can, but it's out of those top 4. And look, Geelong just always, when they play their good football.
It's nice to have an unpredictable season at least, where we don't really have a clear contender.
Well, I reckon the last time that we seriously looked at a season and said, well, where are we going, was probably 2016. I think in 2017 everybody thought Crows, absolute favourites, and Richmond came from the clouds, if you like, in the last 8 weeks of the season. But yeah, I think every time you look at the ladder at the moment, I mean, you look at Port, and obviously they're vulnerable, clearly. You look at West Coast, they've got injuries, they've got some problems. You look at Richmond, well, they're not in the 8 at the moment. So, but you look at those sides that you've talked about.
Sydney's the other one, not quite sure. Port Adelaide, can't trust West Coast at the moment. Then you've got the Giants, Richmond, Freo, St Kilda all on 7 wins going into this round. So, I mean...
But you look at the other 4 sides that we've talked about, and say, just depends on how they perform.
So the difference tonight from pre-bounce down to now is that Port Adelaide are not in that conversation anymore. Is that where you sit?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I mean, I've been quite bullish with Port. I probably thought the way that they play the game, they are a good contested ball team. They do score off turnover, which 60% of your scoring comes from. They are good from that phase. They're a good stoppage team when they're up and going in there. But it's just been inconsistent for them, and it's been holes in those games, and there's been, and particularly the forward line, I just don't, Marshall worries me in there. I've probably watched him a fair few games now. He just doesn't have the influence as a forward, and that's a decision that they've obviously made from a forward perspective. They want to go down the 3 tools. I think you've got to question, does that work?
Well, the other problem for Port, as it is for West Coast, and is that they've got some injuries to key players, albeit young players like Zach Butters returning tonight, but Dersmer's yet to come back, so they've got a few injuries to worry about as well.
But you touched on the three tools tonight. They ended up playing with four because in the second half, Aaliyah stayed predominantly forward. And they didn't switch anyone back to replace him. So maybe they still don't have that chemistry down pat up forward either.
Well, yeah, some of it's about chemistry, but some of it's about your method going in there. So we can be quite critical about the key forwards, but, to be fair tonight, it was just dumped in there, and it was just, who can win a contest. Now, Dixon didn't have his best night, but he still had 6 marks and 4 contested marks. So he still competed strongly, but I just thought that May outpointed him on too many occasions tonight. But I just didn't like the structure ahead of the ball. They allowed Lever just to drop off. They allowed Petty to drop off. They played an extra one around the stoppage. They didn't really get bang for their buck from that point of view. They didn't even up the game well. And then Melbourne, to their credit, they cut off Port Adelaide's ability to shift the ball and get it into open space, and they forced them skinny, and they lost contests down the line. So if you go into that phase, they need to work out ways how they can move the ball quicker to get some more fluency, which allows, and we saw a couple of times when Port did break with speed out of a centre bounce and they got it one-on-one, their forwards had a better opportunity. So, yeah, we can be critical around that as well, but I just don't think they moved the ball anywhere near as well tonight. And that's, for me, it was more about what Melbourne did, not what Port weren't trying to do.
Scott Camporelli, Rod Jamieson, your experts in the post-game coverage here at the Adelaide Oval. Melbourne defeating Port Adelaide by 31 points, 12-14, 86 to 8-7, 55. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross with you. Down in the Port Adelaide rooms is Josh Money, who can join us now.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Joined by Willem Drew. Had a pretty good night in the power midfield, but not the result you're after, Willem. It will be spoken about externally that it's another really good side, an elite side that you haven't been able to beat. How disappointing to finish the way you did tonight?
Yeah, it was a disappointing loss. We came into the game really looking forward to it, and we knew it was going to be a good contest. Obviously, Melbourne are a really good side, and unfortunately we weren't able to get the job done. And I think just our ball use is probably one of the things that let us down. Melbourne defenders probably had a fair few intercepts, and a lot of their probably goal scoring was off turnover. So that's definitely something that we'll have to learn on moving forward.
I know as a club you've been very keen not to read too much into where teams are placed on the ladder, but is it impossible to ignore that you're just behind those top 4 or 5 teams at the moment, and how do you close that gap?
Yeah, I think it's no surprise to us. We're playing okay footy without being great, and you probably saw that tonight. We probably had our opportunities to probably get on top and change up momentum, but we weren't able to. And I suppose for us, we can just come up against who we're versing, and we go, obviously on to St Kilda next week, and that's all we can look forward to, and we'll move on from this game and learn from it.
I've got to ask how Zach Butters is going. You look pretty distraught on the bench. Do you have an update on his injury, and how much are you as a group concerned for him, given it was his first game back in 3 months?
Yeah, it was obviously great to see Zach back out there, and he's a super important member of the club, and all the boys love him and all the staff do as well. So super disappointing to see him injured. I'm not exactly too sure. I think it might have been a knee, but not too sure on what to extent he's done. But yeah, we as a group will get around him, and no doubt he'll be back for sure.
I'll throw you up to the team.
Willem, Scott Camporelli here. Just curious around, you touched on your ball movement, and you could see it up here that Melbourne were really sharp defensively. Was it just more around their positioning and you couldn't shift the angle of the game? And did Ken take us inside, I guess, the rooms either at halftime or three-quarter time? Was there any discussion around trying to move the ball quicker?
Yeah, Melbourne were obviously able to take a fair few intercept marks, and we went into the game with a focus. We knew their backline was a real strength of theirs, and I suppose we went into the game trying to not let that happen, but unfortunately we weren't able to do that. And throughout the game we tried to change a few things and definitely tried to change angles and kick to grass a bit, but I think with the pressure around the ball that their midfielders are putting on us, some of our ball use probably wasn't just up to it, and we were probably just quit kicking and was playing into their hands a fair bit.
And yourself, you obviously got given the task of Clayton Oliver after half time, and you did a pretty good job, to be fair, mate, so well done on that. But very hard, I guess, when you're going to a player who's really hot after half time to try and subside his influence on the game.
Yeah, definitely. He's a super player and having a great season. And I got the job to go to him, and I suppose that's my role for the team. I'm happy to do it, and I suppose it's, I think, a great thing for me to be able to learn off players like him, and just his positioning around stoppages and just how strong he is and clean. But I just sort of go about my business and try and do play my role.
Willem, Rod Jamieson, there was a clear plan to take it to Max Gawn tonight. How do you feel that went?
Yeah, he's another super important player to them, and we had a focus of that going into the game to try and get under his skin a little bit, and I suppose that's something that we as a group maybe could have done better, but he's a super player and obviously really important to them as well.
It was tough going forward, we've spoken about that, but what about Mitch Georgiades' mark in that third quarter?
Yeah, I know, I had a nice view of that one, and that was an absolute ripper, so I'm sure that'll be on the replays.
You've got some players to come back to. Dersma's not that far away. I mean, Hartlett as well. We spoke just out at Rockcliffe. How's he tracking? That was one of the questions or queries tonight in terms of, I guess, the ailment of a blood clot. How many weeks away is he?
Yeah, I probably don't have a set time frame on Rocky. He's back running and all that sort of stuff, and he's been super in my development and also for the mids, and he's probably taken on a bit of a coaching role on game day and definitely during the week. So he's really important to us mids, and someone who teaches us a lot.
Willem, thanks for your time on Grandstand AFL. Disappointing loss, unfortunately, but hopefully you can bounce back from here.
No worries. Thanks for having me on.
That's Willem Drew in the Port Adelaide camp with Josh Money downstairs. So Melbourne 31-point winners over Port Adelaide to start round 17. Tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, our coverage begins of Essendon hosting Adelaide at the Docklands. It was a disappointing night for the Power. They're now outside of the top four. Meanwhile, the Demons move into top spot, and we can hear from the Power coach, Ken Hinkley, following the game tonight. Here's his press conference.
I think again, like I said, the last couple of times we've been in this position where the information is accurate. We've been getting beaten in the contest more than anything. We haven't been able to make the ground we would like to. Doesn't mean we won't keep at it and keep trying to make that ground up, but tonight particularly, I think Melbourne, mainly got it mostly off their intercept meters. They were able to take the ball off us. We were able to get enough, probably more than them. I think maybe entries at our end compared to them, but they were just, they were more efficient when they took the ball off us and went back and scored.
Talking of those entries, it just seemed really messy getting the ball into your forward 50.
Yeah, that's really accurate. We couldn't get any clean ball going into our forward half. They were able to get pressure on us, leaving which balls we were winning in the contest. They were able to get enough pressure on them, and as I said, the intercept stuff was the bit that probably set them apart from us, particularly for the first three quarters. I think the last quarter, they just dominated the last quarter.
And going the other way, when they took it out of their defensive 50, you didn't have enough blocks on them at times?
Yeah, that's what I said. They were able to get too many metres off that play, and they were able to execute certainly way better than we were able to over the course of the night.
Left to too few. It always seems to be both lines aim on to Drew.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. I think we've had a few people who haven't been at their best form or their most consistent form. I think we've been okay, clearly been okay at times because we're fifth, so we've won enough games to put ourselves in a position. But to beat the best teams, you've got to have more numbers in your favour than against. And at the moment, we're probably, as you said, leaving to a few too few.
And Butters, what's the report?
We give his knee a bit of a sprain. It looks like maybe he's medial, maybe he's a little bit. We'll wait and see, but we won't make any calls on it until we actually get some information back. But his first game back. It's been a bit like us, to be fair. We've been banged up a bit, and we haven't been able to play with the consistency we'd like with the group that we'd like. Now a lot of teams have had those challenges, but we just need to get some pieces in there together and let them play some footy together. I think I'm really optimistic that if we can get them together, they can certainly play at a really high level.
Can you feel for Zach, given we've talked about how much he lose footy to go?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's what happens, isn't it? Sometimes when you have Zach hasn't had too many bad runs, I don't think, in his footy, but when having said that, he's had both his shoulders done, so he's starting to get a few. It goes against you, and that's what happens. You get back and you're excited about getting back, and then all of a sudden, first game back, something else happens.
Ken, is that a new moment for him or any way related?
No, it's a different leg. It's a different leg. That's what happens. You're never quite sure.
How much is that inside 50 efficiency down to what you're doing versus how well Melbourne's setting up? Clearly
a bit of both, because Melbourne have shown over the course of the year, their last couple of weeks, they've probably been a little bit off, but they've been as good as anyone at being able to set up behind the ball really well. I think the pressure on the ball and the ability to use that ball cleaner was probably the bigger factor tonight, more than what Melbourne were actually able to do behind the ball. So I think it was more around, we thought in the box we couldn't get any clean ball at all going forward, and they were able to get a couple.
That's Port Adelaide coach Ken Hinkley speaking to the media after their 31-point loss to Melbourne. 12-14-86 the Demons to the Powers 8-7-55. Port Adelaide falling out of the top 4. Meanwhile, Melbourne moving temporarily at least into top spot to start round 17. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross with you alongside Scott Camporelli and Rod Jamieson for the next 7 minutes on Grandstand AFL. And just quickly, a score update over at Wimbledon. The first semi-final, Ash Barty in action up against the 25th seed Angelique Kerber. Ash has an early break against her, so now leading 3-love in her first semi-final in the first set. So we'll wait and see how that plays out. But Ash obviously with an early lead. It's good to see, considering this is as far as she's gone in Wimbledon in terms of her career so far. Here at the Adelaide Oval, though, Melbourne 31-point winners. Scott Camporelli, Rod Jamieson, you're 3-2-1 for the evening.
We tossed up whether we'd go one with Keziah Pickett. We thought he was outstanding, but we ended up going with Stephen May. We just thought his influence behind the ball was outstanding. He had 21 possessions and 9 marks and was the third highest metres gained from out of that back half. You heard in Ken's press conference the ability for them to counter-attack off that was really important. 2 votes to Tom McDonald. Thought he was outstanding. 19 possessions, had 8 marks. 3 of those were contested. Kicked 3 goals too, and he had 10 score involvement. So that's a big influence on the game.
And one eye filler.
And one eye filler. He might have a ribeye tonight after that. And 3 votes. Hard to go past Christian Petrarca. 33 disposals. And he kicked it at 73%. So it's okay to get the ball, but you've got to be able to use it really well. And I thought he did that. 8 marks, 13 contested possessions, 7 clearances, 6 tackles, and kicked 3 goals, 1. That's a complete performance from our perspective tonight.
Who do you back out of Petrarca and Bontempelli for the Brownlow at this stage? Because both will have votes taken off them by teammates, but they've been so impressive throughout the year.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, isn't it? I mean, yeah, there's Oliver will take some off of him, no doubt. You'd think Salem would take some off of him. McDonald, Gawn, those sort of guys. But Bontempelli will have the same issue, So he's got McRae and Liberatore and Norton and those sort of guys as well. But, they're both having super seasons.
Gives the chance for someone maybe like Ollie Wines to sneak in and maybe grab a few.
Well, I'm not sure he'll get.
He won't get any tonight, though. No. Especially not according to our experts. So 3 to Christian Petrarca, 2 to Tom McDonald, 1 to Stephen May to conclude our coverage here. So Melbourne winners by 31 points over Port Adelaide, 12-14-86 to 8-7-55. Coming up tomorrow, Essendon host Adelaide at the Docklands. Friday night football there. Our coverage starting 7 p.m. Eastern. For the Bombers, Martin Gleeson comes back into the side. Dyson Heppel out with a thumb injury, so he will miss. At the moment, it's 1 week, but we may see something worse. The Bombers to let us know.
He did have an operation too, wasn't it?
He did, yeah. So they were optimistic it was a week, but they're just a wait and see at the moment to see how it plays out. That'll be Jake Stringer's 150th game as well. And the Adelaide Crows will be pretty on demand as well. So Taylor Walker, Luke Brown out with injuries, Elliot Himmelberg and Lockie Murphy to come in. 3 games on the Saturday. The Lions host the Saints. Lockie Neal back for Brisbane. Zach Jones back for St Kilda. Carlton hosts Geelong. Zach Williams will return for the Blues. Geelong managing Joel Selwood and Luke Dalhouse plus Jeremy Cameron out. Could it mean an upset for the Blues? We'll wait and see. The Hawks up against Fremantle in Tasmania. Denver, Granger Barris back for the Hawks. Bailey Banfield in for Fremantle. And the extended teams out for Sunday and Monday. So the Giants up against Gold Coast. Richmond up against Collingwood. The Western Bulldogs up against Sydney. Jamara Ugle-Hagan, the number 1 pick to debut there. And West Coast up against North Melbourne at Perth Stadium. Scott Camporelli, Rod Jamieson, thanks as always for your contributions this evening. Thanks to my co-caller and Neil Cross, to Josh Money down on the boundary, to Andrea Williamson, our tech, to Bridget Lacey back in the studio. It's been great to broadcast the game to you to kickstart round 17 on Grandstand AFL. Melbourne winners by 31 points. Their 13th victory of the year moves them into top spot, 12-14-86 to 8-7-55. The votes 3 to Petrarca, 2 to McDonald, 1 to Stephen May. Melbourne to play Hawthorn next weekend, whilst the Power will take on St Kilda. Here's how we saw the game. Dixon tapped it down, went to Boat, got it back from Mays, trickled his kick through to Amon, tight angle in the right forward pocket, sells some candy, spins around on his left and curls it through from 30. Burn-Jones coming through is wrapped up in a tackle. Turned it over to Jackson, who hands it off to McDonald. Runs into the open goal. Melbourne hit the front.
Fritsch almost took it. Now he does. Forward he goes with a hand pass to Pickett. He takes a couple of steps. He bangs it long. And he kicks a goal.
Petty centres his kick to centre half forward. Fritsch coming across. It was a 2-on-1 and he still won the contest. Dribbles it from 45, bouncing home. Melbourne with 4 straight goals in the second quarter. Boat 55 from home. Won't have the distance and he's looking for option. Hands it off to the runner in McKenzie. Loads up on that long left boot towards home. Started right, coming back. Trent McKenzie. A massive barrel for his first major of the season.
Lean it inside 50 again. Georgiades was up, and then came down with the ball. What a mark from the young man. Just the lift Port needed.
Lysette's dropped Gawn too. He's got off the knees and Burton's come over to say something. Petrarca's come in now on Eamon, so starting to heat up.
May clears it out of defensive 50, but intercepting it is Butters. And he's a bit proppy as well as he gets up.
Yeah, he landed awkward then, didn't he? It was an easy chest mark.
Butters has just come off.
He's just come off, Aaron, and he's absolutely screamed into the air and slapped the bench, initially waving the trainers away after that awkward fall.
Coast to coast, Port Adelaide, and Georgiades takes the mark. 10 metres out, 45-degree angle. Slams it through. Port Adelaide well in the contest. Picked up by Fritsch, gave it to McDonald, kept the ball in, crossed the body, and he's got to go! Oh, they're going to hit the roof of Port Adelaide fans because McDonald was so clever to keep that ball in, and it is on. There's a bit of push and shove between the players.
Zach Butters has been subbed out of the game with a knee injury. It's the inside of his right knee. He's got the jacket on and ice on that knee.
Langdon runs around the man on the mark and sends it into the 50. Jackson in front position. It was too high for him. Spills to Jordan though. Hand pass over the top. Petrarca's alone in the goal square and he's kicked his third. McKenzie was there but couldn't take it off the bounce. Pickett gathers instead. Bursts away from 50. That's a massive goal from Keziah Pickett. Loads up for his third and that should do it. A win for Melbourne at the Adelaide Oval by 31 points and they'll return to the top of the table. The D's overcoming the Power in Adelaide.
It's a grand old flag, it's a high-flying flag. It's the emblem for me and for you.
This year's Origin has been dominated by New South Wales.
Intercepted by Latrell Mitchell. Bye-bye, New South Wales, a 95-metre try.
Can Queensland salvage something from the wreckage?
Capewell dummies and Kurt Capewell over.
Or will the Blues make it a rare clean sweep? The 2021 State of Origin Series on Grandstand Rugby League.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Game, set, bingo!
ABC Sport, your home of rugby.